Actually, no, it's the cycle time of mistakes that gets you to success. Because your error rate will diminish the more mistakes that you make. You observe them, you figure out where it's coming from. Is it a psychological thing? Is it a cognitive thing? And then you fix it.
The following is a conversation with Chamath Palihapitiya, a venture capitalist and engineer, founder and CEO of Social Capital, previously an early senior executive at Facebook, and is the co-host of the All In podcast, a podcast that I highly recommend for the wisdom and the camaraderie of the four co-hosts, also known as besties. This is the Let's Speak More podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Chamath Palihapitiya. You grew up in a dysfunctional household on welfare. You've talked about this before. What were, for you personally, psychologically, some difficult moments in your childhood?
I'll answer that question in a slightly different way, which is that I think when you grow up in a household that's defined by physical abuse and psychological abuse, you're hypervigilant all the time. And so it's actually easier for me to point to moments where I was happy or I felt compassion or I felt safe. Otherwise, every moment, I'll give you a couple of examples. Like, I was thinking about this a while ago. There was a tree outside of my apartment where we lived when I was growing up. And my father sometimes would make me go outside to take the tree branch that he would hit me with. And so you can imagine if you're a 10, 11-year-old kid and you have to deal with that, what do? Well, a hypervigilant child learns how to basically estimate the strength of these branches, right? How far can he go before it breaks? You have to estimate his anger and estimate the effective strength of branches and bring back something, because I remember these moments where if it was, he would look at it and then he would make me go out again and get it, right? Get a different one. Or there was a certain belt that had this kind of belt buckle that stuck out. And you just wanted to make sure that if that was the thing that you were going to get hit by, that it wasn't the buckle facing out, because that really hurt. And so you became hyper aware of which part of the buckle was facing out versus facing in those moments. And there are like hundreds of these little examples, which essentially I would say the through line is that you're just so on edge, right? And you walk into this house and you're just basically trying to get to the point where you leave the house. And so in that microcosm of growing up, any moment that's not like that is seared in my mind in a way that I just can't describe to a person. I'll give you an example. I volunteered when I was in grade 5 or 6, I can't remember which it was, in the kindergarten of my school. And I would just go and the teacher would, ask me to clean things up. And at the end of that grade 5 year, she took me and 2 other kids to Dairy Queen. And I'd never gone to a restaurant, literally, because we didn't have the money. And I remember the first time I tasted this, this Dairy Queen meal. It was like a hamburger, fries, a Coke, and a Blizzard. And I was like, what is this? And I felt so special, because you're getting something that most people would take for granted. Oh, it's a Sunday, or it's a, oh, I'm really busy. I think I take my kid to.
Yo, good. Hello. United States. How about you, big dog? Okay. Cool story, bro. Okay. Thanks, man. No, I whoop your ass every day of the fucking week, dog. Okay, that's a cool fucking story, dog. I hope you're having a good day. All right, is that all you know? Did you have some kind of like jujitsu tutor of English? Why not? No, I'm doing that. I'm doing
To fast food. I think that, until I left high school,
it. Bro.
I think, and this is not just specific to me, but a lot of other people, you're in this hyper vigilant loop, punctuated with these incredibly visceral moments of compassion by other people. A different example. We had such a strict budget, and we didn't have a car. And so, I was responsible with my mom to always go shopping. And so I learned very early on how to, look for coupons, how to buy things that were on sale or special. And we had a very basic diet because you have to budget this thing really precisely. But the end of every year, where I live, there's a large grocery chain called Loblaws. And Loblaws would discount the cheesecake from $7.99 to $4.99. And my parents would buy that once a year. We probably did that 6 or 7 times. And you can't imagine how special we felt. Myself, my two sisters, we would sit there, we would watch the New Year's Eve celebration on TV. We would cut this cheesecake into 5 pieces. It felt like everything. So that's sort of how my existence when I was at that age is, for better or for worse, that's how I remember.
The hypervigilance loop, is that still with you today? What are the echoes of that still with you today? The good and the bad.
You put yourself in the mind of a young child. The thing that does to you is at a very core basic level, it says you're worthless, right? Because if you can step outside of that and you think about any child in the world, they don't deserve to go through that. And at some point, by the way, I should tell you that I don't blame them. It was a process to get there. But I feel like they did the best they could. And they suffered their own issues and enormous pressures and stresses. And so, I've really, for the most part, forgiven them.
How did you, sorry to interrupt, let go of that blame?
That was a really long process where, for I would say the first 35 years of my life, I compartmentalized and I avoided all of those memories. And I sought external validation. Like going back to this self-worth idea. If you're taught as a child that you're worthless, because why would somebody do these things to you? Not because you're worth something. You think to yourself, very viscerally, you're worth nothing. And so then you go out and you seek external validation. Maybe you try to go and get into a great college. You try to get a good job. You try to make a lot of money. You try to, demonstrate in superficial ways with the car you drive or the clothes you wear that you deserve people to care about you, to try to make up for that really deep hole. But at some point, it doesn't get filled in. And so you have a choice. And so for me, what happened was in the course of a 6-month period, I lost my best friend and I lost my father. And it was really like the dam broke because the compartmentalization stopped working because the reminder of why I was compartmentalizing. And so I had to go through this period of disharmony to really understand and steel man his perspective. And can you imagine trying to do that, to go through all of the things where you have to now look at it from his perspective and find compassion and empathy for what he went through? And then I shift, the focus to my mom and I said, well, you were not the victim, actually. You were somewhat complicit as well because you were a sound-minded body and you were in the room when it happened. So then I had to go through that process with her and steel man her perspective. at the end of it, I never justified what they did, but I've been able to forget what they did. I think they did the best they could. And at the end of the day, they did the most important thing, which is they gave me and my sisters a shot by emigrating, by giving up everything, by staying in Canada, and doing whatever it took between the two of them to sort of claw and scrape together enough money to live so that my sisters and I could have a shot. And I'm very thankful for it. Could they have done better? Obviously. But I'm okay with what has taken place. But it's been a long process of that steel manning so that you can develop some empathy and compassion and forgive.
Do you think if you talked to your dad shortly after he died and you went through that process, or today, you'll be able to have the same strength to forgive him?
I think it would be a very complicated journey. I think I've learned to be incredibly open about what has happened and all of the mistakes I've made. I think it would require him to be pretty radically honest about confirming what I think he went through, because otherwise it just wouldn't work. Otherwise, I would say let's keep things where they are, which is I did the work, with people that have helped me, obviously, but it's better for him to just kind of hopefully he's looking from some place and he's thinking it was worth it. I think he deserves to think that all of this because I think the immigrant challenge, or not even the immigrant challenge, the lower middle class challenge. Anybody who really wants better for their kids and doesn't have a good toolkit to give it to them, some of them just they choke up on the back. They just get so agitated about this idea that all the sacrifice will not be worth it, that it spills out in really unproductive ways. And I would put him in that category.
And their self evaluation, introspection, they're tunnel vision, so they're not able to often see the damage that did. I know, like yourself, a few successful people that had very difficult relationships with their dad. And when you take the perspective of the dad, they're completely in denial about any of it. Because if you actually have a conversation, there would not be a deep honesty there. And that I think that's maybe in part the way of life.
Yeah, and I remember pretty distinctly after I left and in this, in my middle 30s, where, by all measure, I had roughly become reasonably successful. And my dad didn't particularly care about it, which was so odd because I had to confront the fact that, whether it was a title or money or press clippings, he never really cared. He moved on to a different set of goals, which was more about my character and, being a good person to my family and really preparing me to lead our family when he wasn't there. And that bothered me because I thought I got to the finish line. I thought there was going to be a medal, meaning like I could tell you, like, he never told me that he loved me. I'm not sure if that's normal or not. It was my normality. And I thought there's going to be some gold star, which never appeared. And so that's like a hard thing to kind of confront because you're like, well, now what is this? What is this all about? Was this all just kind of a ruse? But then I realized, well, hold on a second. There were these moments where, in his way, again, putting yourself in his shoes, I think he was trying to say he was sorry. He would hold my hand, and he would interlock the fingers, which I thought that's a really intimate way of holding somebody's hand. I think. So I remember those things. So these are the things that are just etched in, at least in my mind. And at the end of it, I think I've done a decent job in repairing my relationship with him, even though it was posthumous.
It does make me wonder in which way you and I, or we might be broken and not see it. It might be hurting others and not see it.
Well, I think that when you grow up in those kinds of environments, they're all different kinds of this kind of dysfunction. But if what you get from that is that you're not worthwhile, you're less than many, many other people, when you enter adulthood, or semi-adulthood, in your early 20s, you will be in a cycle where you are hurting other people. You may not know it. Hopefully, you find somebody who holds you accountable and tells you and loves you enough through that. But you're going to take all of that disharmony in your childhood, and you're going to inject that disharmony into whether it's your professional relationships or your personal relationships or both, until you get to some form of rock bottom and you start to repair. And I think there's a lot of people that resonate with that because they have each suffered their own things that at some point in their lives have told them that they're less than, and that they go and cope. And when you cope, eventually those coping mechanisms escalate, and at some point it'll be unhealthy, either for you, but oftentimes it's for people.
Well, from those humble beginnings, you are now a billionaire. How has money changed your life, or maybe the landscape of experience in your life? Does it buy happiness?
It doesn't buy happiness, but it buys you a level of comfort where you really amplify what happiness is. And I kind of think about it in the following way. Let's just say that there's 100 things on the table, and the table says find happiness here, and there are different prices. The way that the world works is that many of these experiences are cordoned off a little bit behind the velvet rope, where you think that there's more happiness as the prices of things escalate. Right? If you live in an apartment, you admire the person with the house. If you live in a house, you admire the person with the bigger house. That person admires the person with, an island, right? Some person drives their car, admires the person who flies, who admires the person who flies business class, who admires the person who flies first, to private. There's all of these escalations on this table. And most people get to the first 5 or 6, and so they just naturally assume that items, 7 through 100 is really where happiness is found. And just to, tell you the finish line, I've tried 100 and back, and I've got 2 more 100 to it. And happiness isn't there. But it does give you a level of comfort. I read a study, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it said that the absolute sort of like maximal link between money and happiness is around $50 million. And it was just like a social studies kind of thing that I think one of the Ivy Leagues put out. And underneath it, the way that they explained it was because you could have a home, you could have all kinds of the creature comforts, you could take care of your family, and then you were left to ponder what it is that you really want. I think the challenge for most people is to realize that this escalating arms race of, more things will solve your problems is not true. More and better is not the solution. It's this idea that you are on a very precise journey that's unique to yourself. You are playing a game of which only you are the player. Everybody else is an interloper. And you have a responsibility to design the game. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. Because if they did, I think they would make a lot of different decisions about how to do it. And I still do the same thing. I mean revert to basically running around asking other people, what will make you like me more? What will make me more popular in your eyes? And I try to do it. And it never works. It is just a complete dead end.
Is there negative aspects to money? Like, for example, it becoming harder to find people you can trust?
I think the most negative aspect is that it amplifies the 360-degree view of your personality. Because there are a lot of people in society tells you that more money is actually better. You are a better person somehow. And you're factually more worthwhile than some other people that have less. That's also a lie. But when you're given that kind of attention, it's very easy for you to become a caricature of yourself. that's probably the single worst thing that happens to you. But I say it in the opposite way. I think all I've ever seen in Silicon Valley, as an example, um, is that when somebody gets a hold of a lot of money, it tends to cause them to become exactly who they were meant to be. They're either a kind person, they're either a curious person, they're either a jerk, they're either cheap. They can use all kinds of masks, but now that there's no expectations and society gives you a get out of jail free card, you start to behave the way that's most comfortable to you. So you see somebody's innate personality. And that's a really interesting thing to observe, because then you can very quickly bucket sort where do you want to spend time and who is really, additive to your gameplay and who is really a negative detractor to you.
You're an investor. You're also a kind of philosopher. You analyze the world in all its different perspectives on All In Podcast, on Twitter, everywhere. Do you worry that money puts you out of touch from being able to truly empathize with the experience of the general population, which in part, first of all, on a human level, that could be limiting, but also as an analyst of human civilization, that could be limiting?
I think it definitely can for a lot of people, because it's an abstraction for you to stop caring. I also think the other thing is that you can very quickly, especially in today's world, become the scapegoat. Just to use a Girardian, like René Girard, if you think about like mimetic theory in a nutshell, we're all competing for these very scarce resources that we are told is worthwhile. And if you view the world through that Girardian lens, what are we really doing? We are all fighting for scarce resources, whether that's Twitter followers, money, acclaim, notoriety, and we all compete with each other. And in that competition, Girard writes, like, the only way you escape that loop is by scapegoating something or somebody. And I think we are in that loop right now, where just the fact of being successful is a thing that one should scapegoat to end all of this, tension that we have in the world. I think that it's a little misguided, because I don't think it solves the fundamental problem. And we can talk about what the solution to some of these problems are, but that's, I think, the loop that we're all in. And so if you become a caricature and you feed yourself into it, then you're not doing anything to relieve things.
Your nickname is the Dictator. How'd you get the nickname? So we're talking about the corrupting nature of money.
That came from poker. In a poker game, when you sit down, it's chaos, especially like in our home game. There's a ton of big egos. There's people always watching, railbirding the game, all kinds of interesting folks. And in that, somebody needs to establish hygiene and rules. And I really care about the integrity of the game. And it would just require somebody to just say, okay, enough. And then people were just like, okay, stop dictating. And that's where.
So, who to you, speaking of which, is the greatest poker player of all time, and why is it Phil Hellmuth?
Exactly. Muth probably knew this question was coming. Here's what I'll say. I think Hellmuth is the antidote to computers, more than any other player playing today. And when you see him in a heads-up situation, so I think like he's played 9 or 10 heads-up tournaments in a row, and he's played like basically call it 10 of the top 20 people so far, and he's beaten all but one of them. When you're playing heads-up, 1v1, that is the most GTO understandable spot, meaning game theory optimal position. That's where computers can give you an enormous edge. The minute you add even a third player, the value of computers and the value of their recommendations basically falls off a cliff, okay? So one way to think about it is Hellmuth is forced to play against people that are essentially trained like AIs. And so to be able to beat, 8 out of 9 of them means that you are playing so orthogonally to what is considered game theory optimal. And you're overlaying human reason. The judgment to say, well, in this spot I should do X, but I'm going to do Y. It's not dissimilar in chess, like what makes Magnus Carlsen so good. Sometimes he takes these weird lines, he'll sacrifice positions, he'll overplay certain positions for certain, bishops versus knights, and all of these spots that are very confusing. And what it does is it throws people off their game. I think he just won a recent online tournament, and it's like by move 6, there is no GTO move for his opponent to make because it's like out of the rule book. Maybe he read some game. I read the quote. It was like he probably read some game in some bar in Russia in 1954, memorized it, and all of a sudden, by 6 moves in, the computer AI is worthless. So that's what makes Hamill great. There is one person that I think is superior. And I think it's what Daniel also said, and I would echo that because I played Phil as well. But Phil Ivey is the most well-rounded, cold-blooded, bloodthirsty enemy. he's just, and he sees into your soul in a way where you're just, oh my God, stop looking at me.
Have you ever played him?
Yeah, we played. He crushes the games. Crushes.
But what does feeling crushed mean and feel like in poker? Is it like that you just can't read at all? You've been constantly pressured. You feel off balance. You try to bluff and the person reads you perfectly. That kind of stuff.
So it's a really, really excellent question because I think this has parallels with a bunch of other things. Okay, let's just use poker as a microcosm to explain a bunch of other systems or games. Maybe it's running a company or investing. Okay, so let's use those 3 examples, but we use poker to explain it. What does success look like? Well, success looks like you have positive expected value. Right? In poker, the simple way to summarize that is your opponent, let's just say you and I are playing, are going to make a bunch of mistakes. There's a bunch of it that's going to be absolutely perfect, and then there's a few spots where you make mistakes. And then there's a bunch of places in the poker game where I play perfectly, and I make a few mistakes. Basically, your mistakes minus my mistakes is the edge, right? That's pure. That's how poker works. If I make fewer mistakes than you make, I will make money and I will win. That is the objective of the game. Translate that into business. You're running a company. You have a team of employees. You have a pool of human capital that's capable of being productive in the world and creating something. But you are going to make mistakes in making that. Maybe it doesn't completely fit the market. Maybe it's mispriced. Maybe it actually doesn't require all of the people that you need, so the margins are wrong. And then there's the competitive set of all the other alternatives that customer has. Their mistakes minus your mistakes is the expected value of Google, Facebook, Apple, etc. Okay? Now take investing. Every time you buy something, somebody else on the other side is selling it to you. Is that their mistake? We don't know yet. But their mistakes minus your mistakes is how you make a lot of money over long periods of time as an investor. Somebody sold you Google at $40 a share. You bought it and you kept it. Huge mistake on their part, minimum mistakes on your part. The difference of that is the money that you make. So life can be summarized in many ways in that way. So the question is, what can you do about other people's mistakes? And the answer is nothing. That is somebody else's game. You can try to influence them. You could try to subvert them. Maybe you plant a spy inside of that other person's company to sabotage them. I guess there are things at the edges that you can do. But my firm belief is that life success really boils down to how do you control your mistakes. Now, this is a bit counterintuitive. The way you control your mistakes is by making a lot of mistakes.
To taking risks.
You have to.
It's somehow
You have to.
a way to minimize the number of mistakes.
Let's just say you want to find love. You want to find something
Go on.
deeply connected.
Yeah.
Do you do that by not going out on dates?
Yes. Sorry.
You're the only person that thinks that's the answer.
No, I'm joking.
No, but you know what I mean? Like, you have to date people. You have to open yourself up. You have to be authentic and, like, you give yourself a chance to get hurt.
Yes.
But you're a good person. So you know what happens when you get hurt? That is actually your mistake. Okay? And if you are inauthentic, that's your mistake. That's a controllable thing in you. You can tell them the truth. who you are and say, here's my pluses and minuses. My point is, there are very few things in life that you can't break down, I think, into that very simple idea. And in terms of your mistakes, society tells you don't make them because we will judge you and we will look down on you. And I think the really successful people realize that actually no, it's the cycle time of mistakes that gets you to success. Because your error rate will diminish the more mistakes that you make. You observe them, you figure out where it's coming from. Is it a psychological thing? Is it a cognitive thing? And then you fix it.
So the implied thing there is that there is in business and investing, in poker and dating and life, is that there's this platonic GTO, game theory optimal thing out there. And so when you say mistakes, you're always comparing to that optimal path you could have taken.
I think slightly different, I would say mistake is maybe a bad proxy, but it's the best proxy I have for learning. But I'm using the language of what society tells you.
Sure, got it.
Society tells you that when you try something and it doesn't work, it's a mistake. So I just use that word because it's the word that resonates most with those people.
Got it.
The real thing that it is learning.
Yeah, it's like in neural networks, it's lost.
Neural networks, it's lost.
Yeah, right. So you're using the mistake that is most, the word that is most understandable, especially by the way people experience it. I guess most of life is a sequence of mistakes. The problem is when you use the word mistake and you think about mistakes, it actually has a counterproductive effect of you becoming conservative in just being risk averse. So that if you flip it and say try to maximize the number of successes, somehow that leads you to take more risk. Mistake scares people.
I think mistakes scare people because society likes these very simplified boundaries of who is winning and who is losing. And they want to reward people who make traditional choices and succeed. But the thing is, what's so corrosive about that is that they're actually not even being put in a position to actually make a quote unquote mistake and fail. So I'll give you, if you look at like getting into an elite school, right? Society rewards you for being in the elite in a way that, in my opinion, incorrectly, doesn't reward you for being in a non-Ivy League school. There's a certain level of status and presumption of intellect and capability that comes with being there. But that system doesn't really have a counterfactual because it's not as if you both go to MIT and Ohio State. And then we can see two versions of Lex Friedman so that we can figure out that the jig is up and there was no difference. Right? And so instead it reinforces this idea that there is no truth-seeking function. There is no way to actually make this thing whole. And so it tells you you have to get in here, and if you don't, your life is over. You've made a huge mistake, or you've failed. And so you have to find different, unique ways of dismantling. This is why, part of what I realized where I got very lucky is I had no friends in high school. I had a few cohort of acquaintances. But part of being so hypervigilant when I grew up was I was so ashamed of that world that I had to live in. I didn't want to bring anyone into it. I could not see myself that anybody would accept me. But the thing with that is that I had no definition of what expectations should be. So they were not guided by the people around me. And so I would escape to define my expectations.
Interesting. But you didn't feel like your dad didn't put you in the prison of expectation? It's like that's, if you have a friend, so the flip side of that, you don't have any other signals. It's very easy to believe, like when you're in a cult.
Well, he was angry. He pushed me. He used me as a mechanism to alleviate his own frustration. And this may sound very crazy, but he also believed it. And so that's what created this weird duality where I was always confused about
that you could be somebody great. He believed that you could be
He did. I didn't
somebody truly
believe
special.
him. because I couldn't reconcile them the other half of the day, those behaviors. But what it allowed me to do was I escaped in my mind, and I found these archetypes around me that were saviors. So, I grew up in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. I grew up right at the point where the telecom boom was happening. Companies like Nortel and Newbridge Networks and Mitel, Bell Northern Research, these were all built in the suburbs of Ottawa. And so there were these larger than life figures, entrepreneurs, Terry Matthews, Michael Copley. And so I thought, I'd be like them. I would read Forbes magazine. I would read Fortune magazine. I would look at the rich people on that list and say, I would be like them. Not knowing that maybe that's not who you wanted to be, but it was a lifeline. And it kept my mind relatively whole because I could direct my ambition in a direction. And so why that's so important, just circling back to this, is I didn't have a group of friends who were like, I'm going to go to community college. I didn't have a group of friends that said, well, the goal is just to go to university, get a simple job, and join the public service, have a good life. And so because I had no expectations and I was so afraid to venture out of my own house, I never saw what middle class life was like. And so I never aspired to it. Now, if I was close to it, I probably would have aspired to it because my parents in their best year made 32,000 Canadian together. And if you're trying to raise a family of 5 people on $32,000, it's a complicated job. And most of the time, they were probably making 20 something. And I was working since I was 14. So I knew that our station was not the destination. We had to get out. But because I didn't have an obvious place, it's not like I had a best friend whose house I was going to, and I saw some normal functional home. If I had had that in this weird way, I would have aspired to it.
What was the worst job you had to do?
The best job, but the worst job, was I worked at Burger King when I was 14 years old, and I would do the closing shift. And that was from like 6 p.m. till about 2 in the morning. And in Ontario, where I live, Ottawa borders Quebec. In Ontario, the drinking age is 19. You can see where I'm going with this. And the drinking age in Quebec is 18. And that year made all the difference to all these kids. Mm-hmm. And so they would go get completely drunk. They would come back. They would come to the Burger King. You would see all these kids who went to high school. Can you imagine how mortifying it is? You're working there and just get up. And they would light that place on fire. Vomit everywhere, puking, pooing, peeing. And when the thing shuts down at 1 o'clock, you got to clean that all up. All of it. Changing the garbage, taking it out. It was and it really teaches you, okay, I do not like this job. I don't want it.
But it's funny that didn't push you towards the stability and the security of the middle class. I
didn't have any good examples of that. I didn't have those around me. I was so ashamed. I could have never built a relationship where I could have seen those interactions go on. And so my desires were framed by these 2 random rich people that lived in my town who I'd never met. And what I read in magazines were people like Bill Gates and
You were an early senior executive at Facebook during a period of a lot of scaling in company history. I mean, it's actually a fascinating period of human history in terms of technology. Well, in terms of human civilization, honestly. What did you learn from that time about what it takes to build and scale a successful tech company? A company that has almost immeasurable impact on the world.
that was an incredible moment in time because everything was so new. To your point, like even how the standards of Web 2.0 at that time were being defined, we were defining. I think if you look in sort of if you search in the patents, patent library, there's a bunch of these patents that like memes that have like random things like cookies, or like cross-site JavaScript, like all these crazy things that are just like these duh kind of ideas in 2023. We had to invent our way around. How do websites communicate with each other? How do we build in the cloud versus in a data center? How do we actually have high-performance systems?
You mentioned data science, the term. The idea.
We invented this. I invented this thing called data scientist because we had a PhD from Google that refused to join because he got a job offer that says data analyst. And so he said, "How am I a scientist?" Because he was a PhD in particle physics. So he really, he was a scientist. I said, "Great, you're a scientist. You
That launched a discipline.
that launched a
I mean,
discipline."
the term, looks really vague in the name, but yeah, sometimes the words like this can launch entire fields, and it did in that case. And you didn't. I mean, I guess at that time you didn't anticipate the impact of machine learning and the entirety of this whole process, because you need machine learning to have both ads and recommender systems to have the feed for the social network.
Exactly right. The first real scaled version of machine learning was this thing that Facebook introduced called PYMK, which is People Human Interaction. And the simple idea was that, can we initiate a viral mechanic inside the application? So you log in, we grab your credentials, we go to your email inbox, we harvest your address book, we do a compare, we make some guesses, and we start to present other people that you may actually know that may not be in your address book. Really simple, a couple joins of some tables, whatever. And it started to just go crazy. And the number of people that you were creating this density and entropy inside this social graph with what was some really simple basic math. And that was eye-opening. And what it led us down this path of is really understanding the power of all this machine learning. And so that infused itself into newsfeed, and how the content that you saw could be tailored to who you were and the type of person that you were. So there was a moment in time that all of this stuff was so new. How do you translate the app to multiple languages? How do you launch the company in all of these countries?
How much of it is just kind of stumbling into things, using your best first principles gut thinking, and how much is it 5, 10, 15, 20-year vision? How much was thinking about the future of the internet and the metaverse and humanity? Because the news feed sounds trivial.
I'll say something
but that's changes everything.
Well, you have to remember, news feed was named, and we had this thing where we would just name things what they were. And at the time, all of these other companies, and if you go back into the Wayback Machine, you can see this. People would invent, an MP3 player, and they would come up with some crazy name, or they would invent a software product and come up with a crazy name, right? And it sounded like the pharma industry, Blocazimab, tag your best friends.
Yeah.
And you think, what is this? This makes no sense. And this was Zuck's thing. He was like, well, this is a feed of news, so we're going to call it news feed. This is where you tag your photos, so we're going to call that photo tag. I mean, literally, pretty obvious stuff. So the way that those things came about, though, was very experimental. And this is where I think it's really important for people to understand. I think Bezos explains this the best. There is a tendency after things work to create a narrative fallacy because it feeds your ego. And you want to have been the person that saw it coming. And I think it's much more honest to say we were very good probabilistic thinkers that tried to learn as quickly as possible, meaning to make as many mistakes as possible. If you look at this very famous platform that Facebook had from back in the day, what did it say? It said, move fast and break things. In societal language, that's saying make mistakes as quickly as you can. Because the minute you break something, you don't do that by design. It's not a feature. Theoretically, it's a bug. But he understood that, and we embraced that. I used to run this meeting once a week where the whole goal was I want to see that there was 1,000 experiments that were run and show me them all, from the dumbest to the most impactful. And we would go through that loop of what did it train people? Not that you got celebrated for the right answer, but you got celebrated for trying. I ran 12 experiments, 12 failed, and we'd be like, you're the best.
Can I just take a small tangent on that? Is that move fast and break things has become a catchphrase of thing that embodies the toxic culture of Silicon Valley in today's discourse, which confuses me. Of course, words and phrases get sort of captured.
It becomes very reductive. That's a very loaded set of words that together can be, many years later, people can view very reductive.
You steel man each side of that. So
Yeah,
pro move fast and break things, and against
yeah,
move fast
absolutely.
and break things.
So I think the pro of move fast and break things is saying the following. There's a space of things we know and a massive space of things we don't know. And there's a rate of growth of the things we know, but the rate of growth of the things we don't know is actually, we have to assume, growing faster. So the most important thing is to move into the space of the things we don't know as quickly as possible. And so in order to acquire knowledge, we're going to assume that the failure mode is the nominal state. And so we just need to move as quickly as we can, break as many things as possible, which means like things are breaking in code, do the root cause analysis, figure out how to make things better, and then rapidly move into the space. And he or she who moves fastest into that space will win.
It doesn't imply carelessness, right? It doesn't imply moving fast without also aggressively picking up the lesson from the mistakes you make.
Well, again, that's steel manning the pro, which is it's a thoughtful movement around velocity and acquisition of knowledge. Now let's steel man the contrast. When these systems become big enough, there is no more room to experiment in an open-ended way because the implications have broad societal impacts that are not clear upfront. So let's take a different, less controversial example. If we said, Lipitor worked well for all people except South Asians, and there's a specific immunoresponse that we can iterate to, and if we move quickly enough, we can run 10,000 experiments, and we think the answer is in that space. Well, the problem is that those 10,000 experiments may kill 10 million people. So you have to move methodically. When that drug was experimental, and it wasn't being given to 500 million people in the world, moving fast made sense because you could have a pig model, a mouse model, a monkey model, you could figure out toxicity, but we picked all that locally. And so now these small iterations have huge impacts that need to be measured and implemented. Different example is like, if you work at Boeing and you have an implementation that gives you a 2% efficiency by reshaping the wing or adding winglets, there needs to be a methodical move slow, be right process, because mistakes, when they compound, when it's already implemented and at scale, have huge externalities that are impossible to measure until after the fact. And you see this in the 737 MAX. So that's how one would steel man the Kant case, which is that when an industry becomes critical, you got to slow down.
This makes me sad because some industries, like Twitter and Facebook, are a good example. They achieve scale very quickly before really exploring the big area of things to learn. So you basically pick one low-hanging fruit, and that became your huge success, and now you're sitting there with that stupid fruit.
Well, so you're I think, so as an example, like, if you had to, if I was running Facebook, the big opportunity, in my opinion, was really not the metaverse, but it was actually getting the closest that anybody could get to AGI. And if I had to steel man that product piece, here's how I would have pitched it to the board and design. I would have said, listen, there are 3.5 billion people monthly using this thing. If we think about human intelligence very reductively, we would say that there's a large portion of it which is cognitive, and then there's a large portion of it which is emotional. We have the best ability to build a multimodal model that basically takes all of these massive inputs together to try to intuit how a system would react to all kinds of stimuli. That, to me, would have been a profound leap forward for humanity.
Can you dig into that a little bit more? So, in terms of, now this is a board meeting, How would that make Facebook money?
I think that you have all of these systems over time that that we don't know could benefit from um, some layer of reasoning to make it better. Um, what does Spotify look like when instead of just a very simple recommendation engine, it actually understands sort of your emotional context and your mood and can move you to a body of music that you like? What does it look like if, your television, instead of having to go on channels for, 50,000 shows on the 4th of July, you know, instead just has a sense of what you're into and shows it to you? What does it mean when you get in your car and it actually drives you to a place because you should actually eat there even though you don't know it? These are all random things that make no sense a priori, but it starts to make the person or the provider of that service the critical reasoning layer for all these everyday products that today would look very flat without that reasoning. And I think you license that and you make a lot of money. So in many ways, instead of becoming more of the pixels that you see, you've become more of the bare metal that actually creates that experience. And if you look at the companies that are multi-decade legacy kinds of businesses, the thing that they have done is quietly and surreptitiously move down the stack. You never move up the stack to survive. You need to move down the stack. So if you take that OSI reference stack, right, these layers, how you build an app from the physical layer to the transport layer all the way up to the app layer, you can map from the 1980s all the big companies that have been created, right? All the way from Fairchild Semiconductor, NatSemi, to Intel, to Cisco, to Recom, Oracle, Netscape at one point, all the way up to the Googles and Facebooks. But if you look at where all the locking happened, it's by companies like Apple, who used to make software, saying, I'm going to get one close, I'm going to make the bare metal, and I'm going to become the platform. Or Google, same thing. I'm going to create this dominant platform, and I'm going to create a substrate that organizes all this information. That's just omnipresent and everywhere. So the key is, if you are lucky enough to be one of these apps that are in front of people, you better start digging quickly and moving your way down and get out of the way and disappear. But by disappearing, you will become much, much bigger, and it's impossible to usurp you.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. That's why you're so smart. This is the deep personalization and the algorithms that enable depersonalization, almost like an operating system layer. So pushing away from the interface and the actual system that does the personalization. I think the challenge is there. There's obviously technical challenges, but there's also societal challenges that it's like in a relationship. If you have an intimate algorithmic connection with individual humans, you can do both good and bad. And so there's risks that you're taking. You can, so if you're making a lot of money now as Twitter and Facebook with ads, surface layer ads, what is the incentive to take the risk of guiding people more? Because you can hurt people, you can piss off people, you can, there's a cost to forming a more intimate relationship with the users in the short term.
You said a really, really key thing, which is a really great emotional, instinctive reaction, which is when I said the AGI thing, you said, well, how do you ever make money from that? That is the key. The presumption is that this thing would not be an important thing at the beginning. And I think what that allows you to do, if you were Twitter or Google or Apple or Facebook, anybody, Microsoft, embarking on building something like this, is that you can actually have it off the critical path. And you can experiment with this for years if that's what it takes to find a version one that is special enough where it's worth showcasing. And so in many ways, you get the free option. You're going to be spending, any of these companies will be spending tens of billions of dollars in OPEX and CAPEX every year on all kinds of stuff. It is not a thing that money actually makes more likely to succeed. In fact, you actually don't need to give these kinds of things a lot of money at all, because starting in 2023, right now, you have the two most important tectonic shifts that have ever happened in our lifetime in technology. They're not talked about, but these things allow AGI, I think, to emerge over the next 10 or 15 years where it wasn't possible for. The first thing is that the marginal cost of energy is zero. You're not going to pay for anything, right? And we can double click into why that is. And the second is the marginal cost of compute is zero. And so when you take the multiplication, or if you want to get really fancy mathematically, the convolution of these two things together, it's going to change everything. So think about what $1 billion gets today, and we can use OpenAI as an example. $1 billion gets OpenAI a handful of functional models and a pretty fast iterative loop, right? But imagine what OpenAI had to overcome. They had to overcome a compute challenge. They had to strip together a whole bunch of GPUs. They had to build all kinds of scaffolding software. They had to find data center support. That consumes all kinds of money. So that $1 billion didn't go that far. So it's a testament to how clever that OpenAI team is. But in 4 years from now, when energy costs zero and basically GPUs are they're falling off the truck, and you can use them effectively for free, now all of a sudden $1 billion gives you some amount of teraflops of compute that is probably the total number of teraflops available today. Like, that's how gargantuan this move is when you take these two variables to zero.
There's like a million things to ask. I almost don't want to get distracted by the marginal cost of energy going to zero, because I have no idea what you're talking about there. It's
I'm
fascinating.
going to give you the 30 seconds.
Sure.
Okay. So if you look inside of the three most progressive states, New York, California, Massachusetts, a lot of left-leaning folks, a lot of people who believe in climate science and climate change, the energy costs in those three states are the worst they are in the entire country. And energy is compounding at 3 to 4% per annum. So every decade for 15 years, energy costs in these states double. In some cases and in some months, our energy costs are increasing by 11% a month. But the ability to actually generate energies is now effectively zero. The cost per kilowatt hour to put a solar panel on your roof and battery wall inside your garage is the cheapest it's ever been. These things are the most efficient they've ever been. And so to acquire energy from the sun and store it for your use later on literally is a zero cost proposition.
So how do you explain the gap between the cost going?
Great question. So this is the other side of regulatory capture, right? We all fight to build monopolies. Well, there are monopolies hiding in plain sight. The utilities are a perfect example. There are 100 million homes in America. There are about 1,700 utilities in America. So they have captive markets. But in return for that captive market, the law says you need to invest a certain amount per year in upgrading that power line, in changing out that turbine, in making sure you transition from coal to wind or whatever. Just as an example, upgrading power lines in the United States over the next decade is a $2 trillion proposition. These 1,700 organizations have to spend, I think it's $250 billion a year just to change the power line. That is why, even though it costs nothing to make energy, you are paying double every 7 or 8 years. It's CapEx and OpEx of a very brittle old infrastructure. It's like you trying to build an app and being forced to build your own data center. You say, oh wait, I just want to write to AWS. I just want to use GCP. I just want to move on. All that complexity is solved for you. And some law says, no, you can't. You got to use it. So that's what consumers are dealing with, but it's also what industrial and manufacturing organizations, it's what we all deal with.
So how do we get rid of ourselves of this old infrastructure?
So the thing that's happening today, which I think is, this is why I think it's the most important trend right now in the world, is that 100 million homeowners are each going to become their own little power plant and compete with these 1,700 utilities. And that is
the United States or global?
Just deal with the United States for a second, because I think it's easier to see here. 100 million homes, solar panel on the roof, and by the way, just make it clear, the sun doesn't need to shine, right? These panels now work where you have these UV bands that can actually extrapolate beyond the visible spectrum, so they're usable in all weather conditions. And a simple system can support you collecting enough power, not just run your functional day-to-day life, but then to contribute what's left over back into the grid for Google's data center or Facebook's data center, where you get a small check. The cost is going to zero.
How obvious is this to people? You're making it sound okay. So, because this is a pretty profound prediction, if the cost is indeed going to zero, that I mean the cost of compute going to zero, I can
So the cost of compute going to zero is
kind of understand, but the energy seems like a radical prediction of yours.
Well, it's just naturally what's happening right now. Now let me give you a different way of explaining this. If you look at any system, there's a really important thing that happens. It's what Clay Christensen calls crossing the chasm. If you explained it numerically, here's how I would explain it to us. If you introduce a disruptive product, typically what happens is the first 3 to 5% of people are these zealous believers, and they ignore all the logical reasons why this product doesn't make any sense, because they believe in the proposition of the future of the day. The problem is at 5%. If you want a product to get to mass market, you have one of two choices, which is you either bring the cost down low enough, or the feature set becomes so compelling that even at a high price. An example of the latter is the iPhone. The iPhone today, the 14 iPhone, costs more than the original iPhone. It's probably doubled in price over the last 14 or 15 years, but we view it as an essential element of what we do in our daily lives. It turns out that battery EVs and solar panels are an example of it, because people like President Biden, with all of these subsidies, have now introduced so much money for people to just do this, where it is a money-making proposition for 100 million homes. And what you're seeing as a result are all of these companies who want to get in front of that trend. Why? Because they want to own the relationship with 100 million homeowners. They want to manage the power infrastructure. Amazon, Home Depot, Lowe's, you can just name the company. So if you do that and you control that relationship, they're going to show you, for example, Amazon will probably say, if you're a member of Prime, we'll stick the panels on your house for free. We'll do all the work for you for free. And it's just a feature of being a member of Prime. And we'll manage all that energy for you. It makes so much sense, and it is mathematically accretive for Amazon to do that. It's not accretive for the existing energy because they get blown up. It's extremely accretive for peace and prosperity. If you think the number of wars we fight over natural resources, get them all off the table if you don't need energy for a burn. There's no reason to fight. You'd have to find a reason to fight. There'd be a moral reason to fight, but the last number of wars that we fought were not as much rooted in morality as they were rooted in.
Yeah, it feels like they were very much rooted in conflict over resources, energy specifically.
And sorry, just the last thing I want to say, I keep it with the chips. What people want to say is that, now that we're at 2 and 3 nanometer scale for typical kind of like transistor feed, we're done. And, forget about transistor density, forget about Moore's law, it's over. And I would just say, no, look at teraflops. And really, teraflops is the combination of CPUs, but much, much less important, and really is the combination of ASICs, so application-specific ICs, and GPUs. And so you put the two together. I mean, if I gave you $1 billion 5 years from now, the amount of damage you could do with damage in a good way, in terms of building racks and racks of GPUs, the kind of models that you could build, training sets, and the data that you could consume to solve a problem. It's enough to do something really powerful, whereas today it's not yet done.
There's this really interesting idea that you talk about in terms of Facebook and Twitter that's connected to this, that if you were running sort of Twitter or Facebook, that you would move them all to like AWS. So you would have somebody else do the compute infrastructure. It probably, if you can explain that reasoning, means that you believe in this idea of energy going to zero, compute going to zero, so let people that are optimized in that do the best job.
And I think that's so initially in the early 2000s and the beginning of the 2010s, if you were big enough scale. Oh, sorry, everybody was building rooms. Then between 2010 to 2020, really the idea was everybody should be on AWS except the biggest of the biggest folks. I think in the 2020s and 30s, I think the answer is actually everybody should be these public clouds. And the reason is the engineering velocity of the guts. So, take a simple example, which is, we have not seen a massive iteration in database design until Snowflake, right? I think maybe Postgres was like the last big turn of the dial. And why is that? I don't exactly know, except that everybody that's on AWS and everybody that's on GCP and Azure gets to now benefit from $100+ billion of aggregate market cap, rapidly iterating, making mistakes, fixing, solving, learning, and that is a best-in-class industry now, right? Then there's going to be all these AI layers around analytics so that app companies can make better decisions. All of these things will allow you to build more nimble organizations because you'll have this federated model of development. I'll take these things off the shelf. Maybe I'll roll my own stitching over here. Because the thing that where you make money is still for most people and how the apps provision and experience to a user. And everybody else can make a lot of money just servicing them. So they work in a really, they play well together in the sandbox. So in the future, everybody just should be. It doesn't make sense for anybody, I don't think, because, if you were to roll your own data, for example, like Google for a long time had these massive leaps where they had GFS and big data. Those are really good in the 2000s and 2010s. And this is not just throw shade at Google. Very hard for whatever exists that is the progeny of GFS and big table to be anywhere near as good as $100 billion industries attempt to build that stack. And you're putting your organization under enormous pressure to be that good.
I guess the implied risk taken there is that you could become the next AWS, like Tesla doing some of the compute in-house. I guess the bet there is that you can become the next AWS for the new wave of computation if that kind of computation is different. So if it's machine learning, I don't know if anyone's won that battle yet, which is machine learning centric.
Well, I think that software has a very powerful property in that there's a lot of things that can happen asynchronously, so that real-time inference can be actually really lightweight code deployment. And that's why I think you can have a very federated ecosystem inside of all of these places. Tesla is very different because in order to build the best car, it's kind of like trying to build the best iPhone, which is that you need to control it all the way down to the bare metal in order to do it. And that's just not possible if you're trying to be a systems integrator, which is what everybody other than this modern generation of car companies have been. And they've done a very good job of that, but it won't be the experience that allows you to bring to the next thing.
So let's linger on this social media thing. So if you said if you ran Facebook for a day, let's extend that. If you were to build a new social network today, how would you fix Twitter? How would you fix social media? If you want to answer a different question, is if you were Elon Musk, somebody you know, and you were taking over Twitter, what would you fix?
I thought about this a little bit. First of all, let me give you a background. I wouldn't actually build a social media company at all. And the answer is, the reasoning is the following. I really tend to believe, as you've probably gotten a sense, of sort of patterns and probabilities. And if you said to me, Trump, probabilistically answer where are we going in apps and social experiences, what I would say is we spent the first decade building platforms and getting them to scale. And if you want to think about it, again, back to sort of this poker analogy, others' mistakes minus your mistakes is the value. Well, the value that was captured was trillions of dollars, essentially to Apple and to Google. And they did that by basically attracting billions of monthly active users to their platform. Then this next wave were the apps. Facebook, QQ, Tencent, TikTok, Twitter, Snapchat, that whole panoply of apps. And interestingly, they were in many ways an atomized version of the platforms, right? They sat on top of them. They were an ecosystem participant, but the value they created was the same. Trillions of dollars of enterprise value, billions of monthly active users. Well, there's an interesting phenomenon that's kind of hiding in plain sight, which is that the next most obvious atomic unit are content creators. Now, let me give you two examples. Lex Friedman, this random crazy guy, Mr. Beast, Jimmy Donaldson, just the two of you alone, add it up, okay? And you guys are going to approach in the next 5 years 1 billion people. The only thing that you guys haven't figured out yet is how to capture trillions of dollars of value. Now, maybe you don't want to, and maybe that's not your stated mission.
Right. But let's just look at this piece alone, because he is trying to do that.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy is going to build an enormous business. But if you take Jimmy and all of the other content creators, right, you guys are atomizing what the apps have done. You're providing your own curated news feeds. You're providing your own curated communities. You let people move in and out of these things in a very lightweight way, and value is accruing to you. So the honest answer to your question is I would focus on the content creator side of things, because I believe that's where the puck is going. That's a much more important shift in how we all consume information, content, and are entertained. It's through brands like you, individual people that we can humanize and understand, are the filter.
But aren't you just arguing against the point you made earlier, which is what you recommend is the investment in the AGI, the depersonalization?
Because they could still be a participant in that end state. If that happens, you have the option value of being an enabler, right? You can help improve what they do. Again, you can be this bare metal service provider where you can be a tax.
Yeah.
Right? You can participate in everything that you do, every question that's asked, every comment that's curated. If you could have more intelligence as you provide a service to your fans and your audience, you would probably pay a small percentage of that revenue. I suspect all content creators do. And so it's that stack of services that is like a smart human being. It's like, how do you help produce this information? You would pay a producer for that. I mean, maybe you would. So back to your question. So what would I do? I think that you have to move into that world pretty aggressively. I think that right now you first have to solve what is broken inside of these social networks. And I don't think it's a technical problem. So just to put it out there, I don't think it's it's one where there are these nefarious organizations. That happens. We're gating XYZ, that happens. But the real problem is a psychological one that we're dealing with, which is people, through a whole set of situations, have lost belief in themselves. And I think that comes up as this very virulent form of rejection that they've tried to put into these social networks. So if you look inside of comments on anything, like you could have a person that says on Twitter, "I saved this dog from a fiery building," and there would be negative comments. And you're like, well, again, put yourself in their shoes. How do I steel man their case? I do this all the time. I get people throw shade at me. I'm like, okay, well, let me steel man their point of view. And the best that I can come up with is, I'm working really hard over here. I'm trying. I played by all the rules that were told to me. I played well. I played fairly. And I am not being rewarded in a system of value that you recognize. And that is making me mad. And now I need to cope and I need to vent. So back in the day, my dad used to drink. He would make me go get things to hit me with. Today, you go to Twitter, you start off, you try to deal with the latent anger that you feel. So a social network has to be designed, in my opinion, to solve that psychological corner case, because it is what makes a network unusable. To get real density, you have to find a way of moving away from that toxicity, because it ruins a product experience. You could have the best pixels in the world, but if people are virulently spitting into their keyboards, other people are just going to say, you know what, I'm done with this. doesn't make me feel good. So the social network has to have a social cost. You can do it in a couple ways. One is where you have real world identity. But then there's a cost to being virulent, and there's a cost to being hostile. A second way is to actually just overlay an economic framework so that there's a more pertinent economic value that you assign to basically scouting off. And the more you want to spend, the more you can save. And I think both have a lot of value. I don't know what the right answer is. I tend to like the latter. I think real world identity shuts down a lot of debate because there's still too much, there's a sensation that there'll be some retribution. I think there's more free speech over there, but it cannot be costless. Because in that, there's a level of toxicity that just makes these products unusable.
Third option, and by the way, all these can work together. If we look at this, what you call the corner case, which is hilarious, what I would call the human condition, which is, that anger is rooted with the challenges of life. And what about having an algorithm that shows you what you see, that's personalized to you, and helps you maximize your personal growth in the long term, such that you're challenging yourself, you're improving, you're learning. There's just enough of criticism to keep you on your toes, but just enough of like the dopamine rush to keep you entertained, and finding that balance for each individual person.
You just described an AGI of a very empathetic, all-rounded friend.
Yes, exactly. And then you can throw that person, even anonymous, into a pool of discourse, and they would be better.
You're absolutely. That's a very, very, very elegant thing to say.
You're absolutely. But like you said, the AGI might be a few years away, but that's a huge investment. Like my concern, my gut feeling is this thing we're calling AGI is actually not that difficult to build technically, but it requires a certain culture, and it requires a certain risks to be taken.
I think you could reductively boil down the human intellect into cognition and emotion. And, depending on who you are, depending on the moment, they're weighted very differently, obviously. Cognition is so easily done by computers that we should assume that that's a solved problem. So our differentiation is the reasoning part. It's the emotional overlay. It's the empathy. It's the ability to steelman the opposite person's cases and feel why that person, you can forgive them without excusing what they did, as an example. That is a very difficult thing, I think, to capture in software, but I think it's a matter of when, not if.
If done crudely, it takes a form of censorship, just banning people off the platform. Let me ask you some tricky questions. Do you think Trump should have been removed from Twitter?
No.
What's the pro case? I'm having fun here. He's still man good side.
Yeah. Let's steelman to get him off the platform. Here we have a guy who is virulent in all ways. He promotes confrontation. He lacks decorum. He incites the fervent believers of his cause to act up and push the boundaries, bordering on and potentially even including breaking the law. He does not observe the social norms of a society that keep us well functioning, including an orderly transition of power. If he is left in a moment where he feels trapped and cornered, he could behave in ways that will confuse the people that believe in him, to act in ways that they so regret that it could bring our democracy to an end, or create so much damage or create a wound that's so deep, it will take years of conflict and years of confrontation to heal it. We need to remove him, and we need to do it now. It's been too long, we let it go. The other side of the argument would be he was a duly elected person whose views have been run over for way too long, And he uses the ability to say extreme things in order to showcase how corrupt these systems have become and how insular these organizations are in protecting their own class. And so, if you really want to prevent class warfare, and if you really want to keep the American dream alive for everybody, we need to show that the First Amendment, the Constitution, the Second Amendment, all of this infrastructure is actually bigger than any partisan view, no matter how bad it is. And that people will make their own decisions. And there are a lot of people that can see past the words he uses and focus on the substance of what he's trying to get across and more generally agree than disagree. And so when you silence that voice, what you're effectively saying is this is a rigged game. And all of those things that we were told were not true are actually true.
If you were to look at the crude algorithms of Twitter, of course, I don't have any insider knowledge, but I can imagine that they saw let's say there's a metric that measures how negative the experience is of the platform. And they probably saw in several ways, if you look at this, that the presence of Donald Trump on the platform was consistently increasing how shitty people are feeling, short term and long term, because they're probably yelling at each other, having worse and worse experience. If you even do a survey of how do you feel about using this platform over the last week, they would say horrible relative to maybe a year ago when Donald Trump was not actively tweeting or so. So here you're sitting at Twitter and saying, okay, I know everyone's talking about speech and all that kind of stuff, but I kind of want to build a platform where people are happy. And we're becoming more and more unhappy. How do I solve this happiness problem? Well, let's ban let's ban the sources of the unhappiness. Now we can't just say you're a source of unhappiness, so we ban you. Let's wait until that source says something that we can claim breaks our rules, like incites violence or so on.
That would work if you could measure your construct of happiness properly. The problem is that what Twitter looked at were active commenters that got it confused for overall system happiness. Yes. Because for every piece of content that's created on the internet, of the 100 people that consume it, maybe 1 or 2 people comment on it. And so by over-amplifying that signal and assuming that it was the plurality of people, that's where they actually made a huge blunder. Because there was no scientific method, I think, to get to the answer of deplatforming it. And it did expose this idea that it's a bit of a rigged game and that there are these deep biases that some of these organizations have to opinions that are counter to theirs, to their orthodox view.
So in general, you lean towards keeping, first of all, presidents on the platform, but also controversial voices.
All the time. I think it's really important to keep them there.
Let me ask you a tricky one in the recent news. It's become especially relevant for me. What do you think about, if you've been paying attention to Kanye West releasing controversial outbursts on social media about Jews, Black people, racism in general, slavery, Holocaust, all these topics that he touched on in different ways on different platforms, but including Twitter. What do you do with that? And like, what do you do with that from a platform perspective? What do you do from a humanity perspective of how to add love to the world?
Let's we take both sides of it.
Sure.
Option 1 is he is completely out of line, and option 2 is he's not. Just essentially.
Sure. Right.
Yeah. So the path 1 is he's an incredibly important case maker in the world that defines the belief system for a lot of people. And there just is no room for any form of racism or bias or anti-Semitism in today's day and age, particularly by people whose words and comments will be amplified around the world. You've already paid a large price for that, and then the expectation of success is some amount of societal decorum that keeps moving the ball forward. The other side would say life, I think, goes from harmony to disharmony to repair. And anybody who has gone through a very complicated divorce will tell you that in that moment, your life is extremely disharmonious and you are struggling to cope. And because he is famous, we are seeing a person really struggling in a moment that may need help. And we owe it to him, not for what he said, because that stuff isn't excusable, but we owe it to him to help him in a way, and particularly his friends. And if he has real friends, hopefully what they see is that. What I see on the outside looking in is a person that is clearly strong.
Can I ask you like a human question? I know it's outside looking in, but there's several questions I want to ask. So one is about the pain of going through a divorce and having kids and all that kind of stuff. And two, when you're rich and powerful and famous, I don't know, maybe you can enlighten me to which is the most corruptive. But how do you know who are the friends to trust? So a lot of the world is calling Kanye insane, or like has mental illness, all that kind of stuff. So how do you have friends close to you that say something like that message, but from a place of love and where they actually care for you, as opposed to trying to get you to shut up? The reason I ask all those questions, I think, if you care about the guy, how do you help him?
Right. I've been through a divorce. It's gut-wrenching. The most horrible part is having to tell your kids. I can't even describe to you how proud I am of how resilient these three beautiful little creatures were when my ex-wife and I had to sit them down and talk through it. And for that thing, I'll be just so protective of them, so proud of them. It's hard. Now, I don't know that that's what he went through, but it doesn't matter. In that moment, there's no fame, there's no money, there's nothing. There's just the raw intimacy of a nuclear family breaking up, and that there is a death, and it's the death of that idea, and that is extremely, extremely profound. Its impact, especially in children. It is really hard, really hard.
Could you have seen yourself, the way you see the world, being clouded, especially at first, to where you would make poor decisions outside of that nuclear family? So like poor business decisions, poor tweeting decisions, poor
I think that
writing decisions.
if I had to boil down a lot of those, what I would say is that there are moments in my life, Lex, where I have felt meaningfully less than. And in those moments, the loop that I would fall into is I would look to cope and be seen by other people. So I would throw away all of the work I was doing around my own internal validation. And I would try to say something or do something that would get the attention of others. And oftentimes, when that loop was unproductive, it's because those things had really got the consequences. So, that was yeah. So yeah, I went through that as well. So I had to go through, this disharmonious phase in my life, and then to I had the benefit of meeting someone and building a relationship, block by block, where there was just enormous accountability. Where the partner not has just incredible empathy, accountability. And so she can put herself in my shoes sometimes when I'm a really tough person to be around, but then she doesn't let me off the hook. She can forgive me, but it doesn't make what I may have said or whatever, excusable. And that's been really helpful for me. It's helped me repair my relationships, be a better parent, be a better friend to my ex-wife, who's a beautiful woman, who I love deeply. will always love her. And it took me a few years to see that it was just a chapter that had come to an end, but she's an incredible mother and an incredible businesswoman. I'm so thankful that I've had two incredible women in my life. That's like a blessing.
But it's hard. It's hard to find a person that has that. A lot of stuff you say is pretty profound, but having that person who has empathy and accountability. So basically, that's ultimately what great friendship is, which is people that love you, have empathy for you, but can also call you out on your bullshit.
She's a LeBron James-like figure, and the reason I say that is I've seen and met so many people. I've seen the distribution on the scale of friendship and empathy.
She's the LeBron James of friendship.
She's a goat. Well, what's so funny is, like, we have a dinner around poker, and it's taken on a life of its own, mostly because of her, because these guys look to her. And I'm like, whoa. She's thinking, like, her registers are already full. She's doing all kinds of crap with me. But it's a very innate skill, and it's paired with, it's not just an emotional, meaning she's the person that I make all my decisions with. These decisions we're making together as a team. I've never understood that. There's that African proverb, like, go fast, go alone, go far, go together. And like, since I was born, I was by myself. And I had to cope. And I didn't have a good toolkit to use into the world. And in these last 5 or 6 years, she's helped me. And at first, my toolkit was literally like sticks, And then I found a way to, she helped me sharpen a little rock. That became a little knife. Even that was crap. And then she showed me fire, and then I forged a knife. And that's what it feels like. Where now this toolkit is like most average people. And I feel humbled to be average because I was down here on the ground. So it's made all these things more reasonable. So I see what comes from having deep, profound friendships and love to help you through these critical moments. I have another friend who I would say just completely unabashedly loves this guy, Rabbi. He doesn't hold me accountable, which I love. Like, I could say I killed a homeless person. He's like, I think that was just, whereas now it'd be like, that was not good, what you just did. So, but I have both. I mean, I have Nat every day. Rob, I don't talk to that often, but to have two people. But I have zero. I think most people, unfortunately, have zero. So I think, like, what he needs is somebody to just listen. You don't have to put a label on these things. And you just have to try to guide in these very unique moments where you can just, like, de-escalate what is going on in your mind. And I suspect what's going on in his mind, to play armchair quarterback, I don't know, is that he's in a moment where he just feels lower. And we all do it. We've all had these moments where we don't know how to get attention. And if you didn't grow up in a healthy environment, you may go to a negative way to get attention. And it's not to excuse it, but it's to understand it.
That's so profound. Feeling less than, and at those low points, going externally to find it, and maybe creating conflict and scandal to get that attention.
The way that my doctor explained it to me is you have to think about your self-worth like a knot. It's inside of a very complicated set of knots. It's like some people don't have these knots. It's just presented to you. But for some of us, because of the way we grow up, it's covered in all these knots. So the whole goal is to loosen those knots. And it happens slowly, it happens unpredictably, and it takes a long time. And so while you're doing that, you are going to have moments where when you feel less than, you're not prepared to look inside and say, actually, here's how I feel about myself. It's pretty cool. I'm happy with where I'm at.
I have to ask, on the topic of friendship, you do an amazing podcast called All In Podcast. People should stop listening to this and go listen to that. You just did your 100th episode. I mean, it's one of my favorite podcasts. It's incredible. For the the technical and the human psychological wisdom that you guys constantly give, and in the way you analyze the world, but also just the chemistry between you. You're clearly there's a tension and there's a camaraderie that's all laid out on the table. So I don't know the two Davids that well, but I have met Jason. What do you love about it?
I'll give you a little psychological breakdown.
Sure.
Just my opinion.
Yeah.
And I love you.
Would they agree with your psychological breakdown?
I don't know. I think that what I would say about Jay Cal is he is unbelievably loyal to no end. And, he's like any of those movies which are about like the mafia or whatever, where like, something bad's going on and you need somebody to show up. That's Jay Cal.
So if you killed the said proverbial homeless person, he would be right there to help you. Yeah.
But he's the one that will defend you in every way, shape, or form, even if it's doesn't make sense in that moment. He doesn't see that as an action of whether it'll solve the problem. He sees that as an act of devotion to you, your friend. And that's an incredible gift that he gives us. The other side of it is that, Jay Cal needs to learn how to trust that other people love him back as much as he loves us. And that's where he makes mistakes, because he assumes that he's not as lovable as the rest of us. But he's infinitely more lovable than he understands. You have to see so he is unbelievably funny. I cannot tell you how funny this guy is. Next level funny.
Yeah, his timing, everything,
charm, the care he takes. So he is as lovable, but he doesn't believe himself to be. And that manifests itself in areas of brass,
which makes it for a very pleasant listening space. Okay, so what about the two Davids? David Sachs and David Friedberg.
David Sachs is the one that I would say I have the most emotional connection with. He and I can go a year without talking, and then we'll talk for 4 hours straight, and then we know where we are, and we have this ability to pick up and have a level of intimacy with each other. And I think that's just because I've known David for so long now. That I find really comforting. And then Friedberg is this person who I think, similar to me, had a very turbulent upbringing, has fought through it to build an incredible life for himself. And I have this enormous respect for his journey. I don't particularly care about his outcomes, to be honest, but I look at that guy and I think that he did it. And so if I didn't do it, I would be glad that he did it, if it makes any sense. And you can see that he feels like his entire responsibility is really around his kids. And just kind of give a better counterfactual. And sometimes I think he gets that right and wrong, but he's a very special man.
On that show, the two of you have a very kind of, from a geopolitics perspective, I don't know, there's just a very effective way to think deeply about the world, the big picture of the world.
He's a very systems level thinker.
Really,
yeah.
Very, very,
absolutely.
Very systems level. So
and he's very rooted in, the broad body of knowledge, which I have a tremendous respect for. He brings all these things in. Sachs is incredible because he has this unbelievable understanding of things, but it has a core nucleus. So Friedberg can just basically abstract a whole bunch of systems and talk about it. I tend to be more like that, where I try to find it to be more of a puzzle. Sachs is more anchored in, the philosophical and historical context as the answer. And he starts there, but he gets to these profound understandings of systems as well.
On the podcast, in life, you guys hold to your opinion pretty strong. What's the secret to being able to argue passionately with friends? So hold your position, but also not murder each other, which you guys seem to come close to.
I think it's strong opinions, weakly held. So I think that's
wait. Is that a haiku, or is it? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, like, look, today, you and I, what do we steel man like the two sides of three different things.
Yeah.
Now, you could be confused and think I believe in those things. I believe that it's important to be able to intellectually traverse them, whether I believe in it or not. And like steel man, that's a really.
But we introed those things by saying, let us steel man this position. Sometimes you guys skip the.
You're right. We edit those things out, and sometimes we'll sit on either sides and we'll just kind of bat things back and forth just to see what the other person thinks.
So that's how, like, as fans, we should listen to that sometimes. Like, so sometimes, because you hold a strong opinion sometimes. Like, for example, the cost of energy going to zero. Is that, like, what's the degree of certainty on that? Is this kind of like you really taking a prediction of how the world will unroll, and if it does, this will benefit a huge amount of companies and people that will believe that idea. So you really, you spend a few days, a few weeks with that idea.
I've been spending 2 years with that idea, and that idea has manifested into many pages and pages of more and more branches of a tree. But it started with that idea. So if you think about this tree, this logical tree that I built, I would consider it more of a mosaic. And at the base or root, however you want to talk about it, is this idea: the incremental cost of energy goes to zero. How does it manifest? And so I talked about one traversal, which is the competition of households versus utilities. But if even some of that comes to pass, we're going to see a bunch of other implications from a regulatory and technology perspective. If some of those come to pass, so I've tried to think sort of this, 6, 7, 8 hops forward, and I have some, like, to use the chess analogy, I have a bunch of short lines which I think can work, and I've started to test those by making investments, tens of millions over here to 100 millions over there, but it's a distribution based on how probabilistic I think these outcomes are, and how downside protected I can be, and how much I will learn, how many mistakes I can make, etc. And then very quickly over the next 2 years, some of those things will happen or not happen, and I will rapidly re-underwrite. And I'll rewrite that tree. And then I'll get some more data, I'll make some more investments, and I'll rapidly re-underwrite. So, in order for me to get to this tree, maybe you can ask, how did I get there? It was a complete accident. The way that it happened was, I have a friend of mine who works at a great organization called Fortress. His name is Drew McKnight, and he called me one day and he said, "Hey, I'm doing a deal with Anchor. We're going public, and it's a rare earth mining company." And I said, "Drew, like, I'm going to get tarred and feathered in Silicon Valley for backing a mining company." And he said, "John, just talk to the guy." And the guy, Jim Lipinski, blew me away. He's like, "Here's what it means for energy. Here's what it means for the supply chain. Here's what it means for the United States versus China." But Lex, I did that deal, and then I did 7 others. And that deal made money. The 7 others did not. But I made enough mistakes where the net of it was, I got to a thesis that I believed in. I could see it. And I was like, okay, I paid the price. I acquired the learning. I made my mistakes. I know where I'm at. And this is step 1. And then I learned a little bit more and made some more investments. And that's how I do the job. It's the minute that you try to wait for perfection in order to make a bet, either on yourself or a company, a girlfriend, whatever, it's too late.
If we just linger on that tree, it seems like a lot of geopolitics, a lot of international military even conflict is around energy. So how does your thinking about energy connect to what you see happening in the next 10, 20 years? Maybe you can look at the war in Ukraine or relationship with China and other places through those lens of energy. What's the hopeful, what's the cynical trajectory that the world might take with this drive towards zero energy, zero cost energy?
So the United States was in a period of energy surplus until the last few years. Some number of years in Trump, and I think some number now of the current administration with President Biden. But we know what it means to basically have more than enough energy to fund our own domestic manufacturing and living standards. And I think that by being able to generate this energy from the sun, that is very capex efficient, that is very climate efficient, um, gives us a huge tailwind. The second thing is that we are now in a world, in a regime, for many years to come of non-zero interest rates. And it may interest you to know that really the last time that we had long dated wars supported at low interest rates was World War II, where I think the average interest rate was like 1.07% in the 10. And every other war tends to have these very quick open and closes because these long protracted fights get very difficult to finance when rates are non-zero. So just as an example, even starting in 2023, so the practical example today in the United States is President Biden's budget is about 1.5 trillion for next year. That's not including the entitlement spending, okay, meaning Medicare, Social Security, right? So the stuff that he wants to spend that he has discretion over is about 1.582 trillion is the example. Next year, our interest payments are going to be $455 billion. That's 29% of every budget dollar is going to pay interest. So you have these two worlds coming together, right? If you have us, hurtling forward to being able to generate our own energy and the economic peril that comes with trying to underwrite several $1 trillion for war, which we can't afford to pay when rates are at 5%, means that despite all the bluster, the probabilistic distribution of us engaging in war with Russia and Ukraine seems relatively low. The override would obviously be a moral reason to do it that may or may not come if there's some nuclear proliferation. But now you have to steelman the other side of the equation, which is, well, what were to happen if you were sitting there and you were Putin? Let's steelman setting off a tactical nuke someplace. Okay, I'm getting calls every other day from my two largest energy buyers, India and China, telling me slow down. I have the entire world looking to find the final excuse to turn me off and unplug me from the entire world economy. The only morally reprehensible thing that's left in my arsenal that could do all of these things together would be to set off a attack. I would be the only person since World War II to have done it. It seems like it's a really, really, really big step to take. And so I think that X of the clamoring for that the military industrial complex wants us to buy into, the financial reasons to do it and the natural resources needs to do it are making it very unlikely. That is not just true for us. I think it's also true for Europe. I think the European economy is going to roll over. I see a very hard landing for them, which means that if the economy slows down, there's going to be less need for energy. And so it starts to become a thing where a negotiated settlement is actually the win-win for everyone. But none of this would be possible without zero interest rates. In a world of zero interest rates, we would be.
So you believe in the financial forces and pressures overpowering
I believe in
the human,
I really do believe in
even in international war.
more so there. I think the invisible hand, and by the invisible hand for the audience, I think really what it means is, the financial complex and really the central bank complex and the interplay between fiscal and monetary policy is a very convoluted and complicated set of things. But if we had zero interest rates, we would be probably a little bit more.
See, there's a complexity to this game at the international level, where some nations are authoritarian and there's significant corruption, and so that adds, from a game theoretic optimal perspective, the invisible hand is operating in mud.
Preventing war. The person that is the most important figure in the world right now is Joe Biden. He is probably doing more to prevent war than you believe. He keeps ratcheting rates. It's just impossible. It's a mathematical impossibility for the United States unless there is such a cataclysmic moral transgression by Russia. So there is tail risk that it is possible, where we say, forget it, all bets are off. We're going back to zero rates. Issue a 100-year bond. We're going to finance a war machine. There is a small risk of that, but I think the propensity of the majority of outcomes is more of a negotiated setting.
But what about what's the motivation of Putin to invade Ukraine in the first place? Financial forces are uh, the most powerful forces. Why did it happen? Because it seems like there's other forces at play of maintaining superpower status on the world stage.
Yeah.
It seems like geopolitics doesn't happen just with the invisible hand in consideration.
I agree with that. I can't beg to know, to be honest. I don't know. But he did it. And I think it's easier for me to guess the outcome from here. It would have been impossible for me to really understand it is what got him to this place. But it seems like there's an end game here, and there's not much playability.
Yeah, I feel like I'm on the sturdy ground because there's been so many experts at every stage of this that have been wrong.
But there are no experts.
Well, on this,
There are no experts.
on this. Well, let's dig into that because there's some. Because we just said Phil Hellmuth is the greatest
No.
poker player of all time.
He has an opinion.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
So
It would be mistaken.
expert at poker.
Phil has an opinion. Ivy has an opinion as well on how to play all these games. Meaning, an opinion means here's the lines I take, here's the decisions I make. I live and die by those, and if I'm right, I win. If I'm wrong, I lose. I've made more mistakes than my opponent.
I thought you said there's an optimal. So aren't there people that have a deeper understanding, a higher likelihood of being able to describe and know the optimal set of actions here at every layer?
Well, there
Thereby
is
being
a theoretically set of optimal decisions, but you can't play your life against the computer. Like, meaning, the minute that you face an opponent and that person takes you off that optimal path, you have to adjust.
like what happens if a tactical nuke?
It would be really bad. I think the world is resilient enough. I think the Ukrainians are resilient enough to overcome it. It would be really bad. It's an incredibly sad moment in human history.
But do you wonder what U.S. does? Is there any understanding? Do you think people inside the United States understand? Not the regular citizens, but people in the military. Do you think Joe Biden understands?
I think Joe Biden does understand. I think
they have a clear plan?
I think that there are few reasons to let the gerontocracy rule, but this is one of the reasons where I think they are better adept than other people. Folks that were around during the Bay of Pigs, folks that hopefully have studied that and studied, nuclear de-escalation, will have a better playbook than I do. My suspicion is that there is in an emergency break glass plan, and I think before military intervention or anything else, I think that there are an enormous number of financial sanctions that you can do to just completely cripple Russia that they haven't undertaken yet. And if you couple that with an economic system in Europe that is less and less in need of energy because it is going into a recession, it makes it easier for them to be able to walk away. While the U.S. ships a bunch of LNG over there. So I don't know the game theory on all of this, but
does it make you nervous that, or are we just being temperamental? It feels like the world hangs in a balance. Like it feels like, at least from my naive perspective, I thought we were getting to a place where surely human civilization can't destroy itself. And here, the presentation of what looks like a hot war, where multiple parties are involved in escalation towards a world war, is not entirely out of the realm of possibility.
It's not. I would really, really hope that he spending time with his two young twins.
This is part of
I
what I
really like these people.
agreed, but not kids, not just kids, but friends. The
I'm not sure that you may not have friends, but it's very hard for anybody to look at their kids and not think about protecting the future.
Well, there's partially because of the pandemic, but partially because of the nature of power. It feels like you're surrounded by people you can't trust more and more. I do think the pandemic had an effect on that too, the isolating effect. A lot of people were not their best selves during the pandemic. From a super heavy topic, let me go back to the space where you're one of the most successful people in the world. How to build companies, how to find good companies, what it takes to find good companies, what it takes to build good companies. What advice do you have for someone who wants to build the next super successful startup in the tech space? Have a chance to be impactful at Facebook, Apple.
I think that's the key word. If your precondition is to start something successful, you've already failed. Because you're playing somebody else's game. What success means is not clear. You're walking into the woods. It's murky, it's dark, it's wet, it's raining. There's all these animals about. There's no comfort there. So you better really like hiking. And there's no short way to shortcut. So
Isn't it obvious what success is? Like success is scale, so it's not. What are the
no, I think that there's a very brittle, basic definition of success that's outside in. But it's not. That's not what it is. Um, you know, I know people that are much, much, much richer than I am. You know, and they are just so completely broken. And I think to myself, the only difference between you and me is outsiders' perception of your wealth versus mine. But the happiness and the joy that I have in the simple, basic routines of my life give me enormous joy. And so I feel successful, no matter what anybody says about my success or lack of success. There are people that live normal lives, that have good jobs, that have good families. I have this idyllic sense, I see it on TikTok all the time, so I know it exists. These neighborhoods where there's a cul-de-sac with these beautiful homes and these kids are biking around. And every time I see that, Lex, I immediately flash back to what I didn't have. And I think that's success. Look at how happy those kids are. So no, there is no one definition. And so if people are starting out to try to make $1 million, $100 million, $1 billion,
there's a definition of personal success, but is there also some level of that's different from person to person? Is there also some level of the responsibility you have if there's a mission to have a positive impact on the world? So I'm not sure that Elon is happy.
No. In fact, I think if you focus on trying to have an impact on the world, I think you're going to end up deeply unhappy.
But does that matter? Like why
may
does your
happen.
own personal happiness matter?
It may happen as a byproduct, but I think that you should strive to find your own personal happiness and then measure how that manifests as it relates to society and to other people. But if the answer to those questions is zero, it doesn't make you less of a person.
No, 100%. But then the other way is there times when you need to sacrifice your own personal happiness for a bigger thing that you've created.
Yeah, if you're in a position to do it, I think some folks are tested. Elon is probably the best example, and it must be really, really hard to be. Really hard. I have enormous levels of empathy and care for him. I really love him as a person because I just see that it's not that. And he has these ways of being human that in his position I just think are so dear that I just hope he never loses them. Just a simple example, like 2 days ago, I don't know why, but I went on Twitter and I saw the perfume thing. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna buy some perfume. So I bought his perfume, the burnt hair thing.
Yeah.
And I emailed him to receive him, like, all right, you got me for a call. And he responded in like 8 seconds, and it was just a smiley face from him. Just deeply normal things that you do amongst people that are just so nobody sees that. You know what I mean? But it would be he deserves for that stuff to be seen because the rest of his life is so brutally hard. He's just a normal guy that is just caught in this ultra mega vortex.
Why do you think there's so few Elons?
It's an extremely lonely set of people. Because to your point, if you get tested, so if you think about it again, probably there's 8 billion people in the world. Maybe 50 of them get put in a position where they are building something of such colossal importance that they even have this choice. And then of that 50, maybe 10 of them are put in a moment where they actually have to make a trade-off. You're not going to be able to see your family. I'm making this up. You're not going to be able to see your family. You're going to have to basically move into your factory. You're going to have to sleep on the floor. But here's the outcome: energy independence and resource abundance and peace, a massive peace dividend. And then he says to himself, I don't know that he did because I've never had this. Yeah, you know what? That's worth it. And then you look at your kids and you're like, I'm making this decision. I don't know how to explain that to you. Yeah. You want to be in that position? There's no amount of money where I would want to be in that position. So that takes an enormous fortitude and a moral compass that he has, and that's what I think people need to appreciate.
It's also on the first number you said, it's confusing if there's 50 people or 10 people, like they're put in the position to have that level of impact. It's unclear if that has to be that way. It seems like there could be much more.
There should be. There's definitely people with the potential. But think about his journey. His mom had to leave a very complicated environment, moved to Canada, moved to Toronto. A small apartment just north of Bainbridge. If you've ever been to Toronto, I remember talking to her about this apartment. It's so crazy because I used to live like around the corner from this and raise these 2 kids and just have. So, how many people are going to start with those boundary conditions? And really grind it out. It's just very few people in the end that will have the resiliency to stick it through, where you don't give in to the self-doubt. And so it's just a really hard set of boundary conditions where you can have 50 or 100 of these people. That's why they need to be really appreciated.
Yeah, well, that's true for all humans that follow the thread of their passion, do something beautiful in this world. That could be on a small scale or a big scale. Appreciation is that's a gift you give to the other person, but also a gift to yourself. So somehow it becomes like this contagious thing.
I went to this. You are so right. You just my brain just lit up because yesterday I went to an investor day of my friend of mine, this guy Brad Gersten, and on the one very reductive world, Brad and I are theoretically competitors, but we're not. He makes his own set of decisions. I make my own set of decisions. We're both trying to do our own view of what is good work in the world. But he's been profoundly successful. And it was really the first moment of my adult life where I could sit in a moment like that and really be appreciative of his success and not feel less. And so, a little selfishly for me, but mostly for him as well, I was so proud to be in the room. That's my friend. That guy plays poker with me every Thursday. He is crushing it. It's awesome. And it's a really amazing thing.
I mean, to linger on the trade-offs, the complicated trade-offs of all of this, what's your take on work-life balance in a company that's trying to do big things?
I think that you have to have some very, very strict boundaries, but otherwise I think balance is kind of dumb. It will make you limited. I think you need to immerse yourself in the problem, but you need to define that immersion with boundaries. So if you ask me what does my process look like, it's monotonous and regimented, but it's all the time except when it's not. and that's also monotonous and regimented. And I think that makes me very good at my craft because it gives me what I need to stay the problem without feeling resentful about the problem.
Which part, the monotonous all-in nature of it, or the when you say hard boundaries, essentially go all out until you stop, and you don't stop often.
I'm in a little bit of a quandary right now because I'm trying to redefine my goals. And you're catching me in a moment where I have, even in these last few years of evolution, I think I've made some good progress, but in one very specific way, I'm still very reptilian. And I'm trying to let go.
Which was that exactly? If you can,
In my business, it really gets reduced to what is your annual rate of compounding. That's my demarcation. Steph Curry, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, it's how many points did you average, not just in a season, but over your career. And in their case, to really be the greatest of all time, it's points, rebounds, assists, steals. There's all kinds of measures to be, in that pantheon of being really, really good at your craft. And in my business, it's very reductive. It's how well have you compounded. And if you look at all the heroes that I have put on a pedestal in my mind, they've compounded, at above 30% for a very long time, as have I. But now I feel like I really need to let go because I think I know how to do the basics of my job. And if I had to summarize like investing terms or investing, I think really it's, when you first start out investing, you're a momentum person. You saw it in GameStop, just a bunch of people aping each other. And then it goes from momentum to you start to think about cash flows. How much profit is this person going to make? Whatever. So that's like the evolution. This is the basic thing to this is a reasonably sophisticated goal. Then a much smaller group of people think about it in terms of macro geopolitics. But then the very finite few practice special code, which is there's a philosophy, and it's the philosophy that creates the system. And I'm scratching at that furiously that I cannot break through and haven't broken through. And I know that in order to break through, I gotta let go. So this is the journey that I'm in as in my professional life. So it is an all-consuming thing, but I'm always home for dinner. We have very prescribed moments where we take vacation. The weekends, like if I can tell you about my week if you're curious, but it's like
I would love to know your week. Since it's regimented and monotonous.
I wake up at 6:45. Get the kids, go downstairs. We all have some form of, not super healthy breakfast. I make a latte and become, and the latte is like, I have a machine, I measure the beans, I make sure that the timer is such where I have to pull it for a certain specific ratio, just so 20 grams, I got to put 30 grams with the water, and I got to do it in 30 seconds, etc.
So you're not.
It helps me stay in rhythm. Before I used to have another machine, I just pushed the button. But then I would push the button religiously in the exact same way. You know what I mean?
Can I say actually on that topic? The morning with kids can be a pretty stressful thing. Are you able to find sort of happiness? Is that also that morning is a source of happiness?
My kids are really good. They're maniacs. I just see, and maybe I've never asked people this, but I'll just put my words. I see all the things in moments where there was no compassion given to me, and so I just give them a ton of love and compassion. I have an infinite patience for my children, not for other kids. So anyway, so we have a breakfast thing, and then I go upstairs, and I change and I work out from 8 to 9, and that's like the first 15 minutes. I walk up on a steep incline, 12 to 14%, 3.5 to 4 miles per hour walk. And then, Mondays a push day, Tuesdays front of the legs, Wednesdays pull, Thursdays back of the legs, 8 to 9. Monday, I always I talk to my therapist from 9 to 10. So as soon as I finish working out, I get on the phone and I talk to her. And it helps me lock in for the week. And I'm just talking about the past. And it's just helping
The recent past.
usually, sometimes the recent past, but usually it's about the past. Something that I remember when I was a kid. Because that's the work about just loosening those knots, So I put in that hour of work, respect that hour. And I'm in the office. And then it's like, I go until 12:15, 12:30, go home, have lunch. Like a proper, go home, sit down, have lunch with Matt, talk. She leaves for work. We talk, how are we doing? Just check in. Our youngest daughter will be there because she's 1. And she's making a mess. And then I'll have another coffee. That's it. My limit for the day. Oh, no work after. That's it. And then I go back to the office and I'll be there till 6, 7 sometimes. And I do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm allowed to have meetings. Wednesday, nothing. It's all reading. Must be. Unless it's a complete emergency. It has to be kind of a full reading. And reading is a bunch of blogs, YouTube videos.
But no, try not to do any talking.
No talking. It's like being in silence, being present, thinking about things.
By the way, how do you take notes? Give us
I sketch. I have a pad and I write stuff down. Sometimes I go to my phone. I'm a little all over the place. Sometimes I do Google Docs. I don't have it. This is one thing I need to get better at, actually. But typically what happens is I actually do a lot of thinking in my mind. And I'm sort of filing a lot of stuff away. And then it all spills out. And then I have to write. And then that gives me a body of work that I can evaluate and think about. And then I usually put it away. And a lot of the time it goes nowhere. But every now and then I come back to it and it just unlocks 2 or 3 things and I have a sense of how else I'm thinking about this. And then Friday at the end of the day, Matt and I talk to a couples therapist. And that's about checking out problems. So it's like, okay, now it's like focusing. The weekend is family, being present, being aware, and if there's email, obviously. If I have to do meetings from time to time, no problem. There's boundaries.
checking out problem. Oh man, that is so powerful. Just like officially transitioning.
Yeah. So these are really important boundaries so that I can be immersed. And what that means is like, look, on a Saturday afternoon, on a random day, she'll be like, "Where's tomorrow?" And I'll be up in my room, and I've found a podcast talking about DCIS, which is like ductal cancer in situ, because I've been fascinated about breast cancer surgeries for a while, learning about that. And she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "This is a podcast about DCIS." She's like, "What's that?" Ductal cancer in situ. She's like, "Okay." And so, so I have time to continue to just constantly learning, putting stuff in my memory banks to organize this. And that's like that's a week. But then in these fixed moments of time, phone down, everything down, we go on vacation, we go on a boat, we go to whatever, where it's just us and the kids.
Is there structure when you're at work? Is there structure to your day in terms of meetings, in terms of outside of Wednesday? Because
you have to keep meetings to less than 30 minutes. Have to. And, oftentimes meetings can be as short as like 10 or 15 minutes because then I'm just like, okay. Because I'm trying to reinforce that it's very rare that we all have something really important to say. And so the ritual that becomes really valuable to get scale is not the ritual of meetings, but the ritual of respecting the collective time of the unit. And so it's like, you know what, folks, I'm going to assume that you guys are also tackling really important projects. You also want to have good boundaries in this immersion. Go back to your kids and have dinner with them every night. It's not just for me, it's for you. So how about this? Why don't you go and do your work? this meeting didn't need to be 30 minutes, it could be 5. And the rest of the time is yours. And it's weird because when people join that system of social capital, they just, it's like FaceTime and it's like, let me make sure you talk a lot. So, I respect the person that does nothing for 2 years and the first thing that they say is not obvious. That person is immensely more valuable than the person that does nothing.
What have you learned from your, so after Facebook, you started social capital, what was not called social capital? What have you learned from all the successful investing you've done about investing or about life?
Yeah,
or about running a team?
I'm very loath to give advice because I think so much of it is situational. But my observation is that starting a business is really hard, any kind of business. And most people don't know what they're doing. And as a result, we make enormous mistakes. But I would summarize this, and this may be a little heterodoxical. I think there are only 3 kinds of mistakes. Because if we go back to what we said before, in the business, it's just learning. You're exploring the dark space to get to the answer faster than other people can. And the mistakes that you make are 3, or the 3 kinds of decisions. You'll hire somebody, and they're really, really, really average, but they're a really good person. So yeah, you'll hire somebody, and they really weren't candid with who they are, and their real personality and their morality and their ethics only expose them over a long period of time. And then you hire somebody, and they're not that good morally, but they're highly effective. What do you do with this? And I think successful companies have figured out how to answer those 3 things because those are the things that, in my opinion, determine success and failure.
So basically, hiring, you just identified 3 failure cases.
But very different failure cases and very complicated ones, right? Like a highly performing person who's not that great as a human being. Do you think they'll hurt? Well, a lot of people would inherit to keeping that person around. What is the right answer? I don't know. It's the context of the situation. And the second one is also very true. What about if they really turned out that they were just not candid with who they are, that took a little time to figure out? These are all mistakes of the senior person that's running this organization. I think if you can learn to manage those situations well, those are the real edge cases where you can make mistakes that are fatal to you. Yeah. That's what I've learned over 11 and a half years. Honestly, otherwise the business of investing, I feel that it's a secret. And if you are willing to just keep tipping away, you'll peel back enough of these, layers will come off and you'll see it, the scales will come off. You'll eventually see it.
I really struggle with maybe being my therapist a little bit for that first case which you originally mentioned. Because I love people, I see the good in people. I really struggle with just a mediocre performing person who's a good human being. That's a tough one.
Go to off the hook. Yeah, I think that those are incredibly important and useful people. I think that if the company is like a body, they are like cartilage. Can you replace cartilage? Yeah. But would you if you didn't have to?
Okay, can I play devil's advocate? Yeah. So those folks, because of their goodness, make it okay to be mediocre. They create a culture where, well, what's important in life, which is something I agree in my personal life, is to be good to each other, to be friendly, to be good vibes, all that kind of stuff. Known as a good world. It's like a good atmosphere. Everyone's playing. It's fun, right? But to me, like when I put on my hat of like having a mission and a goal, what I love to see is the superstars that shine in some way, do something incredible, and I want everyone to also admire those superstars, and perhaps not just for the productivity's sake or performing or successful company's sake, but because that too is an incredible thing that humans are able to accomplish, which is shine.
I hear you, but that's not a decision you make. Meaning, you get lucky when you have those people in your company. That's not the hard part. The hard part is figuring out what to do with 1, 2, and 3. And then you keep demote, promote, and hire. So what do you do? And this is why it's all about those three buckets. I personally believe that folks in the bucket one, as long as those folks aren't more than 50 to 60% of the company, are good. And they can be managed as long as they are 1 to 2 degrees away from one of those people that we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Because it's easy then to drag the entire company down if they're too far away from the LeBron James, because you don't know what LeBron James looks and feels and smells, and
Yeah.
so you need that tactile sense of what excellence looks like in front of you. A great example is if you just go on YouTube and you search these clips of how Kobe Bryant's teammates describe not Kobe, but how their own behavior, not performance, because there's a bunch of average people that Kobe played with as a group, but their behavior changed by being somewhat closer to them. And I think that's an important psychological thing to know for how you can do reasonably good team construction. If you're lucky enough to find those generational talents, you have to find a composition of a team that keeps them roughly close to enough of the world. That way, that group of people can continue to add value, and then you'll have courage to fire these next two groups. And I think the answer is to fire those two groups. Because no matter how good you are, that stuff just injects poison into a living organism. A living organism will die. That's most of the case.
So you've invested in a lot of companies, you've moved in a lot of companies. What do you think makes for a good leader? So we talked about building a team, but a good leader for a company. What are the qualities?
When I first used to there, I never asked to see a resume. And when I'm meeting a company CEO for the first time, I could care less about the business, in fact. And I try to take the time to let them reveal themselves. Now, in this environment, I'm doing most of the talking. But if this were the other way around and you were ever raising capital and you said, Chamath, I'd be interested in you looking at this business, I'd probably say 8 to 10 words for hours. Just prod. I throw things out, prod, and I let you meander. And in you meandering, I'm trying to build a sense of who this person is. Once I have a rough sense of that, which is not necessarily right, but it's a starting point, then I can go and understand why this idea makes sense in this moment. And what I'm really trying to do is just kind of like unpack where the biases that may make you, fail. And let me go back to you. The thing that Silicon Valley has the benefit of, though, is that they don't have to do any of this stuff if there's momentum. Because then the rule book goes out the window and people clamor to us. So one of the things that I do, and this is again back to this pugilism that I inflict on myself, is I have these two things that I look at. Thing number one is I have a table that says, how much did we make from all of our best investments? How much did we lose from all of our worst investments? What is the ratio of winners to losers over 11 years? And in our case, it's 23 to 1 on billions of dollars. So you can kind of like, you can see a lot of signal. But what that allows me to do is really like say, wait a minute, like we cannot violate these rules around how much money we're willing to commit in an errant personality. The second is I ask myself, of all the other top VCs in Silicon Valley, name them all, what's our correlation? Meaning, when I do a deal, how often does anybody from Sequoia, Excel, Benchmark, Kleiner, you name it, do it at the same time or after? And vice versa. And then I look at the data to see how much they do amongst themselves.
What's a good sign?
I'm at 0. As virtually close to 0 as possible.
What's a good thing?
Well, it's not a good thing when the markets are way, way up because it creates an enormous amount of momentum. So I have to make money the hard way. I have to, because I'm trafficking in things that are highly uncorrelated to the gestalt of Silicon Valley, which can be a lonely business, but it's really valuable in moments when markets get crushed, because correlation is the first thing that causes massive destruction of capital. Massive. Because one person, all of a sudden, with one blow up in one company, boom, the contagion hits everybody, except the person that was, not. And so now those are like more sophisticated elements of risk management, which is again this pugilism that I inflict on. Nobody asks me to do that. Nobody actually, at some level, when the markets are up, really care. But when markets are sideways or when markets are down, I think that allows me to feel proud of that process.
But that requires you to think a lot outside the box. It's lonely. You're taking risks. Also, you're a public personality, so you say stuff that if it's wrong, you get yelled at for being. I mean, your mistakes aren't private.
No, and that's something that has been a really, really healthy moment of growth. It's like an athlete. If you really want to be a winner, you got to hit the shot in front of the fans. And if you miss it, you have to be willing to take the responsibility of the fact that you bricked it. And over time, hopefully, there's a body of work that says you generally hit more than you've missed. But if you look at even the best shooters, what are they? 52%. So these are razor thin margins at the end of the day, which is really, so then what can you control? I can't control the defense. I can't control what they throw at me. I can just control my preparation and whether I'm in the best position to launch a reasonable shot.
You said that the world's first trillionaire would be somebody in climate change in the past. Let's update that. What's today, as we stand here today, what sector will the world's first trillionaire come from?
I think it's energy.
So energy, so the things we've been talking about. Really? So isn't it okay?
Well, I think the way that I think about,
so this is a single individual, sorry to interrupt. You see their ability to actually build a company that makes a huge amount of money as opposed to this distributed idea that you've been talking about.
Yeah, I'll give you my philosophy on wealth. Most of it is not you. An enormous amount of it is the genetic distribution of being born in the right place and blah, 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 irrespective of the boundary conditions of how you were born or where you were raised, right? So, at the end of the day, you and I ended up in the United States. It's a huge benefit to us. Second is the benefit of our age. It's much better and much more likely to be successful as a 46-year-old in 2023 than a 26-year-old in 2023, because in my case, I have demographics working for me. For the 26-year-old, he or she has demographics working slightly against them.
Can you explain that a little bit? What are the demographics?
In the case of me, the distribution of population in America looks like a pyramid. And in that pyramid, I'm wedged in between these two massive population programs, the boomers and then these, Gen Z and millennials. And that's a very advantageous position. It's not dissimilar to the position that Buffalo was, where he was, packaged in between boomers underneath him and the silent generation above. And being in between two massive population cohorts turns out to be extremely advantageous, because when the cohort above you transitions power and capital and all of this stuff, you're the next person that likely gets handed it. So we have a disproportionate likelihood to be, we are lucky to be older than younger. So that's an advantage. And then the other advantage that has nothing to do with me is that I stumbled into technology. I got a degree in electrical engineering, and I ended up coming to Silicon Valley. And it turned out that in that moment, there's such a transformational wind of change that was at my back, right? So the wealth that one creates is a huge part of those variables. And then the last variable is your direct contributions in that moment. And the reason why that can create extreme wealth is because when those things come together at the right moment, it's like a chemical reaction, and it's just crazy. So that was sort of part number one of what I want to say. The second thing is, when you look then inside of these systems where you have all these tailwinds, right? So in tech, I think I benefit from these three digital ones. If you build a company or a part of a company or a part of a movement, your economic participation tends to be a direct byproduct of the actual value that that thing creates in the world. And the thing that that creates in the world will be bigger if it is not just an economic system, but it's like a philosophical system. It changes the way that governance happens. It changes the way that people think about all kinds of other things about their lives. So there's a reason, I think, why database companies are worth X, social companies are worth Y, but the military-industrial complex is worth, as much. And I think there's a reason why that if you, for example, were to go off and build a newfangled source of energy that's clean and hyper-abundant and safe, that what you're really going to displace or reshape is trillions and trillions of dollars of worldwide GDP. So the global GDP is, I call it 85 trillion, when it's going at 2 to 3% a year. So in the next 10 years, we'll be dealing with $100 trillion of GDP, right? Somebody who develops clean energy in 2035 will probably shift 10% of that around, $10 trillion. A company can easily capture 30% of the market, $3 trillion. A human being can typically own a third of one of these companies, $1 trillion. So you can kind of get to this answer where it's like, it's going to happen in our lifetime. But you have to, I think, find these systems that are so gargantuan and they exist today. It's more bounded because price discovery takes longer. And an existing thing is more unbounded because you know what it is. You know the tentacles that energy reaches. Right? Of that $80 trillion of worldwide GDP, I bet you if you added up all the energy companies, but then you added up all of manufacturing, if you added up all of transport, you'd probably get to like 60 of the 80.
Do you have an idea of which alternate energy, sustainable energy, is the most promising?
Well, I think that we have to do a better job of exploring what I call the suburbs of the periodic table. So, we're really good in Seattle, in the upper Northwest.
Yes.
We're kind of good in Portland, but we're non existent in San Diego, and we have zero plan for North Carolina for Florida.
Yeah.
And so
is that a fancy way of saying nuclear should be part of the discussion?
I think nuclear, room temperature semiconductors. I'm not convinced right now that the existing set of nuclear solutions will do a good job of scaling beyond bench scale. I think there's a lot of complicated technical problems that make it work at a bench scale level, even partially, but the energy equation is going to be very difficult to overcome in the absence of some leaps in material science.
Have you seen any leaps? Is there promising stuff like you're seeing the cutting edge from a company perspective?
Yeah, I would say not yet. But the precursor, yes. I have been spending a fair amount of time, so talking about like the new framework that's in my mind, is around these room temp superconductors. And so I've been kind of bumbling around in that forest for about a year. I haven't really put together meaningful perspectives, but again, talking about like trafficking in companies and investments that are very lonely, but they allow me to generate returns that are relatively unique and independent. That's an area where I don't see anybody else when I'm there. I'll give you another area. We, I think, are about to unleash in the world of zero energy and zero compute costs. Computational biology will replace blood chemistry. And when you do that, you will be able to iterate on tools that will be able to solve a lot of human disease. I think like if you look at the head of like the top 400 most recurring rare diseases, I think like half the number, 200, is a specific point mutation of just the mismethylation between C and T. And that's like, whoa, wait, you're telling me in billions of lines of code? I forgot it's, semicolon, right? That's causing this to miscompile. So I just got to go in there and it's all done. That's a crazy idea. That was a C++. See throwback for people that don't know anything.
There's two people who are
Two people there.
Yes.
This is not a fight. What are you talking
Makes perfect sense.
But
So that couldn't that be a trillion? The source of if you like the competition biology, I mean, obviously medicine is begging for.
But the thing with energy, though, is that the groundwork is well laid. I'm talking about sort of like the upper bound is well defined. The upper bound of medicine is not well defined because it is not the sum total of the market cap of the economy. It is actually the sum total of the value of human life. And that's an extremely ethical and moral question.
Isn't there a special interest that are resisting making progress on the energy side? So, like governments, any breakthrough that? I mean, you have to acknowledge the reality of that.
I think it's less governments. In fact, like I said, I think President Biden has done a really incredible job. Well, Chuck Schumer really has done a really incredible job because. So just to give you the math on this, right? Like back to this. So 3% of everything is of a market or zealots. But when you get past 5%, things tend to just go nuclear to 50, 60%. The way that they wrote this last bill, the cost, I'll just use cars as it is, cost of an average car is $22,500. The cost of the cheapest battery car is $30,000. And lo and behold, there's a $7,500 credit. And it's like, I think the invisible hand didn't know that math was right, I think is kind of a little bit malarkey. And so the battery EV car is going to be the same price as the thing that's going to go to 40, 50%. So we're already at this tipping point, so we're kind of ready to go. In these other markets, it's a little bit more complicated because there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to get built. So, the gene editing thing as an example, we have to build a tool chain that looks more like code that you can write to.
It's because I think PHP, originally PHP, which is I'm still a big fan of. Sometimes you have to use the ugly solution and make it look good versus trying to come up with a good solution, which would be too late. But let me ask you, you consider a run for governor of California and then decided against it. What went into each of these decisions? And broadly, I just have maybe a selfish question about Silicon Valley. Is it over as a world leader for new tech companies? As this beacon of promise of young minds stepping in and creating something that changes the world? I don't know if those two questions are connected.
So it's not over, but I think it's definitely we're in a challenging moment because. So back to that analogy of the demographics. If you think about if you bucketed, forget our relative successes, but there's a bunch of us in this mid 50s to mid 30s cohort of people that have now been around, for 20 years, 15 years to 25 years that have done stuff, right? From Andreessen to Zuck to Jack Dorsey, etc. Elon, maybe you throw me in the mix, David Sachs. Right? None of us have done a really good job of becoming a statesman or a stateswoman, and really showing a broad empathy and awareness for the broader systems. So if Silicon Valley is to survive as a system, we need to know that we've transitioned from move fast and break things to get to the right answer and take your time if that's what it means. And so we have to be a participant of the system. And I believe that. And I think that it's important to not be a dilettante and not be thumbing your face to Washington or not push the boundaries and say, we'll deal with it after the fact. But to work with folks that are trying to do the best. And again, steel man their point.
Work with them. That's your run for office. So potentially, understand this. It makes me sad that there's no tech people or not many tech people in Congress, and certainly not in the presidential level. Not many governors.
Well, I think that we also have roughly, our rules will never allow some of the best and brightest folks to run for president because there's just the rules against it. But if
you mean
I mean, like, look,
Before
I think David Sachs would be an incredible presidential candidate. Now, I also think he'd be a great governor. He's done something for the, I think he'd be a great governor. I think he'd be a great Secretary of State. I mean, he'd be great at whatever he wanted to do. Free birth, wasn't born here. So there's a lot of people that could contribute at different levels, and I hope that. By the way, the other thing I like about the pod is, like, I also think it helps normalize tech a little bit, because you just see, like, normal people dealing with normal situations, and I think that that's good. It is a really normative place. It's not the caricature that it's made out to be, but there is a small virulence rate of people that make it caricature-like.
But that's in one direction. What do you think about the whole culture of, I don't know if better terms, but woke activism? So sort of activism, which in some contexts is a powerful and important thing, but infiltrating culture.
I'll answer this in the context of Rene Girard. So, like, he says that people tend to copy each other. And then when they're copying each other, they're really what they're doing is they're fighting over some scarce resource. And then you find a way to organize against, the group of you, against a person or a thing that you think is the actual cause of all of this conflict, and you try to expel them. The thing that wokeism doesn't understand is that unless that person is truly to blame, the cycle just continues. And that was a framework that he developed that he's really conclusively proven to be true, and it's observable in humanity, life. So these movements, I think, the extreme left and the extreme right, are trying to interpret a way to allow people to compete for some scarce resource. But I also think that in all of that, what they don't realize is that they can scapegoat whoever they want, but it's not going to work, because the bulwark of people in the middle realize that it's just not true.
Yeah, they realize, but that they're still, because they're in leadership positions, there's still momentum, and they still scapegoat, and they continue. And it seems to hurt the actual ability of those countries to be successful.
But in fairness, though, if you have to grasp the effectiveness of that function, it's decaying rapidly. It's the least effective it's ever been. You're absolutely right. Being canceled 5 years ago was a huge deal. Today, I think it was Jordan Peterson on your podcast. He said, I've been canceled, and it was amazing. He said 38 times or 40. He said some number, which was a ginormous number. A, that he kept account of it, and B, was able to classify it. Yeah. I'm like, what classifier is going on in his mind? Where he's like, that's an attempt to cancel me, but this one is not. But my point is, well, it's clearly not working. And so the guy is still there, and the guy is, putting his view out into the world. And so it's not to judge whether what he says is right or wrong. It's just to observe that this mechanism of action is now weakened. But it's weakened because it's not the thing that people think is really to blame.
Yeah. You've been canceled on a small scale a few times. That's sure didn't feel small. Actually, it wasn't small. I'm trying to remember this. Did that psychologically hurt you?
Yeah.
It was tough.
In the moment, you don't know what's going on. But I would like to thank a certain CEO of a certain well-known company. And he sent me basically like a step-by-step manual.
Does it involve mushrooms? No.
And he was right. The storm passed and life went.
Is it, I don't know if you can share the list of steps, but is the fundamental core idea is that just life goes on?
The core fundamental idea is, like, you need to be willing and able to apologize for what is in your control, but not for other people's mistakes. Your mistakes, yes. And if you feel like there's something, then you should take accountability of them. But to apologize for somebody else, for something that they want to hear, isn't going to solve anything.
Yeah, there's something about apologies. If you do them, they should be authentic to what you actually want to say versus what somebody else wants to hear.
Otherwise, it doesn't ring true.
Yeah, and people can see through that.
And people can see through it. And also, what people see through is not just the fact that, your apology was somewhat hollow, but also that this entire majority of people now walked away. The mob was like, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And then people are like, Also, you didn't care at all. This was like, and so then it reflects more poorly on them.
Yeah. I know you said you don't like to give advice, but what advice would you give to a young person? You've lived an incredible life from very humble beginnings, difficult childhood, and you're one of the most successful people in the world. So what advice? I mean, a lot of people look to you for inspiration. Kids in high school or early college, they're not doing good or are trying to figure out basically what to do when they have complete doubt in themselves. What advice would you give?
It is really important that if somebody that you respect, I'm going to, just for the purpose of this, put myself in that bucket. And if you're listening to this, I wish somebody had told this to me. We are all equal. And you will fight this demon inside you that says you are less than a lot of other people for reasons that will be hard to see until you're much, much older. And so you have to find either a set of people far, far away, like what I did, or one or two people really, really close to you, or maybe it's both, that will remind you in key moments of your life that that is true. Otherwise, you will give in to that beast. And it's not the end of the world, and you will recover from it. I've made a lot of mistakes, but it requires a lot of energy. And sometimes it's just easier to just stop and give up. So I think that if you're starting out in the world, if you've been lucky to have a wonderful life and you have wonderful parents, man, you should go and give them a huge hug because they did you such a service that most folks don't do to most kids, unfortunately. And it's not the fault of these parents, but it's just tough. Life is tough. So give them a kiss and then figure out a way where you can just do work that validates you and where you feel like you're developing some kind of mastery. Who cares what anybody else thinks about it? Just do it because it feels good. Do it because you like to get good at something. But if you're not one of those lucky people, you can believe in your friends or you can just believe in me. I'm telling you, preserve optionality. How you do that is by regulating your reactions to things. And your reactions are going to be largely guided in moments where you think that you are not the same as everybody else, and specifically that you are less than those people and you're not. So just save this part of this podcast and just play it on a loop if you need to. But that is my biggest learning, is I am equal. I'm the same as all these other people. And you can imagine what that means to me to go out in the world, to see people and think, okay, I'm the same as this person. I'm as good as them. And you can imagine what you're probably thinking and what I'm thinking is not that big. Right? You're probably thinking, man, this guy, I'm so much better. No, I am fighting this thing all the time.
Well, I've also met a bunch of folks who I think is a counter reaction to that. Once they become successful, they start developing a philosophy that they are better, or even some people are better than others. I understand, there's LeBron James versus other people and so on, but I always really resisted that thought because I feel like it's a slippery slope.
They have mastery in a thing that they've fallen in love with.
Yeah.
I'm trying to develop mastery in a thing that I love. I love the art. I love investing, like solving puzzles. I love that. I love trying to develop mastery in poker. I really love that. I'm learning how to be a parent to a teenager because I finally have. It's all new stuff to me, and I'm learning. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, so you don't want to think you're lesser than, and you don't want to think you're better than, because those both lead you astray.
I've never thought I was better than. I manifested better than because I was trying to compensate for feeling less than. My goal is just to feel like everybody else feels, on the presumption that everybody has like a normal life.
Given your nickname is the dictator, do you trust yourself with power? Like If the world gave you absolute power for a month,
No, because I think that I'm still riddled with bias. I don't deserve that position. And I would not want that weight on my shoulders. I had a spot actually where it was a very important and big poker game, and it was a spot where I was in the pot, and there was a really large pot. It was like $1 million pot, and I have to make a ruling, and the ruling was in my favor, and I was just beside myself. I don't play. I play for the challenge. I like to get pushed to the limit of my capabilities. I want to see, can I think at the same level of these folks? Because these guys are all experts. They're all pros, and I get enormous joy from that challenge. And I like to win, but I like to win just a small amount. You know what I mean? And then I never wanted to win it that way. But because it was, my game, I had to make this call on $1 million pot. And I wanted to just shoot myself. I just was like, this is gross and disgusting. And he was a complete gentleman. He did it worse. So I do not want absolute power.
well, those are the people you do want to have power, is the ones that don't want it, which is a weird system to have. Because then you, in that kind of system, don't get the leaders that you should have. Because the ones that want power aren't the ones that should have power. That's a weird system. What do you think? Let me sneak this question in there. What do you think is the meaning of life?
I don't.
Why are we here? You look up at the stars and think about like the big why question.
I think that it's a chance to just enjoy the ride. I don't think it really I don't believe in this idea of legacy that much. I think it's a real trap.
So do you think you'll be forgotten by history?
I hope so. I really, really hope so. Because if you think about it, there are 2 or 3 people that are remembered for positive things, and everybody else is on negative things. And the likelihood that you be remembered for a positive thing is harder and harder and harder. And so the surface area of being remembered is negative. And then the second, what will it matter? I'll be gone. I really just want to have fun, do my thing, learn, get better. But I want to reward myself by feeling like, oh, that was awesome. Like I've told this story many times, and I have put again my own narrative fallacy on top of this. But Steve Jobs' sister wrote this obit in the New York Times when he died, and she ends it by saying his last words were, "Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow." That seems like an awesome way to die. You're surrounded by your friends and family. Not the fact that he died, obviously, but in a moment where what I read into it was your family was there. Maybe you thought about all the cool shit that you were able to do. And then, you just started the simulation all over again. And so, just on the off chance that that's true, I don't want to take this thing too seriously. You know what I mean? Just enjoy it.
So you're not afraid of the end?
Get in tomorrow. Get in right now.
So every day you can go and you're happy. You're happy with the things you've done.
There are obviously things I want to do that I haven't done. But there are no aping things. I've really, really, really been in love. Total gift. There have been moments where I've really, really felt like everybody. There have been moments where I have deep, deep, deep joy and connection with my kids. There are moments where I've had incredible giggling fun with my friends. There's moments where I've been able to enjoy really incredible experiences, wine, food, all that stuff. I mean, what more do you want? I could keep asking for more, but I would just be a really crappy human being. You know what I mean? It's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough.
This life is pretty beautiful if you allow yourself to see it. Yeah.
It's really great, and it's better than it's ever been. for most of us.
Yes.
And all of the millennials and Gen Zs, you're about to get a boatload of money from your parents. And you better figure out how to be happy before you get that money. Because otherwise, you will be miserable.
You get a lot of dairy food. No, that only worked the first time.
It was only 2 times in grade 5 and grade 6 when I got that next year. But I could never bring myself to ask her.
Yeah.
And then she did it. And I was like, man, this woman's a Miss Boone.
Yeah. But the third time it faded. Isn't that the sad thing about life? The finiteness of it, the scarcity of it. Without that, perhaps ice cream wouldn't be so damn delicious. Shimata, you're an incredible human. I definitely recommend that people listen to you on all platforms. We're very lucky to be able to get you wisdom. I agree with. I've talked a lot about you with Andre Kapati, who's me every respect. And he just loves the shit out of you in how much how deeply you understand it. It's a huge honor. He's incredibly unique. So that's on a different, because semicolons. There's some human beings that understand everything at a very low level and very high level. And those people also very rare. So it's a huge honor, and also a huge honor that you would be so kind to me, just like in subtle ways offline that you would make me feel like I'm worthwhile.
Oh, can I just say something as just a random listener? What you do, just so I could give you my version, is that you take things and people, so ideas and people, that are mostly behind a rope, and you demystify it. And what that does for all of us is it makes me feel like I can be a part of that. And that's a really inspiring thing because you're not giving advice, you're not telling us how to solve the problem, but you're allowing it to be understood in a way that's really accessible. And then you're intellectually curious in ways that some of us would never expect that we were, and then kind of end up in this rabbit hole. And then you have the courage to go and talk to people that are really all doing that. Like for example, when I saw your Jordan Peterson example, like you went there, like you talked about Nazism, and I was just like, man, this is a complicated argument these guys are going to tackle. It's really, really impressive. So I have an enormous amount of respect for what you do. It's very hard, so consistent. And so I look at you as someone I really respect because it just shows somebody who's immersed in something and very special. So thank you for that.
I'm going to play that clip to myself privately over and over. Just I feel low self-critical about myself. Thank you for listening to this conversation. Shabbat support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with the words of Jonathan Swift. A wise person should have money in their head, but not in their heart. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. If you have a democratic style of governance, you are entrusting people with one of the most awesome and radical responsibilities. And that's saying that you're going to pick the people that are going to make some of the hardest decisions of health in history. If you're going to trust people to vote correctly, you have to be able to trust them to have open and honest dialogue with each other. Whether that's Nazis or KKK people, whoever talking, you have to believe that your people are going to be able to rise above and make the correct determinations when they hear these types of speeches. And if you're so worried that somebody's going to hear a certain political figure and they're going to be completely radicalized instantly, and what that tells me is that you don't have enough faith in humans for democracy to be a viable institution, which is fine. You could be anti-democratic. I don't think you can be pro-democracy and anti-free speech. Following this conversation with Steve Rabbi, also known online as Dustin. He's a video game streamer, political commentator, one of the early pioneers of both live streaming in general and live streaming political debate these days. Politically, he is a progressive, identifying as either left or far left, depending on your perspective. There are many reasons I wanted to talk to Steve. First, I just talked to Ben Shapiro, and many people have told me that Steven is the Ben Shapiro of the left in terms of political perspective and exceptional debate skills. Second reason is he skillfully defends some nuanced, non-standard views. At the same time, being pro-establishment, pro-institutions, and pro-Biden, while also being pro-capitalism and pro-free speech. Third reason is he has been there at the beginning and throughout the meteoric rise of the video game live streaming. In some mainstream circles, this community is not taken seriously, perhaps because of its demographic distribution skewing young, or perhaps because of the sometimes harsh style of communication. But I think this community should be taken seriously and shown respect. Millions of young minds tune into live streams like Destiny's and question, to try to understand what's going on in the world, often exploring challenging, even controversial ideas. The language is sometimes harsher, the humor sometimes more. But I, Grandpa Lex, put on my rain boots and went into the beautiful, chaotic muck of online discourse. And have so far survived the time of tale. We smile, and even more love in my heart. On top of all this, we were lucky to have Nina Borenson, a popular streamer and world traveler, join us at the end of the conversation. You can check out her channel on twitch.tv/Melina, and you can check out Steven's channel on youtube.com/Dustin. This is the Let's Read podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dustin.
I don't know if you watched your EA interview. I'm so curious, when you're navigating a conversation like that, how intentional is the thought process between like building rapport and pushing and giving a little like
Zero attention. I was watching, and thank you so much. It was very kind of you to review that conversation. It meant a lot that you complimentary parts on the technical aspects of the conversation, but no, zero. And I'm actually deliberately trying to avoid, I think you've called it debate brain, which is just another flavor of thinking about like the meta conversation, trying to optimize how should this conversation go. Because I feel like the more you do that, the better you get at that, the less human connection you have. Like the less genuinely you're actually sitting there in the moment and listening to the person, you're more like calculating what's the right thing to say versus like feeling what is that person feeling right now? What are they thinking? That's what I'm trying to do, is like putting myself in their mind and thinking, what does the world look like to them? What does the world feel like to them? And so from that, I truly try to listen. Now, I'm also learning, especially because Rogan and others have been giving me shit for not pushing back. It's good sometimes to say, from a place of care for the other community, to say, stop. What did you just say? I don't think that represents who you are and what you really need. Or maybe if it does at that time represent who they are, I can see a better world if they grow into a different direction and try to point that direction out to them.
it's a really complicated dance between letting somebody share their full story versus letting somebody like essentially proselytize your audience. So it's like, okay, hold on, let's take a minute here. But yeah, I used to be 4 or 5 years ago. It was attack, whatever you say. And now I'm leaning way more towards the okay, tell me how you feel about everything, and I'll go from there. So a lot of people like me to approach. Some older fans will watch them. Why do you let this guy just ramble on? You know, he said like 5 or 6 wrong things, and you're only going to call out on 2 of them. And it's like it's different styles of conversation.
Do you do a lot of research?
Depending on the conversation, yeah. So if we're going to talk like vaccines and stuff, yeah, that's a ton of reading and stuff that I never thought I'd do going into it. If it's a more personal, like political philosophy conversation, it's not as much you can learn about approaches. It truly depends on the conversation.
How much are you actually researching?
always listening. You have to listen. As soon as you stop listening, the quality of everything falls apart. The connection disappears. The quality of the conversation disappears. But my natural inclination is to just be way more aggressive than normal. So I have to constantly remind myself. I guess we would call it a meta conversation. He's probably saying this because of that, or let him go here and then stop later. But because my preferred style of conversation is like, I'm going to talk. And the second I say something you disagree with, then let's iron it out, right? I think in like syllogisms. Like, okay, here's premise A. Good. Okay. Premise B. Okay. Conclusion. And then as long as we're both deductively sound, we're not crazy, no psychosis, then we're going to agree on everything. Whereas other people like to, most people think in stories and narratives. There's a whole like narrative, and that individual facts don't matter as much because they can choose what they want. And it's really hard because everybody thinks narratives have to function in that world, but it's frustrating for me sometimes.
Well, I've seen you've had a lot of excellent debates. One of them I just recently last night watched is on systemic racism. And it's the first time you completely lose your shit.
Oh, shoot. Who was that again?
I'm not sure exactly, but you were just very frustrated. It's not lose your shit, but you were frustrated constantly because the thing, let's lay out 1, 2, 3, and every time you try to lay it out, it would fall. I think it had to do with sort of, can you use data to make an argument, or do you need to use a study that does an interpretation of that data? And then there's like this tension between, I think this is behavioral economics. The point is, you do this kind of nice layout. The whole point of behavioral analysis is there's more to it than just the data. You have to give the context, like do the rich, rigorous interpretation in the context of the film story. And then there was the dance back and forth. Sometimes use data, sometimes not. And you're getting really frustrated and shutting down. And so that felt like a failure. I've seen Sam Harris have similar sticking points. If we can't agree on the terminology, we can't go on. For me, I feel like I'm researching the Wittgenstein perspective. Is like, I think if you get stuck on any one thing, you're just not going to make progress. You have to, part of the conversation has to be about doing good dance together versus being dogmatically stuck on the path to truth.
I think the true challenge is identifying what of those sticky points are important versus what is not important. Like if I have something about like Jewish representation in media, it might be like a big conversation. They might say a couple things. Like I think Jewish people, they tend to help their own or whatever. Okay, but like for the purpose of conversation, we can keep moving. But if they casually drop like, yeah, I think that's why the Holocaust numbers are blown up from like 100,000 to 6 million. I was like, okay, hold on, wait. If you think this, we have to stop here because this is going to be, it's not just a language game in this part. If you really believe this fact, then the whole rest of the conversation is going to be informed by that. What do you think?
And it has to be something that doesn't bother you personally. You have to step outside your own ego. So Holocaust denial is something that will bother a lot of people. And there's some things, just observing you, I feel like when you get really good at conversation, you can become a stickler to, you might have your favorite terms that really bothers you. People don't agree on those terms.
Eggs the question. You mean raising the question? Yeah, you should just want to. People say studies, so it's fine.
Yeah.
You can't, because if you fight, when you're having a conversation with somebody and you're talking to their audience at the same time, this is really what's happening. You never want to come off as over combative or over aggressive because it puts people in like, there's like a trigger in your brain. And this is true of relationships and friendships and persuasive rhetoric or whatever. There's a trigger in the brain, and as soon as that defensive trigger gets like flipped on, everything is over. You've lost the ability to persuade because everything becomes a fight about it.
Well, I wanted to talk to you because I heard somewhere that you referred to as the Ben Shapiro of the left, and since I'm talking with Ben as well, I wanted to sort of complete spiritually this Platonic political philosophy puzzle in my head. You are a progressive, but a progressive of any non-standard progressive views. And you had a heck of a fascinating journey through all of that. Like I said, I think you argue passion, sometimes with excessive amounts of passion, but almost always with good faith and with thinking and seriousness. I asked on your subreddit, which is an excellent subreddit. Shout out to the Destiny subreddit. So much, at least for that particular post. But what I really loved when I asked for questions for you, they were like, holy shit, there's adults in here, let's all behave. Yeah, like, nobody say incest. I was like, what? What's going on here? But actually, the questions I've asked them talk a little bit. So Somebody said that Dusty was, speaking of your journey, was a conservative in his early teens. Then he became a libertarian. Then he became a left-wing social justice warrior. Then he flirted with socialism, and now he is a social democrat liberal. I've also heard you refer to yourself as a far-left person. So, to the degree there's truth to that journey, can you take me through your evolution through the landscape of political ideologies that you went through?
So my dad comes from Kentucky, and my mom is a Cuban immigrant. Cubans are notorious for being very conservative in the United States for historical reasons and for other reasons. My upbringing was a very Republican one. I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, Savage, on the radio, Billy Cunningham. I think Sean Hannity a little bit later on. That was like my whole upbringing politically. I remember I'd written like articles for the school journal like in favor of defending the war in Iraq and defending Bush from hurricanes. So that was my upbringing. I think once I hit high school, college, I had my edgy, like libertarian-esque high school phase of like reading Ayn Rand, of figuring out that like, oh my God, nothing in life matters except for class and money. That's actually the answer to everything. And with college, I became a Ron Paul fan, very big Ron Paul fan. And then from there, I kind of work, do life happens. At the kind of the lowest point of my life was where I'm working financially. Everything is like kind of inverted in my life. There's a whole bunch of dumb stuff that's happened. Probably my most conservative point. I don't know what it is, but like being poor and thinking like you can work your way out of it, you can do whatever. It's just my upbringing is always just like if you're not having financial success, just work. And then I got into streaming, very, very lucky break. Everything just went at the right time. And then as I progressed through streaming, I would say through the years, I've gradually fallen more and more to the left, especially once my kid turned 4, 5, 6 years old. And I started to see like how much different his life was just because of the financial opportunities that I was able to provide for him through no merit of his own. And that started to radically change how I view the world.
So actually, let's linger on that.
Yeah.
Low point. You worked at McDonald's, you worked at a casino, you did carpet cleaning. What was the
Definitely the carpet cleaning.
really?
Absolutely.
Why was it? That's when you started streaming.
My whole life has been a series of lucky breaks, really, truly. I grew up playing a lot of video games, but back in our day, you had to read. There's a lot of text on the screen.
Back in my day, we used to play.
They didn't all talk to you. Yeah, because nowadays everything's voice acted. Back then you had to read a lot. I was a really good reader and a really good vocabulary.
Yeah, where'd you actually say that? What games are we talking about? What were you just reading? You're talking about like RPG?
Yeah, JRPGs, so like Final Fantasy games, Fantasy Stars, like all of these. Any RPG that would have been on the SNES, Sega, PlayStation, these are the things that
I just thought that the power and use of the Elder Scrolls fame and the Fallout fame and beyond. What's your thoughts on Elder Scrolls? Why is Skyrim the greatest RPG of all time?
Man, I really don't like Skyrim or Fallout.
You don't love it?
Games. No, not at all.
Why do you hate Skyrim?
Yeah, so I really like characters and like compelling stories and narratives around those characters, and I like to see them kind of grow and change, kind of like a movie or a story. So in your Final Fantasy games, you've got characters. There are a lot of like classical tropes of like character starts off kind of like edgy, angsty all on their own. They develop relationships, friendships. They realize that the life is more about themselves and do that. And I like that growth. That's kind of what you see in all those old role-playing games. I didn't like the open world ones as much because your main character is just like a blank slate, never talks. It's for you to like project onto. But there's not the same like linear narrative of like growth for the character.
Is that actual story arc to the character that's more crafted in a beautiful way by the designers of the game?
Yeah, the not one is better or worse. I tend towards like I want to hear a compelling story around like a set of characters that like grow and changes.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, I just really love being able to leave the town, go outside the town, and you look outside, it's nature, and the world of possibilities before you do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, that immensity of just being lost in the world is really impressive for me. But yeah, you're right. Whatever attracts you about the world. So you were just starting to play video games. You go out playing video games, that's one of your lucky breaks.
There's just like a lot of random skills you pick up depending on the type of game you play. I played a lot of text-based games on the computer, so I was a very fast typer. I'm still a very fast typer. Read a lot, learned weird kind of math stuff for some of the calculations, some of the games. I think I'm pretty good at getting information, figuring stuff out, learning patterns, all of that. And then that plus the reading and everything for the games meant that I don't want to say I excelled at school because my grades were pretty bad, but I was in like all honors, all AP classes or whatever. A lot of dual enrollment, a lot of AP credit going to college. So I did pretty well in school, probably better than I should have, but it was because I had the game stuff that was like really powering a lot of my brain that I was trying to stick through class. But,
So you're able to soak in information, integrate it, quickly take notes.
generally, I think I'm pretty good at that.
What you do this a lot when you stream your typing stuff. Is there a system in that note taking? What do you use with note taking? Doesn't matter.
I use a notepad.
Like a notepad,
Yeah.
the original notepad.
Yeah, notepad.exe, not the plus plus, not.
Is there genius to the madness behind that, or you just don't give a shit?
No, I mean, like, it's going to depend on the style of conversation. If I'm with somebody that is very meticulously organized by thoughts, and they're find a better word here for rambler, and a better word for rambler,
Yeah.
somebody who talks a lot, I'll start, like, taking notes, bullet points, and this, and this, because there's a style of conversation where I say 7 or 8 different things, and then when you go to respond to everything I said, I cut it off immediately, and we argue that point. But if somebody's going to do that, you just say, hold on, you just said these 8 things, I'm going to respond to every single one, I've written them all down, and then you can go, if you want to go point by point, you can, but you just said all this, and I wrote it down.
So what do you actually write down? Like a couple of words per point that you left?
Honestly, like, there are very few unique conversations in politics. Like, a lot of them are kind of retreading the ground. So if we're having a debate on abortion, somebody might say, like, oh, well, I believe this thing about viability, and I believe this thing about, when they're a fetus versus a human, and I'll just write down those points. And when I go to respond, I kind of have like note cards, like a guiding thing there to keep me centered for my response.
Political discourse is the kind of tree you're walking down. I got it. And
Yeah.
you're like taking.
Just to keep my focus guided, so I'm not, like, running off on a weird tangent or responding to something they just say.
What about like doing research? Is there a system to your note taking? Because mentally, you seem to be one of the most organized people I've listened to. So is it in your mind, or is there a system that's out there?
A little of both. I feel like the human mind is a beautiful thing if you have interest in an area. What I'll tell people is, let's say there's like a totally new topic that I'm researching. I don't know anything, and I'll do a couple of these on stream. I think they're more important people watch it. I might open a Wikipedia article and I'll read, and I hit something I don't know, and then I open the next Wikipedia article and I'll read it. And I might have like 7 tabs open, and I'll read and I'll read and I'll read. And I'll read a ton of stuff, maybe for an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours of stuff. And then by the end, someone in chat will ask me, do you remember like this particular thing? And I'll say, not really. No, not too much. But what happens is as long as you've seen it once, what happens is like the next day, after you read something else, and you're like, oh, I remember that thing from this thing. I remember like vaguely that. And then if you see it like a third time, like, oh, this makes sense, because especially when it comes to, oh, here's like a little trick. So if you ever read it and there's a place that pops up, always look at it on a map, because so much of history is like on a map. It's so important to like know the geography. It makes things make so much more sense. But yeah, once I start to see stuff over and over again, just because I've like read it a few times, stuff will start to kind of connect in my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, well this makes sense. Of course, these people believe this because of this, or of course, like this happened here because that happened there. So yeah, it's a lot of that. If there's like a topic that I'm doing specific research for. So like vaccine-related stuff is a big one. The Ukrainian-Russian conflict is a big one. That I'll break out a note. I'll probably get like a Google Doc, and I'll just start like writing like an outline of kind of the rough points of everything, just to organize my thoughts on different topics.
We're just gonna go on tangent upon tangent upon tangent. So we'll return to the little point of your life at some point. Always returning from the philosophy to the psychology. So you did the Ukraine topic. One question is, what role does the U.S. play in this war? Could they have done something to avoid the war? Did they have a role to play in forcing Vladimir Putin's hand? Do they have a role to play in de-escalating the war towards a peace agreement, and the opposite? If it does escalate towards something like the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, are they to blame? Or are we to blame?
Oh man, so I was going to email a while ago. Great words. There's a specific way to navigate a conversation where you can kind of like contribute to a negative event, but you're not really the one responsible for it. Like the classic example is a woman goes out late at night, gets a little bit too drunk, and then something happens. And it's like, while there might have been steps she could have taken to mitigate the risk, it's not her fault of what happened, because the responsibility rests on the agent making a choice, right? There's a chooser at some point that is choosing to do wrong or evil. I don't believe in any of the arguments that say the United States has contributed to Russia's position on Ukraine or the actions they've taken on Ukraine. There are several arguments that some people, some even political scholars, are putting out there to say that the United States is to blame, but I find them completely unconvincing. I think that when you ask the question of like, what is the United States role or what is our role now, I think it's really important for us. I don't think we even agree as a country on what our role should be, which I think is a hard one because you've got this kind of, there's this growing populist movement in the United States. It might be the far left and the far right. I think populists tend to have this kind of isolationist view of the world where the United States should just be our own thing. We shouldn't be telling anybody what to do. We shouldn't be the world police. And then kind of more in these like some left and right positions. And then across a lot of Europe, you've got, okay, the United States is kind of like the big kid on the block. Like we're looking to them for guidance and leadership on situations like what's going on in Ukraine. So, insofar as the original question is like, what is like the United States' responsibility? I think we have a responsibility to ensure the relative like freedom, prosperity, and stability across Europe. I think that defending Ukraine's sovereignty and right to their borders is a part of that. And I don't believe that prior to the invasion in 2022, I don't think the United States was contributing to Russia invading their country. I know there are arguments given that like the expansion of NATO, is something that's been threatening to Russia, but the Baltics joined and Russia didn't do anything about it. The invasion of Ukraine was very clearly a response to the revolution in 2014. The invasion on the borders is clearly a response to Ukraine winning the civil war in the southeast and the Donbass, and Russia becoming more aggressive. I don't think they even blame any of that on NATO expansion. There's no NATO countries that are threatening Russia or invading Russia.
Do you think there is a nuclear threat? Do you think about this? Do you worry about this, that there is a threat of a tactical nuclear weapon being dropped?
I think that possibility exists either way. I think the responsibility for that is on Russia, because it just can't be the case that if you have nukes, you're allowed to invade countries and take them. Because if anything, I think that down the road also increases the potential for nuclear problems in the future, right? Because at that point, either every single country has to acquire their own nuclear weapons, because if you don't, Russia's going to mess with you, or every single country has to join NATO, and now we're back at square zero, ground zero, square one, where people are like, oh, well, look, all these countries joining NATO, it's aggressive towards Russia. What do you think there?
Yeah, you've mentioned that there's a complicated calculus going on with the countries that have nuclear weapons. And what's our responsibility? Are you allowed to do anything you want to countries that don't have nuclear weapons? That's a really tricky discussion, for sure. Because what is the U.S. supposed to do if Russia drops atom? There's a set of options, none of which are good. And it's such a tricky moment right now because the things that Biden and other public figures say, I feel like has a significant impact on the way this game turns out. Because I think mutually shared destruction is partially a game of words.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe in the power of conversation, of leaders talking to each other. I feel like you have to have a balance between threat and compromise and like empathy for the needs, geopolitical and economic needs of a nation, but also sort of respect and represent your own interests. It's a tricky one. Like, how do you play the hand?
It reminds me of, I don't know if you ever heard of like evolutionary psych or evolutionary biology, there are things called tit for tat strategies. It kind of reminds me of that, where it's like there are a whole bunch of these little biological mechanisms where creatures will develop and socialize like tit for tat. If you do something bad to me, I'm going to do something bad for you. And then more complicated schemes will come out where it'll be like tit for tat, where it's like you can make one mistake and then I'm going to get you to do a second one. It'll be tit for tat, or it'll be tit for tat for tat. It's like all these like back and forth where creatures can optimize themselves. Yeah, I think something the United States did really well in terms of that kind of conversational strategy, and I proved of this in the beginning, was Biden was very clear about setting up like the exact level of U.S. involvement for the war. We're not going to do a no-fly zone. There's not going to be U.S. troops on the ground in Ukraine, but we are going to send a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of arms and a whole bunch of intel. And I thought he did a good job of laying out like the limitation of U.S. involvement while opening as much as we could in ways we could help. But that looming threat of some sort of tactical nuclear weapon, I think on the table right now is like it's going to be the annihilation of like Russian sea forces and everything. But what happens if it continues to escalate? That's like a world that nobody wants to be in. Yeah.
We talked about difficult conversations. And again, thank you so much for reviewing the Yay conversation. Let me ask you about Putin. Speaking of difficult conversations, so if I sit down with somebody like Vladimir Putin or Volodymyr Zelensky, what's the right way to have that conversation? We can talk about that one, or we can talk about somebody more well understood through history, like something like Stalin or Hitler, something like that. Maybe that's an easier example to illustrate how to handle extremely difficult conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I can handle really difficult conversation with like two people. Here's countries though. There's so much that you are representing in that conversation. I guess the thing that would be interesting to me would be like, what is Vladimir Putin's interest? Like, what is the genuine interest that he has in the conflict? Because I think finding out like what is your buy-in or what is the driving force to keep doing here is probably the most important thing. I think for Zelensky, I think it's quite a bit more simpler because he's on the defense, so he's defending his country and his people. For Putin, I've heard all sorts of things. Dugin has his writings on, like the East versus the West, the collapse of the West in the face of like all of the liberalism and the weird LGBT stuff that they criticize. You've got the desire to like return to this like former Soviet Union-esque thing. You've got Putin's quotes that collapse of the Soviet Union was the biggest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. And I guess figuring out like what is Putin after. I'm not actually sure. I don't know the answer to the question. A lot of people write about it, but
well, there's a lot of answers to that question. There's a lot of answers that he can give to that question. So let's say I sit down with him for 3 hours and talk about it. I think this is a really interesting distinction because you do difficult conversations in the space of ideas. But also in your stream, there's a bunch of drama going on. There's the human psychology just laid out. I think it's full richness before it. So to me, with leaders, I think part of the conversation has to be about human psychology. Not like a meta conversation, but like really understand what they feel, what they fear, who they are as a human being. Like as a family man, as a person proud of their country, as a person with an ego, as a person who's been affected, if not corrupted by power, as all of us can be and likely are. So all of that gives context to then the answers about what you want in this world. Because the answers about what you want in this war would be political answers. It's a game that's being played again with words. And politicians are incredibly good at playing the game. I think the deeper truth comes from understanding the human being from which those words come. And I think that's what you do. I don't know if you do those kinds of conversations where no, not a country leader, but say a controversial figure or somebody that represents a certain idea. Don't just talk in the space of ideas or challenge the ideas, but understand who is this person, how did you come to this idea?
Oh yeah, there have been a couple of very controversial right-leaning figures. So the two, obviously, the nice terms are Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes. And those types of conversations initially aren't very political at all. Yeah, it's more like obviously we believe in very, very, very different things. Like beliefs don't happen accidentally. So how did you get to where you are? Those are way more personal conversations. It's true.
Is there things you regret about those conversations where you failed? Is there things you're proud of when you succeed?
For things I'm proud of, I feel like I'm really good at attempting to understand people without judgment. But I think a lot of people feel like they can have conversations with me where they can share a lot, and I'm not going to jump down their throat for them having a politically incorrect observation, or for them being judgmental of somebody else, or having like a feeling that's maybe not something they should have something embarrassed about. So I think I do a really good job at that. And then by extension of that, I've gotten the ability to hear perspectives from so many different people, and I think I can understand a lot of different perspectives. For failures of mine, I mean, it's always going to be on stream. It'll be like I didn't push back hard enough, or I didn't know like a certain fact for a conversation. These are usually they're going to be on these like great technical grounds. Generally, I'm pretty happy with like the direction my conversations have gone recently, especially over like the past 6 months.
So your goal is to de-radicalize the audience.
So that used to be my goal. My goal was de-radicalization. Now I'm kind of hoping that that's just a byproduct. So the goal, I think, is to talk to somebody to show they believe this because of these reasons. And if you want to change people's beliefs, we have to talk about the underlying reasons for why they think the things they think. It's not enough to just say like that belief is bad. Because well, they believe a whole bunch of things things that are true and real to them at least, you have to address all the underlying things that they believe before you can change the overlying belief. So if I'm having a conversation with somebody, it'll be like, okay, why do you feel this about that? Okay, I understand that. Maybe like a better way to solve that would be like this or that instead of this thing.
So, to what degree do you have to empathize with the person's view versus perspective?
That's always the hard one. When I'm talking to other people, it's almost always me stepping as much inside their bubble as I can. I have to like live and breathe their worldview and be able to speak their worldview in order to like navigate their thoughts. Because my worldview is, I'm not even use this insult. I don't know if I am a little bit autistic or something, but when I break apart things, I just want to like study, fact. That's how my mind works. That's what I like to say. Like personal stories don't do much for me. Narratives don't do much for me. They show me like the data, the studies. But for other people, I think most brains are more human than that, and they tend to see things in more kind of like surreal pictures that are kind of painted. Brush strokes are way broader, and they don't care about the itty bitty tiny fact. So if I'm talking to somebody else and I'm trying to get into their head and I'm trying to change their mind on things, I'm going to be stepping into their world, and I'm going to try to be working through that figure. A really good example might be, we'll say like when it comes to trans issues for minors. Okay. 16 or 17-year-olds on puberty blockers. The way that I want that debate to play out is let's look at all the data, let's see what are the outcomes, let's see what are the processes for getting medication, and then we'll evaluate all that and we'll go whatever like points more favorably. But that's wholly unconvincing to most people, right? So as a parent, if I'm having that conversation with another parent, the easiest way for me to have that conversation is like, hey, we both have kids. Imagine how horrible it would be if we felt like our kids needed help and the government was trying to get between us and their doctor in that conversation. That might be how that talk plays out, which I think that's a really good argument. Because I think there probably are enough of the government to get everything. But I'll have that conversation because now I'm in a world where they understand what I'm saying. I'm resonating with the way that they feel about things. And I can make progress with the way that they're kind of viewing the world because I'm talking a language they understand.
So, on this particular topic of trans issues, is that the reason you were banned from Twitch?
I'm not sure. I don't know. They just said hate speech, but I don't use like slurs or anything, so it's hard to know exactly.
So I think you made the claim that trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in the women's athletics. Can you make this case? Can you streamline the case against it? I think in your community, there's a lot of trans folks who love you, and there's a lot who hate you.
Yeah.
And so if you can walk the tightrope of this conversation to try to streamline both sides.
One of the argumentative strategies is that like anytime you have a conversation, you should be able to argue both sides better than anybody else. So for the my side, the genuine belief side, it feels like overwhelming. All of the data is showing that mostly trans women, even after I think 3 years on some sort of like HRT or estrogen stuff, they're still maintaining these advantages from their male puberty over cisgender women. And if that is the case, if we are going to draw these distinctions around sports between women and men, it feels unfair to have a category inside the women's sports that are maintaining advantages that are coming from a male puberty, regardless of the amount of time they've spent on hormone replacement therapy. So that would be my argument on that side.
So it's unfair from a performance enhancement aspect. So the same way you ban performance enhancing drugs that involve increasing of testosterone, in that same way would be unfair.
Essentially, yeah.
So what's the case?
So the case in favor of them competing together is that realistically, there's not going to be a trans sports category. Realistically, trans women aren't going to be competitive with cis men because they've gone through these huge, like hormone changes by the medication they take. And then when we look at how sports are kind of done anyway, there's a whole bunch of biological differences between people within sports categories that are determining their placement in the professional world. So, for instance, somebody like me is probably never going to go far in the NBA because I'm not tall enough. I think the average height in the NBA, don't doubt myself. I want to say it's like 6'6" or something. They're huge people. Or, you look at like Michael Phelps as a classic example of a guy whose torso is like so long, his body's built for swimming. And I think there are some trans people that will look at that, or some video advocating this position, will look at that and go, okay, realistically, the way that Michael Phelps' body processes lactic acid, the shape physiologically of his body is going to put him in a level of competition that so many men are never going to reach just because of biology. how is it fair that you can have these biological outliers in these categories, but then when we come to like sports categories with trans and cis women, you're going to take trans women and say that they can't compete against cis women? Can't you also just say that they have some level of biological difference there? Like, is it really going to be that great of a difference than what Michael Phelps has versus the average swimmer, or an NBA player has versus like the average white male?
Yeah. Do you think we're going to get into some tricky ethical territory as we start to be able to, through biology and genetics, modify it?
Absolutely. I feel like those things are coming sooner than we wanted them to. Oh man, dude, the AI, have you seen the AI art? That's
Of course, I'm an AI person.
oh, okay, then yeah. That's always been like, what's gonna happen when robots can do art better than humans? LOL. Like, oh, we'll see in 20 years, in 20 years, 20 years, and now you have AI art winning competitions, and it's funny because robots are essentially
The robot.
robots. Um, robots are really good at
Careful what you say.
Okay, I'll be careful. That's not like one of the Chinese ones with a gun on it.
We'll see depending on what you say. Yeah.
Okay. Robots are really good at showing the limitations of the human mind in categories that we didn't believe we were limited before. I think that humans have this idea intrinsically that we have like some type of like innovative creative drive that is just outside of the bounds of physical understanding. And with a sophisticated enough program, we see that maybe that's not actually true. And that's a really scary thing philosophically to deal with because we feel like we're very special, right? We own the planet, we make computers, and the idea that you can start to get these robots that can do things that's like, okay, you can do math, fine. Okay, you can do calculations, fine. But you can't do art. That's the human stuff. And then when they start to do that, it's like, oh, shoot.
And that terrifies you a little bit, like losing the human species losing control of our dominance.
So I don't think it's necessarily losing control or dominance. I mean, I guess like a Skynet thing could come in at some point, but I think it brings us to this really fundamental level of like, what does it mean to be human? What is it that we're good at? What should we be doing with technology? We never really asked that question in the Western world. It's always the technology is like normative, in that technology equals good, and more technology equals better. That's been like the default assumption. In fact, if you ask a lot of people, how do you know if civilization is progressive in the past 100 or 200 years? They don't say we have better relationships, we have longer marriages, we blah, blah, blah. They'll say technology is something. We've got crazy phones, we've got crazy computers. The idea that more technology might be bad has never even crossed somebody's mind, unless it's used for like a really bad thing. So.
Well, it's interesting. We kind of think as more and more automation is happening, we're going to get more and more meaningful things like being artists and doing creative pursuits. And here's like, oh shit, if the art, the creative pursuits are also being automated, then what are we going to do meaningful? What are the activities from which we'll gain meaning? You know, my whole life I've been working on artificial intelligence systems. There's been different revolutions. One of them is the machine learning revolution. And it's interesting to build up intuition and destroy that intuition about what is and isn't solvable by machine. I think for the longest time I grew up thinking Go is not, the game of Go is not solvable. Because my understanding of AI systems is ultimately this it's fundamentally a search mechanism that is fundamentally going to be brute force. There's no shortcuts.
Like if it can't solve the travel and salesman problem, it's not even going to be able to give you an approximation.
So most interesting problems are giant travel salesman problem, and so of course it's not going to be able to solve it. But then the deep learning revolution made you realize, holy shit, these large neural networks with a giant number of knobs is able to actually somehow estimate functions that can do a pretty good job of understanding deep representation of a thing, whether that's a game of Go or whether it's the human natural language, or if it's images and video or audio and even actions in different video games and actions of bodies. And then you realize that diffusion models, different generative models, you start to realize, holy shit, you can actually generate not just interesting representations or interesting manifestations of representations of forms, but is able to do something that impresses humans in its creativity. It's beautiful in the way we think of art is beautiful. Like it surprises us, makes us chuckle, and makes us sit back in awe and all those kinds of things. And yet, the thing that it seems to struggle with the most is the physical world. So that's counterintuitive. We humans think that it's pretty trivial to being able to pick up the cup, being able to like write with a pen, like in the physical space. We think that's trivial. We give ourselves respect for being great artists and great mathematicians and all that kind of stuff, and that seems to be much easier in the physical space.
Bodies are really cool.
Yeah.
There is a, I don't know, probably Asimov. So there's some science fiction writer that had a short story that was like an alien that had landed on Earth and was describing our bodies from a totally alien perspective. And when you think about all the things we can do, it's pretty cool. We can climb through a whole multitude of environments. We can exist at a multitude of temperatures. We can manipulate things just with our hands and the way we can interact with things around us. Yeah, we're very capable on a physical level, even though, like you said, we think about ourselves like, oh, we have a really big range. And we do, but we're really intelligent as well. But yeah, our bodies are pretty cool.
And it's a fascinating hierarchical biological system. Like we're made up of a bunch of different like living organisms that all don't know about the big picture of our body. And it's all functioning its own in a local world and it's doing this thing put together as it forms a super resilient system. All of that comes from a very compressed encoding what makes a human. You start with the DNA and it builds up from a single cell to a giant organism. I mean, and because of the DNA, the evolution process, you constantly create new humans and new living organisms that adapt to the environment. Like that resilience in the physical world, it seems like running the whole Earth over again, the whole evolutionary process over again, is might be the only way to do it. So to create a robot that actually adapts, is as resilient to the dynamic world, might be a really difficult problem.
Possibly. Well, I was going to say, like in a programming environment, you can do things on time scales that are impossible in the real world, right? Like the benefit to AI computers is computationally they can compute so much data so quickly. Whereas on human timetables, we have to wait. When you talk about evolution, it's generation after generation after generation. Maybe in a virtual environment that can be simulated, and then those changes could happen more quickly.
Well, that's on a human time scale, but you have to look at Earth and as a quantum mechanical system. The computation is happening super fast. This is a giant computer doing a giant simulation. So just because for us humans it's slow, there's like trillions of organisms involved in you, destiny being you.
Sure. But the next iteration of like from human to human, even if on the quantum level is when we talk about like changes in DNA, for instance, right? Like that's happening from a generation to generation. Like in a virtual world, that could theoretically happen. Well, it already is. There's like protein folding, like huge cloud computing, probably ML stuff that's like working on doing all that stuff. It'll run like trillions and trillions of simulations, every second and stuff, every second. But
still slower than the actual protein folding, much slower. That's for the problem of solving protein folding. To estimate the 3D structure, but the actual body does the actual protein folding really faster. Like the question is, can we shortcut the simulation of human evolution, try to figure out how to build up an organism without simulating all the details? Because we have to simulate all the details of biology, we're screwed. We don't have.
I'm sure we'd have to put something in a pond and then watch it for.
That might be the easiest way to do it. That's what the universe most likely is. It's a kind of simulation created by a teenager in their basement to try to see what happens. It's a computer game. That might be the most efficient way to create interesting organisms. But within this system, it's perhaps possible to create other robots that will be of use and will entertain us in a way that other people entertain us. That's a really interesting first problem, but it's surprising how difficult it is to create systems that operate in the physical world, that operate in that physical world in a way that's safe to humans and interesting to humans. Because there's also the human factor, the human robot interaction. To me, that's the most interesting part, to figure out how to do that well. And Musk and others, plus the dynamics that worked on Lego robots, so I really care about Lego robots. Those are super interesting. How to make them such that they're able to operate successfully and then come out super tricky. They're like the dumbest of dogs. Speaking of which, there's a dog barking outside. And it's really tricky to create those kinds of organisms that live in a then again, if more and more of us move into the digital world, so you stream a lot, like part of who you are exists in the digital space. In fact, you have a physical representation also. Maybe more and more will become not important.
I hope that's the case because I've got a lot of stuff in it. It's down a
But
lot.
better the company.
Yeah.
Is there some degree, like, can you look at yourself like Steven, the physical meat vehicle, and then the Destiny, the digital space, the digital avatar? Do you sense that in a certain way you're the digital avatar?
I've always tried to keep my on-stream personality as genuine as possible. So they're one and the same to me. I don't really view them as two separate entities. So, I mean, I always view myself as Steven, the real life person. My Destiny's my online name, but
But because so many your social networks established in the digital space, like so many people know you from the digital space, can there be people swap on another person that looks like you in like the AI system, and then that entity known as Destiny continue existing?
thinking it must be like there must be some level of sophistication that it could emulate a human brain, I would imagine. Probably the tech's not there yet, but
Well, the question is, what's the level of sophistication of the audience that would recognize that something has changed? Like, it's the Turing test.
yeah,
How hard is it to trick your audience? Your large audience of fans that watch your streams that will swap on the AI that emulates you, that nothing has changed. And the question is, do you have to really simulate so much of the human brain for that? I don't think so.
probably not.
So, yeah, like you said, a lot of political discourses are just walking down the tree together, so you can probably emulate a lot of that discussion.
Yeah, it would depend on if you're doing old data sets and you're training on that and having conversations about abortion, Ukrainian vaccines. I imagine it could do it for quite a while. I think it would be weird is when novel issues pop up, then you're probably getting more sophisticated resemblance of the inner brain writing.
You have to keep training on the internet, so you have the language models, and that's the most important thing, the language models. You just have to keep retraining the system on Reddit, which is actually what a lot of it is trained on, which is hilarious.
I do think it's really interesting, like kind of like funny problems like the trolley problem we can kind of work through our normative ethical systems are now like real questions. Like if you're driving a Tesla and it's on autopilot and you're going to hit somebody but against swerving at somebody else, like what ought the system do? Like we went very quickly from fun kind of like project in philosophy class to we need to solve this for insurance purposes like, as quickly as possible. It's really interesting to think about.
I actually have, I'll bring up the trolley problem with you later. There's a fascinating version of it that I find hilarious. Okay, let's return to your low point.
Oh yeah.
You started playing video games. That was a lucky break. You did text-based ones. That was a lucky break because you got to be pretty good at learning. And then you started thinking about going to college and so on. What happened next?
I mean, I went to like a prep school, so you kind of have to go to college afterwards. I was also a millennial. Like, all of us had to go to college, so it was really cool. So my life was kind of it was hard to describe. I didn't really think much of the future. I was just kind of enjoying the day to day because everything in my life was pretty weird. Both my parents had moved to Florida by the time I was 16, 17. I was with my grandma. I was working. I had a girlfriend. Moved out. I got a place. Did college. By the time I got into college, I had transitioned from working at McDonald's to I was like working in a casino restaurant basically, and I was really good at that job. So high level of patience for drunk people and insane people, and I was doing music in school because I've really grown to love music. And my kind of thought process was I can do music as a hobby, I guess. Once I get really good, maybe I can make money with that. But otherwise, I love music. I'm okay going to school for music, getting good at it. I'm just doing that on the side. And my main job would kind of be this career I was building at the casino. And basically, the trying to balance personal life plus graveyard shift, 6-hour weeks at the casino, and then a full-time music degree was not possible for me. And eventually, I had to drop school after I think it was 3 years. And after I dropped school to maintain my casino job, after a few months, I got fired from my casino job. So I've essentially just thrown away like the past like 3 or 4 years of my life.
Why'd you get fired from that casino job? I heard there's a story.
Yeah, there's a story. Basically, I was just really dumb when it came to understanding corporate politics. And this is funny because the same attitude can fall into the streaming world. My thought process has kind of always been that like as long as I'm really good at what I do, I should be untouchable. If I'm really good, you can't do anything to me. I don't have to play the dumb guys. And at the casino, I think I was the youngest. It was originally shift lead and supervisor position at the casino. And when I started to get my own shifts, there were problems that I would run into in graveyard shift because of carryover from the swing shift. Or one of these problems was underneath the soda machine. They weren't cleaning it properly, and fruit flies were showing up. My manager came in one morning, and she was like, "Hey, what's going on with the machine?" And I was like, "Listen, I can't take everything from swing shift and do everything in grave shift. I can't do this. They need to figure out this stuff better. I need more employees. It's not possible for me." And she's like, "What did you tell anybody else?" Like, "Yeah, I complained to the supervisor on the swing shift all the time." And she told me, "If you're not getting the answer that you like, then it's your responsibility to email the next person up." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting." And some months went on, and I ran into more problems because I'm graveyard. Here's how, I don't know if it's everywhere, but morning shift is the easiest, and that's when you're the most overstaffed because that's when all the VPs are in, and that's when all the managers are there, and blah, blah, blah. Swing shift is the most challenging because there are higher flow of customers. You're also decently staffed there. There's a lot of stuff going on. In graveyard, nobody cares at all about you. They don't give you any employees. You might get swamped, you might not. Who cares? They make sure it's clean for day shift. That's all that matters.
Quick question first for clarification. So this is 24-hour?
24-hour dining, yeah.
It's the dining room casino. Oh, by the way, I had an amazing moment at a dining room casino recently. It's a special place. Dining room casino is a place of magic.
There's a lot of, I don't want to say magic, there's a lot of otherworldly stuff going on.
There's characters, I had an interaction with the waitress. It was the sweetest waitress in the world. And I was just like, I don't know, made me feel less alone in this cool world of ours. So graveyard begins when?
For me, my shift was 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Or sometimes I got called in early, so it'd be 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
That's no well for that shift.
No, especially not trying to do school at the same time. Absolutely. But yeah, basically, long story short, I ran into a problem where I didn't have enough employees on my shift. VPs were coming in the morning. It's like, "Hey, the diner's kind of dirty." And I'm like, "You've cut all my employees past 4 a.m. Like, some nights I'm literally cooking and doing front of house, like all on my own. Like, I can't do this. And my manager, Pam, told me, "Well, we got to figure it out." And so I remember her advice. So I emailed the VP food and beverage and I CC'd her. I said, "I'm not getting the help I need in my life." Now, I didn't know at the time that I was basically completely throwing her under the bus because of that email. But I retroactively, when I look back on things, or retrospectively, I see that was the moment that I got like marked for deletion. And I didn't really understand it, even though in her terminology, the paper rings me at the door. But after that point, I started to get written up for like a lot of little random things. I missed one day of work in my 3 years at the casino, and I started to get written up for like showing up like 1 or 2 minutes later. So whatever. Or written up for random ways about filing paperwork. And then eventually there came a situation with another employee where it's complicated, it has to do with like call out stuff. But basically they wanted to call out, and I told them if they called out, they would get fired because they were at like 10 points, we were at 9 points, 10 points, firing, blah, blah, blah. Can't tell me, you can tell her that she's going to get a point, but you can't tell her she's going to get fired. I don't know what that meant. And then I told her that if you call out, you're going to get, you're fucked, you're going to get fired. Or you're going to get 10 points. And then I got called in early, like 3 days later, and Kim was like, "You inappropriately communicated with an employee because you said the F word in a text message." I'm like, "Really? There's no shot." And she's like, "Well, you also tried to fire the employee." It's like, "No, I told her she was going to get 10 points." She's like, "Well, you used the F word." And this is insane. And just because I was such a high performing employee, so there's no way I'm getting fired. And then I did. And I was like, yeah. Cashed out my 401k for like 3 months because I had thrown away school for this casino job, and then I got fired from this job that, like, yeah, nobody believed I got fired. It was just insane.
So if you look back, if you were allowed to not just to look back to your own memory, actually watch yourself, like some of you put it the whole time, do you think you would be surprised? You would notice something, the potential, not having self-awareness, not having like social, like a civility and social etiquette that's played in human relations.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is that a core of that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it follows me even to this day. There's a lot of, I don't know if you're recording or not, but when we spoke earlier about like meta conversations, I have to think a lot sometimes about meta conversations. The way that I want to drive a conversation will sometimes be way different than what is like the best way to have a conversation. Whereas I just want to like go really hard on like some itty bitty, like some idiosyncrasy, some factor figure or whatever, but that's not like the human conversation that you can have.
So you got fired / left that job, and that took you to the job that would be the lowest point.
Yeah. And there was a huge downgrade in pay. I went from getting like, I think at the casino, because I worked so much more, I was in like 2250. And this is back in 2008, 2009, as like a college student. Like, it was amazing pay. I had benefits, like, everything was good. And like, the carpet cleaning was like, I was probably getting my paycheck like every other week. It was maybe $1,500 or $1,000. And I'm working like 13-day stretches. Like, I have every other Sunday off. And it's so many hours. Like, I have to show up at the shop at like 7 or 6. And then I go home at like 8 or 9, depending on what my jobs are throughout the day.
Are you doing businesses or residential, or what are you doing?
Everything.
Are you working for a company? There's a company.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Okay, so like there's a scheduled thing you have to go to it.
Yeah, but so like this is why the schedule sucks. Sometimes I show up at, I think I had to be in the shop at, I think it was 7 a.m. We show up at the shop at 7 a.m. First job might be at 8 or 9, and that job might be like a 1 hour job. So I might show up at 7 a.m. and have a job from 8:30 to 9:30. Then my next job might not be from till like say 11. So from 8:30 to 9:30 I'll do one job, and then I've got a job from like 11 to 12 or something. Then I might have like a decent job from like 5 to 8. But like my whole day is destroyed. And I'm doing like 3 smallish jobs, so I'm getting like $30 maybe for being in the shop or at my job like 10 or 11 hours. And just like horrible.
So you're somebody that seems to be extremely good at thinking and conversation, and so have a bit of an ego, perhaps, in both the negative and the positive sense of that word. Was there some aspect of working at McDonald's and then working at the casino and working for the as a carpet cleaner that was humbling?
No, never. I had
The ego burned right through it all. Or no, yeah, you can push back on the ego.
Yeah, no, I understand. I totally get what you mean. I had a really close friend growing up whose name was Chris, and I think we probably got maybe like 4 or 5. I think he lived with me, and I grew up with him, and I'd always been kind of an outsider to the world that I was in. Once I got to high school, for sure, because all of those kids were incredibly wealthy. Corvettes and Mustangs when I turned 16. It was a prep school, and I was doing they had like a work study program where you could stay after school from 2:30 to 5 every day to kind of like work to pay for your tuition. So I've been working like throughout all of high school. I got another job at McDonald's when I was 18. Worked at the casino. Like I've always been doing that kind of work. I never really viewed it as like beneath me. It's not like I don't have like a family of doctors or lawyers or anything. And then me and my other friend, Chris guy, we'd always make fun of everybody else for being kind of like prepping kids and everything.
So there's some pride to that sort of hard work.
Yeah, I guess a little bit, yeah. Like especially my dad, like the solution to every problem is just throw more hours of work at it, basically. So that was always my go-to.
So what was psychologically the low point?
I think psychologically the low point was that as I'm doing this carpet cleaning job, driving around my city, there's like this feeling of, I guess for a lot of people it's probably college, but there's a feeling when you're in high school that everything is like so exciting and the whole world is kind of in front of you, and there are a trillion different branching paths of possibilities. And even through high school, you're thinking like, can I be a doctor or a lawyer, or can I join the NBA, or can I do this or that? There's all these things in front of you. And when I especially felt that when I was doing these carpet cleaning jobs, I think it was in the fall, I'd be outside some of these houses and I just kind of look around, and I recognize a lot of these neighborhoods that I drive around with friends in, or be walking through. I ran cross country, sometimes I'd be running through these neighborhoods, and it was just kind of like this feeling of looking around, and it was like, when I was here in the past, this is like kind of like a transitionary phase of my life where I'm doing this, and it's so fun and exciting, and then I'm going to move on to something else, and it's going to be fun and exciting and awesome. And then 2 years later, my whole life has collapsed. Like I'm in a house that I can't afford anymore. My ex that I hate is pregnant with my kid, and I have no money. I've got no upward mobility. I failed college. My job is horrible. Like just every single this is like all of those. The weight function had collapsed into one thing, and that one thing was the worst thing that could have possibly been at the time for me. Like everything was going in horrible. So that was the feeling I had. Do you ever felt this before? I thought about thinking about it, but I've just never been that kind of person. So.
Basically, so we just kicked March.
Something that I'm so incredibly lucky. I don't know why or how. I'm just going to chalk it up to biology. I've always had really high mental baseline, like depression and all of that. There have been a few short stints I've dealt with it past 30 because I did a lot of drugs. But other than that, my mental baseline is just so high. And even in the carpet cleaning days, like if you, man, the videos might still be there. I think on my old YouTube channel where I'll be like playing StarCraft when I first started getting the streaming. I'll be calling up customers like, escape from guaranteed clean. We have to move your drop back 1 hour. Is it okay if I show up instead of 2:30? And then I hang out. I was like, all right, guys, we got 3 more games. And I was like, let's go. Like stuff like that. So my baseline has always been like really high.
So even though point is you had strength, is there anything you can give by way of advice for people that when the wave function collapses, as it does for many of us? Like, holy fuck, the world is not full of opportunity, and you're kind of a failure. Like,
I don't know. It's rough because like I usually ask for compassion from people that have it better off. Because like once you're down there, like the only reason I say I got lucky, but it wasn't even really lucky. Or it was lucky, but it was more lucky. It wasn't just lucky that I got restrained. It was lucky that I was into computers at an early age. It was lucky that I played video games at an early age. It was lucky that all the tech came up at exactly that right point in time. Like I was a pretty smart guy, but it was definitely preparation meets opportunity, and that opportunity was like at the exact precise moment of my life. If anything had gone differently, then I would just be cleaning carpets today. So
in the many worlds interpretation, quantum mechanics,
this is like one out of like
there's many Stevens that are just still carpet cleaning, and they're full of pain and resentment.
yeah. The one piece of advice that I give that I could push back against those crypto bros and everybody online, for decently intelligent people that are successful, I've never heard anybody give a contradiction to this. Maybe you will. You can tell me if you disagree. I always look at kids in high school and I'm like, just try a little bit harder. 30 minutes a night. If you don't study, just do 30 minutes, just a little bit more. You're laying the foundation for the rest of your life. You can't appreciate it in high school and college. But oh my God, when you get out, everything in your life is so much easier. You have probably more responsibility over the direction of your life when you're like 13, 14 years old than you ever will once you're like 25 and older. Because this is like when you're determining the foundations that everything happens.
Yeah, 100%. So, first of all, it does seem that the liberating aspect of being young is like anything you learn, so working hard at learning something will pay off. In like non-linear ways, like you said with video games. I feel like people who are like, I hate school. All right, well, fine. Find something where you're challenging yourself, you're growing, you're learning a skill, you're learning about a thing. Of course, you could push back and say, well, there's some trajectories that might not be productive, like if you spend the entirety of your teen years playing, I don't know, League of Legends, maybe a love and hate relationship with.
No, just a hate relationship.
Okay, well, we'll talk about. I think you have a love-hate relationship with hate in general, which in love. We'll try to complexify that one. I think in general, just investing yourself fully with passion really does pay off. But that said, also school, I feel like doesn't get enough credit, like high school in particular, middle school and high school, because it's general education. I think if you're, especially if you're lucky to have good teachers, but honestly, I haven't mostly. The textbooks themselves with good teachers. It's a one chance in life you have to really explore a subject. Grades, like getting good grades is at tension, I would say, with actual learning. That is true, but just get a biology textbook and to explore ideas of biology and allowing yourself to be inspired by the beauty of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think that really pays off. You never get a chance to do that again. And maybe not even textbooks, like reading, straight up reading. I think if you read, this is one time in life you get a chance to read. Really read. Like read a book a day. You can really invest. You can really grow by reading. And Musk, all those guys.
It's very, very rare that you meet like a dumb person who reads a lot. I don't know if that's ever happened in my life. Yeah.
Dumb or not successful. And the cool thing is, it seems like the reading is like investment. The reading you do early on in high school pays off way more than the reading you do later. So like the really influential reading is during those high school years, because you're basically learning from others the mistakes they've made, the solutions to problems. You're basically learning the shortcuts to life. Like whatever the hell you want to do, music, read from the best people that is in music theory. Like learn music theory, learn read biographies of jazz musicians, blues musicians, see therapy, like, see all those things, see what they did, see the structure. You want to do podcasting, read about other podcasts. If you want to stream, read about the stream businesses and so on. And I feel like you figure out all the mistakes and get the shortcut to life. Because most people show up to college without having done that. And now you get a chance to shortcut your way past them. Yeah, 100%. But nobody really teaches you that. They're like, go to school, from this time to that time. You shut up. This is just what you do. Eat your broccoli.
There's two huge problems. One is now that I'm older, because you don't know anything as a kid. You can't really criticize adults as a kid. Because you're a kid.
You're ageist.
As I get older, I get more ageist. There are a lot of people who are arguing, like, man, dude, you're really 22, aren't you? I can tell every word you say. So there's seats of like 22-year-old. But that's okay. I love that for you.
You know, I could just say, because you mentioned this, your wife is a screamer, Rolina. You mentioned that this is the source of fights for the two of you, and I could just feel that. There is truth to what you're saying, which is like, all right, you're saying that because you're 22. Just wait until you're 25 and you won't be saying that anymore. Now, that is the most annoying thing for people to hear.
Yeah, you can't ever say that.
Because it's actually usually true. Because we do go through phases in life, and you can understand that most things are phases. So just in general, you can say, just wait. You won't see this, you won't feel this way again. I could say that to you, you can say that to yourself, just wait. Whatever you're feeling like, just wait. In 5, 10 years, you'll be a different person, and you will laugh at the things you take seriously now that cause you pain, all that kind of stuff. But people hate hearing.
I think the joke that I always say is that, like, if I could literally step into a time machine and I could come back out and see myself as a 17-year-old, and I could say, hey, I'm literally you from the future. You see the time machine, and I would look at me and I would see the time machine, and I would give myself the best advice in the world, the most successful person. I would ignore all of it, even knowing it came from myself. This guy sold out. This dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, nah, I'll figure it out better. Like, he must have made sense. That's what I would think. Even I knew it was myself in the future. I would just 100% never believe it. And knowing that is very frustrating. But I keep that in mind when I deal with younger people. That's why, like, I always see on stream, I was talking to, like, there's been stuff like Sneeko, there's another girl on stream called Lab. When I see I see the mistakes they're making, oftentimes because I've made all of these mistakes, sometimes in the most public and horrible fashion ever. But I'm never like a mentor. I'm not going to sit there and, like, tell you, like, oh, do this or that or that or that. Because, like, I don't know if you're going to listen to me. And I don't want to condescend to you. You figure stuff out. I'll be here if you want to talk about it. But, there was one of the stories, there was a company that didn't work with me because I was very adamant on defending, like, very radical notions about language and racial slurs and everything when I was like 22 or whatever. And there was a company and they said, well, we don't want to work with this guy for an event. And after they've said that, I read an article on my website called The Company Was Gigabyte. And they made other parts and fuck Gigabyte. So that was the title to my article. And I was like, well, they don't want to work with me. I'm going to blow them up and never do anything ever with them again. And it was just like looking back at it now, obviously, as an older person, like, hey, you need to pump the brakes and chill. You're destroying yourself. But as a young person, it's like, yeah, you're 22. Of course, you think that you can say whatever and do whatever. And as long as you're good at what you're doing, you've got the whole world behind you. Yeah, jeez.
Well, let's go there. You have a history of using offensive language, like the R word, the N word, including the N word with the hard R, calling women bitches, talking about rape and nonchalant way. What part of that did you regret? What part of it?
Language is very, very complicated. When it comes to stuff relating to slurs, there's been like a whole trajectory of feelings on everything related to language. So
for you personally and for the internet,
yeah, I don't care for the internet, mostly for me personally. In my early 20s, I'll say like 22, 23, I think probably when I first started streaming, my feeling is that any word is just a word, and if it hurts you, that's your fault. Take responsibility for yourself. This probably came from my background of being like a really independent person, so that's just kind of like the mind that I had for everything. And there were like a collection of experiences that I had. And as I grew, I started to realize, like, okay, well, I feel differently about some of these words depending on the context, and I can see how they can affect other people depending on the context. So as I've kind of like grown, I think I've developed a more sophisticated understanding of how different words are used and how they affect people, whether they like it or not, and more importantly, whether I like it or not, and that words can, even if I don't want it to be, they could be a vehicle for emboldening certain types of ideas that I don't want to embolden. And yeah, that's kind of been the whole of growth. I've been lucky that in the time that I came up on the internet, I was able to learn these lessons. Because if I was trying to learn the same lessons today, I would have been completely destroyed because I had insane views on language like 10 years ago.
You could talk about the past, or we could talk about the past. Let's talk about the past first. So, how do you deal with the fact that there's videos of you in the past saying the N word, including the N word in the radar?
So generally,
And what's the context? Can you give me
Yeah,
your
so-
memory? What would be the context usually?
when I lay out this defense, it's not because I wouldn't have used the N word. Generally, whenever I said the N word, it was usually in an example of like, this is something that like a racist person would say. I don't think I've ever, on the internet, I don't think I've ever called anybody like the N word in the radar. Not because I wouldn't have, but just because it wasn't in my vocabulary. I played RTS, real-time strategy, and we used the F slur for gay people. That's what I use that a ton. I called people that a ton in the past.
So I should actually just, as a small tangent, this is what I like to explore with you. There's a ruthlessness to the language in the gaming world. And there's different communities. They have different flavors of language, of hate speech, essentially. And there's also a humor to it, which really bothers me in a dark way that I haven't been able to really think through. Because humor seems to be a kind of catalyst for hate. It seems to normalize hate. Like you say, basically, it's like Louis C.K. says a lot of edgy things. But you take something Louis C.K. says and do it in a non-funny way, do it over and over and over, and keep increasing the hatefulness of it, the vitriol, and somehow you find yourself like Alice in Wonderland in a world full of hate, where there's no good and evil, it's all the same. In fact, the good is to be mocked, and the evil is to be celebrated for the humor of it. Basically, not taking the ideas of evil serious. And I don't know what it reveals something about human nature that you can let go. The moral relativism that can happen when you do that. At the same time, I'm a fan of dark humor when done well. Anyway, for people who are not familiar, I just want to mention that some of the worst hate speech that ends in LOL happens in gaming communities.
Yeah,
And that's where you come from in certain parts.
a lot of people don't remember this or don't know this because they're younger, but way back in the day, in the late 90s, early mid 2000s, the way that online kind of like shit talk worked was you were just trying to ramp up to the most insanely edgy, crazy stuff you could say to like provoke a reaction. Have you ever heard of something called the Aristocrats? It's like a joke. The joke.
Oh yeah, the joke. Yeah, there's a movie on it.
Okay. Basically, every single like shit talk back and forth on the internet was like that. Like, what is the most increasingly depraved? And back then, you didn't get banned for slurs or anything on any of these chat rooms, so it was just like an insane world to walk into. And I was fully 100% a part of, a product of, and a contributor to that world.
So that probably still goes on the internet in some way. That probably still goes on the internet in maybe more pacified way.
Only in darker parts of the internet. I think for the most part, well, compared to back then, compared to 20 years ago, the internet is way cleaned up now. There's still going to be boards you can go on or parts of the internet where you can see that type of thing. But no one near as mainstream. Like back then, you could open your mic on Xbox Live and hear some insane stuff when that first started. Nowhere near what you hear today. Although,
But there's still elements of escalation that happen. It just seems to be part of human nature on the internet because we don't get the feedback of actually hurting people directly. So the trolling, like for the walls, you'll do like whatever, like you will still escalate within the bounds. You're just saying that there's more bounds now. On Reddit, there's more boundaries and so on. There's moderators that kind of yell at you, that ban you and so on. But overall, that basic human instinct to escalation, especially under the veil of anonymity, is still there. I don't know, it's dark.
yeah, just there's a lot of different ways to look at it, and there's different ways to break that out. Like, for instance, like you mentioned dark humor, and you say that like sometimes dark humor is funny, and sometimes it's not. I think that it's really important to dig into and figure out like why certain things are like funny.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, go.
It's from your subreddit. Okay. No, that made me laugh when I thought long about it.
Oh no.
So this is
I already know what this is.
so this is a trolley problem to me connected to this. I think about the trolley keeps because I worked on autonomous vehicles. The trolley problem is most often thought experiment. It keeps brought up a lot. When AI is part of making the decision, do I kill 3 people here or 5 people here? Do AI make the decision? How do you calculate this? And this particular there's a deep satire that reveals some kind of flaw in society. I feel like that's
what dark humor does.
Successful.
That's a flaw. I feel like there's a certain brand of dark humor, and I think the reason is why it's good, or why it is good humor. I think it's because I don't think it necessarily reveals the flaw. Sometimes I feel like it reveals like a kind of virtue. I think. Like if you look at this particular thing,
can I explain what?
Yeah, go for it. Oh yeah,
sure. The title of the article is "You Know What to Think," and it says 5 people are going to die either way, but if you flip the lever, trolley will do a sick fucking loop first. And also the top comment is a question saying, which I think is also part of the document as successful. Can I get the gender and ethnic backgrounds of the groups first? And the top answer is both groups are each comprised of 5 white, girlfriend, cis males, heavy meth users, or consistently in and out of drug rehab, all who identify as right-wing extremists.
It's such a sophisticated thing that we engage in. Humor is really complicated. But I would argue that, like, hopefully the humor here shows the virtue of, like, this is obviously horrible, but that's kind of why it's funny. It's funny because it's such a horrible question to ask. Like, do we kill 5 people in a boring way or in a really entertaining way? That's funny. And then when you ask them more, like, what are the ethnic backgrounds? Like, that's even worse to say that, you know? So I feel like that's, like, the type of, there's a way that you can engage with dark humor where it's like, it's funny because it's so wrong and so type of, we all know that it's wrong, and that's kind of where the sheer laugh comes from.
So for me, the question that asking the diversity question is a sophisticated way of revealing the absurdity of asking about diversity when it's talking about human life.
Oh, interesting, because the way that I took that was, I think it reveals the absurdity of how people will weigh different ethnic backgrounds so differently when it comes to value human life. Like, I'm actually thinking of that in terms of, like, an immigration-related question, where people are really keen and quick to dehumanize, like, black or brown people. So, like, the question is, like, well, 5 of them are brown and 5 are white. Well, I know which one I'm going to, pull the lever for. That's how I read that.
But it's satirizing that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, of course. Yeah.
But that's what I mean. That's the flaw. For me, it showed that humanity or social networks that are easy to be outraged and love the outrage and the chaos, that Twitter and social networks would pull that lever. Like they would always try to maximize the fun. And there's a sick aspect to all the atrocities, all the tragedies that happen in the world that we kind of always lean towards the outrageous narrative around it. The one that leads to sort of the most clicks, to the most attention, to the most outrage, to all that, all that stuff. So that's almost like a satire of society. When they are faced with tragedy, they will maximize. I'm trying to think of a word that's not fun, but
Entertainment.
maximize the entertainment.
This is a big criticism I give, especially to conservative crowds. Left leaning, everybody does it. I don't like when people blame the media for the state of the media today. I very much believe that everything in society is a feedback loop, and that if you're really unhappy with the state of the media, I think that the media is a good reflection of what people want to see. Because there is a room right now in the United States where somebody can start a company where all they do is completely factual reporting. They don't have a political slant. They're not giving you these like sensationalist narrative stories, and that media company would fail in 2 weeks because people don't want to see that. Generally, people really want to see show me the guy that really believes what I say, who calls the other guy an idiot, the guys that are screaming on TV or underrated. This is what I really want. And people will engage in that, and that feedback loop will continue for generations. And then all of a sudden, like, why is the media so biased? Why is the media driving so many narratives? It's like, what do you mean? This is exactly what you want to see. And that's frustrating for me. That's one of my big kind of when I defend establishments or when I talk about like the interplay between citizen and all these institutions we have. That the institutions are very much a reflection of the population, at least in democratic societies, And I think that people very much try to elude the personal responsibility or the country's responsibility for why some of them look the way that they do.
But that takes us back to the N word with a hard R.
Sure. Why? For the particular examples that I was giving, for the particular conversations that I was having, if you're going to have challenging conversations around certain words, I think you should probably be able to say them. Otherwise, it feels really ridiculous.
That's like you still do.
Yes, and not like calling people those words, but having conversations about those words. Obviously, that I still do.
But don't you think, as you said, that using those words actually gives motivation and strength to people who have hate?
I think depending on the context of what's going on, I think that's going to be a big driver in terms of how people are going to perceive or take it. So in a conversation about the N-word, I don't think I would normally say the N-word. You just talk about the word much the same way that like in a movie, like in Django, people use the N-word. Should that be censored in that movie? Or in the context of that movie, is it being employed in a way where these aren't good people, you're not supposed to like them? That's what the audience walks away with.
Yeah, but that context is different than conversation. It's like in conversation, you using that word normalizes it. And that normalizing that word is going to make it easier for people who use that word in a hateful way to use it. Same with the F word. If you use that casually, normalize it in a way that's not hateful, you use it in a way that's not hateful. The side effect is that it normalizes it, and people who do use it in a hateful way will be more likely to use it. Therefore, mathematically looking at the equation, the number of times the N word or the F word is used throughout the world, it increases the number of times it's used in a hateful way.
Yeah, I think that
You're part of that problem, Steve.
I don't agree. I understand the thought process, but I don't know if using certain words within different contexts is going to necessarily normalize like the hateful use of that word. That is an argument that I've heard people use. Somebody will say like, okay, well, hold on, that should never be used ever, because by virtue of you normalizing it, even in an inoffensive environment, you increase the proclivity for people to use it in a potentially more offensive environment. And my argument is always that, like, no, I don't think that crossover exists. But if you did want to take that argument, and maybe you do feel this way, I think that you get really problematic when you run into communities that do use certain words that people say, well, they should be allowed to do it. So, for instance, if you think that any utterance of the N-word at all is highly problematic and might increase hatred, then like the entire rap industry has to dramatically change the way they engage with the N-word. And obviously, a lot of people that criticize people who use the N-word are going to turn to rappers and say, well, you guys can't say it either.
No, it's cool. It uses the N-word, that's what it's not. So it's not just the word, it's the it is context dependent. But I would say that you, as a white person, having conversations, the context there is the kind that would be taking place.
Do you think the N-word should be censored in the dictionary?
No, and I believe there's a Wikipedia page on it. I think it should be in the dictionary. I think the context of casual conversation, like I said, I just believe that on the internet, having humor, having fun conversations as you have on your streams, that leads to the normalization of the word without any education.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I would agree with that.
No, each side. So there's a difference between F slur and N word. Both I think should not be used in a fun way, but the F word was used in a fun way for this time. I'll tell you something that bothers me about streams. Now your streams and basically every other stream is the casual use of the R word. I don't know if it's like able. I don't even know. This is complicated. I'm not like virtue signaling here.
No, just ableism isn't perfect. It's a legitimate. Like I get emails from fans and say like, hey, like I deal with this particular issue. Every time you use this word, it feels like you're attacking. Like so, it's a valid concept. Yeah.
It's just something cuts it out for me. Like for example, I'm not bothered by. I am bothered by the excessive use of the word fuck. Okay, but not moderate.
What is it? I'm curious. When somebody calls somebody an R word, what is it? What is the feeling that you get?
It signals to me that you don't give a damn about. people who are struggling in ways that you are not struggling. Like that signals to me. Like about the experience of others.
You think that there are other words also that could convey like a similar feeling to you, or what? 'Cause it feels like you've drawn a pretty special circle around. It's like I imagine I go, oh, this guy's you're an uneducated dumb fuck, or you're a nitwit, or like those words are gonna feel it.
That circle keeps changing.
Which it can, which is fine.
And I think that's what the whole point of the culture is. I'm trying to feel. My feeling is that I'm a human being that exists in a social context that we're all involved in that language together. It just feels wrong. The word bitch, for example, it really brought like a heard in the street calling a woman a stupid bitch really bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just the word bitch, it's context. Like, for example, me personally, badass bitch is different. Bitch.
Sure, way bad bitch or something. Yeah,
Way different. I think it speaks to a bigger sense of civility and respect for human beings and not like you. That's the feeling I'm going with. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is just because people speak in this kind of way in the gaming world and on the streams doesn't mean that you, like a lot of people, it doesn't mean young people especially. Doesn't mean that you don't have the responsibility to sort of stand alone from the crowd. Because you're somebody that values the power of effective discourse. And to be effective discourse, there's some level of civility. So you can be the sort of the beacon of civility in that world versus giving in to the derogatory words. It's like you have to lift people out of that world, out of the muck of what I would say is like drama. I think that's one of your missions, right? It's like to inspire the world to conversation, to debate, effective discourse. Yeah. So I guess I'm just calling you out that I think using our word, me personally, as a fan that believes in your mission, it just makes you look ineffective and bad and uninspiring to young people that look up to you. Because those young people are going to use those words that you're using, and they'll do it much less effectively. That's the problem.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is always just finding the line. Like, my vocabulary shifted dramatically from even from like 2 or 3 years ago. I think my vocabulary shifted quite a bit as we've kind of got rid of some words and some things have kind of out. The R word is one that has kind of gone out and come back and gone out and come back. That one we've definitely gone back and forth on. I know there are different thoughts about it in different communities on the internet.
This is interesting. I mean, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
For me, it cuts, and I'm not a social justice warrior type. It cuts pretty hard.
So you're saying I'm going to lose the subscriber.
No,
I'm just subscriber.
I actually have to empathize harder because, like, maybe this is not a very good person. That's what I feel. Like, if you're so carelessly using that word, that maybe you're not actually thinking deeply about the suffering in the world. Like, to be a student of human nature, you really have to think about other humans and other experiences that are like your own.
Yeah, of course.
And so that's the sense I get. But at the same time, you're also like the grandpa who's trying to be cool with the young kids. So a lot of the reason young kids look up to you is like you also know the language of the internet.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not an excuse to use words that probably should be. I guess the question that I would have, because it's always a struggle, and to some extent it's kind of happened, is let's say that like 3 years ago, I would have said I'm no longer saying the R word. I'm just going to get rid of that in my vocabulary. Like, is there a chance that today we would be having a conversation about like, why do you call people dumb fucks? Is that really appropriate? Like, does this attack at the core of like somebody's like level of intelligence, education, opportunities in life? Like, is that where you don't think so?
I think that's a kid's cope.
Do you really think so?
I think
because the words have definitely moved in a way where it's like this was okay, now it's not. This is working enough.
So you're standing your ground by using this. You could, but I think it's better to use those words if you want to defend the ground, what stand on, to use them rarely and deliberately, versus how you currently use them, which is to express an emotion. Like I'm going to be honest, you use our word not when you're at your best. So that's not
Yeah, that's generally language with a lot of stuff.
no, but like you know the R word, you know, and there's part of it is like the, you tell yourself that like you're still kind of fighting political correctness by using it a little bit when you say it.
No, I don't think so. I think I'm trying to think in terms of like where's the virtue where like there's a whole bunch of arguments for why some words are okay, some words aren't okay, or whatever. And I try to like think more along those lines rather than. But like there's going to be like a lot of phrases where like if the R words come out, conversation is over. Like I know that like my brain is shut down. The person sometimes. But there's a lot of words also in terms of like if you ever going to be so like fucking moron in a debate, it's like it's done. Like this conversation is over. There's no way that anything productive is happening past that point.
I think fucking moron is not. I think it's ineffective. It's not civil, but it's not. It doesn't bother me in a way. It's basically when you speak in a way that I know that the group is going to be hurt by that. Not only do I think about the hurt that group experiences, I think of you as a lesser intellectual, like as a lesser person who's thinking about the group. What bothers me the most is just what kind of mindset that inspires young people. Sure, especially when you're a public figure and a lot of people look up to you. So I definitely don't think that this idea that the R word is not the battleground of expanding the origin window of discourse. Okay, like I don't think it'll lead to dumb fuck being canceled 2 years later. Unless that word is hurting people's experience, which I don't foresee that happening. I think legitimately our word and F slur and calling women bitches, context matters here too, okay, of course. But just the way I've heard you use it, it is not, it's from emotions, it's from frustration, and it ultimately is rooted in disrespect. I think it's ineffective. And of course, like, who gets to say, I don't know. But I'm saying, somebody who I admire effective conversations. And I admire great humor, dark humor, wit. To me, oftentimes, the use of the R word and the way you've used it, or as the community use it, is none of those things. It contributes none of to the humor and so on. Now, I could see it might contribute to the camaraderie of that particular group, especially when they normalize the use of that word. You kind of take some of the edge off, and you forget that there's a large number of other people that don't have the chemistry, that don't hear the music of the friendship you have, the relationship you have, and instead they hear the normalization of people, and it ultimately has an impact on people. And then people like me who show up, I haven't watched much of your stuff. It turns me off from like a couple of times the content came for me, like, and I listened to it a little bit. It turned me off completely. I didn't understand how good your heart is. I didn't understand how your mission of actually de-radicalize people, help people, like you're and increase the level of good faith discourse in the world. I didn't understand any of that because like what I was hearing was pretty rough, like the R word type of stuff. And I just feel like benefit cost analysis is heavy on the cost. So I just have to sort of call this out. I think it, and I straight up think it's wrong. But that's my own. That's
Why do you think it's wrong?
Because it's hurting people without any benefit to you whatsoever.
When you say hurting people, do you mean the person using it, or do you think it's
No.
talking about the effective terms? So it's good feedback, right? I always consider everything, especially I respect you a lot. You're a really smart guy. Something that I always kind of like fight over in terms of like language or like who do we talk to, what do we talk to, is that it's very hard to draw like what boxes are okay to insult people on versus what not. So, for instance, if I call somebody like a Nazi with a lot of vitriol, I am okay with every single Nazi being negatively affected by that because that category intrinsically calls upon at some level of moral condemnation, right? Whereas, like, if I'm up there, I try not to do like image-related jokes, right? I don't want to call you, oh, you're a fat fucking loser, because there's a lot of people that are fat or overweight, where I don't want them to feel bad. I don't want them. I'm not trying to call you out or like insult you. So there's like a lot of say cost benefit. I like a lot of collateral damage from a word like that, where there's no purpose. So certain words are easy to get rid of. They're off the table, right? And slur, and word, like these are not words you call people because there's so much collateral. It's not worth it. We've got some words where it's like if you have some form of like mental thing, it is a bad thing, you're not a bad person, just using that word could feel like a collateral damage to those people. And then there's other categories of words. So like if I say that like this person is like they're a stupid fucking Republican, right? There's probably some Republicans that aren't down that I don't want to be called out by that. Like, are those types of phrases that you think should be completely removed as well, or kind of curious?
This completely removed, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
I'm not referring to censorship.
Oh no, I'm not even talking about. I'm just personally like emotionally.
Like, removed is the wrong word though. Like I care about. Like, I'm not trying to listen to people on the internet saying that you shouldn't say that word. That's not good. I mean, I'm trying to look at your mind and heart. Everything we're talking today is you're portraying your gift. You're better than this.
You think it's indicative of like a more flippant thought process, where it's like the only way you can say that word is if you're ignoring the hurt and suffering of those people. And if you're somebody that says
Those people, you're ignoring the state of language. Because I think you're getting to the point, because it's not about a single word. It's about like it's music. And I just feel like there's
very strong.
It's a strong note that roots the melody. And I don't think I can say, you shouldn't use the R word or whatever. I'm just speaking to, I'm just listening to music and reviewing the final result. It's not necessarily, there may be one use of the R word strategically or part of an actual, like, or when you build up a camaraderie that's sandwiched in some love, but then you try to reveal there, because you're talking about a lot of drama. You have friends with who you're warring and stuff, and they're all a little bit beautifully insane. And you said that you're becoming more and more insane. It's beautiful to watch. It's the human condition lead before us. Wonderful. And some of that is swearing, and some of it, so it's a tricky thing. But the whole skill of discourse, just like it is with dark humor, is walking that line. And I just feel like it's overuse of the R word, and I don't want to die in that round now because if there's certain things like that, it feels like it ruins the music. I don't, it's to say like a dumb Republican, a dumb Democrat. Yeah, that ruins it too a little bit. It depends on how you use it. You can be lazy with that. Like even overuse of the word, I think bots is used for people who don't think or something. I don't know the definition. I'm offended on behalf of Romans.
And that might be a compliment.
Yeah. Exactly. But I guess bots means don't think.
Yeah, you're like an NPC.
Again, I'm on behalf of NPCs. But there's a sense if you say bots too much, that you're just dismissing people. Like, everything I say is right, and anyone that disagrees with me is a bot. That's lazy too. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's effective. Basically, it's saying a lot of people in mainstream media or something like that are bots. Okay, that's a little bit of that is effective, but too much it becomes ineffective. And I'm trying to speak to that.
Yeah,
and I'm just the reason we're highlighting clear examples like the Joe Rogan. I think it's ineffective. It makes you less effective. But like you've talked about many times, language is a tricky one.
It's always hard because you talk about like constructing a melody. There's not one melody that sounds good to everyone. But there are probably certain notes that, like, if you got rid of them, everybody's still going to like it about as much, and you're not really losing the whole part of an audience that might be more willing to listen. Yeah, of course.
And it's not about losing the magic of that melody. You know what I do, I just feel like there's stuff that
yeah, for sure.
It's bad. But then again, the other thing that people should understand that might be listening to this, you're streaming many times a day for many years. So one of the things that people can do is just flip out anything. You're going through the full human experience of emotion, anger, fear, frustration, all of it. So of course, there's going to be moments where you're not the best version of yourself. Anything else to say about the language?
It's complicated. Still always trying to figure it out. There are opinions that I have that have changed throughout the years. It's possible that the R word has always been the next one on the chopping block that we're kind of looking at, but people are always worried about that treadmill. But it's possible in a year or two I'll have a different view on it, or I'll change the way some of the words I use. Yeah, it's definitely it's always like a work in progress. There's always like different communities that feel different ways.
Yeah, but you acknowledge that there's people out there that are never going to talk to you. They're never going to think of you as a good man because you used the N-word with the hard R.
In the past, I mean, yeah, those people exist, but I mean, if there are some people that are beyond my reach, which I'm okay with. Like, there's going to be some people because of things that have evolved, or even ideas that I have now that might make them beyond my reach. Something you said earlier is very true. I think the goal is to like identify what are the elements that you can cut out that aren't integral to your message, that could be alienating to more people, and those are probably the things that you identify. But I think that you can get lost in yourself, or lost in the internet, or lost in in the outside of yourself if you're trying to appeal to every single person. It's just never going to be the case. And I like that I've had the journey that I've had on the internet, that you can find me saying and defending a lot of innocent stuff 10 years ago, because I think it shows like a level of progress. And I think I do get a lot of respect and buy-in in certain communities where it's like, I'm not just some random dude telling you that like, oh, you shouldn't say, the F word or the N word. Like, I'm a guy that's been there, that's done it, that's defended it. You see my whole past, my whole history is laid bare for you to watch every of thousands of hours of it. But I can show that like there's growth and we should change it.
Yeah, and you're honest about that growth. It's a tricky thing. People just call it bring up stuff from your past.
For sure.
I hope we figure out the civilization of mechanism to clearly say this was me 2 years ago. This was me 5 years ago. I'm a different person. Like, because Twitter doesn't care about that. These social mechanisms that bring stuff up doesn't care about that. It's like one stupid thing you say becomes like a scarlet letter. And I don't know how to fight that. It's tricky to fight that.
Have you ever seen Men in Black?
Yes.
When KJ on the bench, he says, person's smart, but people are stupid, dumb, finicky, animals, or whatever. There's something that changes per human dynamics when there is a group of people that make it so hard to control. Like, I think one-on-one, anybody can sit across from someone and admit to some horrible stuff. I used to be, I abused my husband when I was, 20, and I'm 35, and I see what's wrong, or I did this, I was addicted to whatever, and, I made these mistakes. One-on-one, it's always easy. But in group environments, that in-group, out-group, tribalistic thing of, like, identifying one thing and then coming to destroy a person's life is, like, such a huge, like, impulse we have. And I think probably when we were, like, hunter-gatherers in the forest, it's probably good, because you really want to push weird people out or anything like that. But now on the internet, we can hunt for any dissenting opinion and just with ruthless precision to destroy somebody's life over it. It's a really scary dynamic.
I think one of the mechanisms that could fix it is make it super easy for each individual person to analyze all the stupid shit they themselves have said in the past. Like a full recording. Because I think people are just honestly paint a very rosy picture to their own brain of who they have been in the past.
Yeah, of course.
If we can have empathy for the fact that we say stupid shit, or we've drawn the ridiculous things you say, the offensive things you might have said, the offensive things you might have done, I just feel like that will give us the ammunition to have empathy for others. And you're like, okay, yeah, this guy 5 years ago said this. Maybe that doesn't represent who we are any more than stuff I said 5 years ago represents who I am today. I feel like technology could actually enable that.
Maybe. Although you're talking about more recording and more stuff that people already wary of. But
It's a double-edged sword. I think there is going to be more and more recording. We have to figure out how to do that in a way that respects people's privacy and gives them ownership of their data and so on. I've looked at the search history I've done on Google, which for most people is available, like your Google search history. And it's fascinating to watch the evolution of the human being. Like, it doesn't seem like the same person. It's like a different person.
for sure.
It's weird.
It's also hard too with the internet today. It's going to be ages ago. But like now all of the people are thrown together, whereas like I don't want a 27-year-old judging where you judge like a 15 or 16-year-old. Like obviously he's in high school. Like there is that story that came out of there was a kid that saved a recording. I think it was like some white girl. I think that she like got her driver's license. She's like, I can drive now, and words with the A or whatever. Dumb shit said it. I think she was like 15 or 16 when she TikToked this or whatever. And he held on to that recording until she applied to something to college 3 years later, and then he released it. He ended up college. Everything that I had ever said as like a 15, 16-year-old was like immortalized in the internet. I my life would definitely go. And those are insanely high standards to hold people to. Not that, like, obviously you shouldn't be saying those, you shouldn't be saying certain words or whatever, but you have to be able to make mistakes and adolescence, like everybody does. We all did. Everybody did it growing up. You know?
Why do you think there is so much misogyny in the streaming community? And how can you fight it? Because you've shown a lot of interest in fighting it, trying to decrease or eliminate misogyny from your community.
I think it's really difficult. I think that eliminating racism is easier than eliminating misogyny
Because I know what you mean.
on anyone. Because I think fundamentally, I don't think there's that much difference between like white people and black people and brown people and Asian people and whatever. You know, we have different cultures and stuff, but at the end of the day, we're all people. But I think there are differences between men and women, like throughout all of history and time, and then even today in every culture. And when real differences do exist, it's harder to account for that in a way that can we have conversations with each other without it becoming very gendered in a negative way, right? Negative way of gendering something like a misogynist way.
Of course, it's unclear to me that it's so difficult to avoid the negative gender versus the positive. Because there's a lot of positive to the tension and dance between the different genders. So maybe in this particular moment in history, it's not. But it's not trivial to me that racism is easier to eliminate. That's an interesting hypothesis. Just because there's more biological difference between men and women, maybe it's harder to eliminate. But
I don't know if this is true. I hear this a lot. I feel like I read this one, but I can get a better source if I repeat it ever. Right? I've heard that, like in the U.S. military, for instance, they've gotten exceedingly well. They do an exceedingly good job at getting different people of different races to integrate, and it's like not a huge problem once you're through basic training, all the training, everything. But for different sexes, it still represents a significant problem that the military hasn't figured out. And I actually looked like, well, what's the military doing? Because if something was solvable, like if we sleep for 4 hours and not be healthy, if we could, I bet the military would know. So I kind of look sometimes and see their integration. But there might be there are other issues there that make it.
yeah, it feels like the military is a very particular kind
For
of
sure, yeah.
the actual task at hand might bias the difficulty of the process.
Potentially, yeah. There's been a lot of interesting talk about like women integrating into male groups, and how do you do this in a way where everybody is happy with the outcome and there's not like issues. I think Jordan Peterson spoke about this a little bit, and workplace culture speaks about this a bit. Would you happen to remember, I want to say it was like 5 or 10 years ago, there was a big tech conference. There were 2 guys behind a woman, and they made a joke about like the USB dongle, like dongle was a dick. And this woman turned around, she tweeted pictures of them, spoke about like misogyny, and then that blew up into a huge ordeal that like, there was this interesting phenomenon that in a less misogynistic and more inclusive workplace environment, some women might end up feeling worse because in a more misogynistic environment, you think like, okay, that's a woman. She doesn't get our humor. I'm going to treat her in a very indifferent, very dispassionate, cold way, whatever. And then I'm going to have my boys over here. And then you got like these environments where they're a little bit more warmer, and it's like, oh, cool. We're going to bring this woman into our environment, and we're going to make all the same types of like crass jokes we did before. And it's actually worse now. Another woman feels even more otherwise. It's like, oh my God, why do you talk like this? I think that internet communities, especially online ones that do like political debate video games, are very much like big boys clubs. So it's not enough to just say you can't be misogynistic to get rid of misogyny. There's always going to be an othering effect on women. There's a lot of like behaviors that are unintuitive that you have to account for, and you got to try to like push that back. And that's just a very, very, very challenging thing to do. So like, I'll use it with concrete examples. So here's a concrete example, and this is like a recent initiative in my community. So I'm trying to like because misogyny hasn't fixed anywhere in the internet. I'm curious. Well, there are ways that I can push my community to do this. I don't think you should almost never make a comment on a woman's appearance ever if they're appearing in like some political or professional manner. Even if it's a positive comment, I think it's equally bad to a negative comment. It's just never good to do. And that's kind of an unintuitive thing. It's like, well, a woman appears, wow, she's really cute. It seems like a nice comment. You're being nice, she looks good, whatever. But it's like, it's not at all the point of why she's there. And just by saying that, you're kind of like otherizing her as like a person to like think she looks good rather than listening to anything she has to say.
But there's a lot of stuff that you're saying, and that is a part of misogyny. It's almost like obvious. Like any woman will tell you that.
Women will, yeah, but they're not in these spaces. A lot of the guys don't know it.
I think what that requires is empathy. You need to consider the female experience. That's it. Like you have to either read about or talk to women. If you you learn, like the low hanging fruit is very easy to learn. It feels like just a level of social skill. Oftentimes, in internet communities is quite low.
I disagree. I don't like to say. Here's the problem with empathy: is it's very hard to have empathy for experiences that are so outside of your own. Well, maybe some people. There might be some people like I can't. There's a lot of stuff that I had to learn.
Women are half the population.
With the women. Okay, so
We'll talk about
yeah. Here's
So
this is
hold on.
So here's an example. Okay, so especially for me, my archetype makes up a lot of the internet. White man. There's never been a point
The name of the beautiful woman.
who it might be a dancer.
That's the backstory. For New Orleans,
I haven't thought that through yet. Yeah, it's ambiguous.
like an open world.
Hey, open world. I want you to project wherever you want Destiny the dancer to be from. That's in your mind.
All right, I'll save that for later tonight.
Yeah. Okay. As a white guy, I don't know if there's ever been a spot that I've been in where been made to feel like I don't belong there just by virtue of who I am. I actually don't. It's impossible for me to empathize with that because I don't even have that experience. If you go back 8-9 years, one of the big issues that came up was harassment and gaming against women. And I was one of the big debaters against that, saying that, like, sure, women might get harassment, but everybody gets harassment. If you're a woman and you're in gaming and you get harassed, congratulations, you're being treated like a man. What you're actually asking for is for us to actually treat you differently. You don't want to be insulted. You don't want to be treated like a man. That's actually misogyny. Women making that argument.
Just to step on that.
So I wrong with you? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, okay. So a little while after.
I disagree with it.
Sure, okay, that's good. You should. A little while later, I had a friend, Jessica, super cool girl. We go to play games. She was between jobs. She's like, I got like 2 months. We're going to grind CSGO. And I'm like, okay, this is awesome. Let's do it. CSGO, Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, shooter game, FPS, microphones. First day we start playing, okay? Hop into our first game. Obviously, she talks. Everybody thinks, is that a 12-year-old boy? Why aren't you making sandwiches? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. Play our first game. Play our second game. Same jokes. Third game, fourth game. By like the fourth or fifth game, I was actually starting to feel triggered. Like every time the game started, I was like, can you just like talk so we can get over like this stupid fucking jokes? It's so fucking stupid. And you hear the same fucking joke every single time. And it took one day of that experience for me to realize it's not about being insulted. It's like this othering feeling that you don't belong. And I've never felt that because I'm a white guy. Like, it's not to be like virtue signaling, but like there's no place where it's like, you're white, you don't belong here. You're a guy, you don't belong here. Like I've never felt that inclusion. And playing with her, there's a different feeling when it's the same types of jokes coming from a group of people to make you feel like you don't belong there. Where I was like, damn, this actually feels really bad. And it feels bad in a different way where it's like if you call me like an F slur or any other type of swear word or insult, like, yeah, you can call me that, but at the end of the day, like, we're all kind of the same. We're all white dudes and we call each other names. But like, this is a woman and this is not her place and she doesn't belong here. Kind of the analogy that I would make, because I after getting these experiences, I would learn this afterwards. If I tell you that there's another guy in the room and you need to think of the worst insults ever for that person without ever knowing anything about them or meeting them, if I tell you that it's like a white straight guy and you have to write insults, you're fucked. Maybe you can be like school shooter, but there's not really much you could say at the end of the day. But if I tell you it's a woman, well, there are so many different jokes to write. It's a black person, so many different racist things we can say.
Are you sure? I can come up with black.
In terms of stuff that is just intrinsic to him being a white guy.
Yeah, there's
Really?
wait a minute. What are you talking about? There's a lot. The internet has sharpened that sword.
In terms of like jokes that are targeted at his sex, or
Incel,
targeted-
virgin, weak.
some of the incel virgin, maybe, yeah, that's getting there. Sure. That's for sure. It's recent though. Sorry, I'm older on the internet. We didn't have those words way back then.
But that wasn't.
When I was making these analogies, that incel and
Back
virgin.
in my day, we didn't have gender
There
relativity.
were no incels back then. None of us had sex. We just accepted. We're all computer gamers. Nobody had sex with like video games back then. Okay. People don't remember that. There wasn't the Big Bang Theory. You were just a loser that was stuck.
You guys didn't even know sex existed.
Exactly. Yeah. We had to download sexual pictures in 2 minutes, and you didn't even know if you were doing the right thing by the time it finished. But what I'm saying is that, like, okay, I think you agree that, like, if somebody gives you like a race, like a black person who's a woman, we can write like very cutting, scathing, like insults for that person that are very otherizing.
Or words that would really hurt.
Yeah, that are very cutting to the person. But like for a white guy, it's kind of hard because it's like the default. There's not as much otherizing of those people. Yeah,
So that's kind of the insults you have. from white guy to white guy, the insults are much harsher. So when you start to apply the same kind of harshness to other groups,
You can make them feel like they really don't belong. And that otherizing effect is something that's very hard for me. I can't really empathize with. It's never felt it. So I have to intellectualize it and sympathize with it. It's a whole process I have to go through. And I try to walk other people through that. Because if you're a white guy on the internet, which is a lot of the internet, you really don't know what that feels like. You never felt like it.
yes, so you're now in a leadership position, grandpa destiny. So that's a lot of people come to you for that sort of pathway to empathy.
Yeah.
How not to otherize. I mean, you have felt otherized. You mentioned high school people like not being.
Yeah, but those were always for things that, like, it's different to insult somebody for a non-immutable characteristic. Like, okay, you think poorly about me because I'm, like, not enough money, or I don't have money, but I can get more money and I can change them. But it's different for somebody to really attack you for, like, your gender or attack you for, like, your race.
A lot of the attacks that hit the hardest is not about gender. I do think that they're like the way women are attacked on the internet. It's the same kind of attacks you do towards other guys, but it's a little harsher.
I feel like they're fundamentally different. I feel like when we're attacking guys, I'm not usually attacking you on, like, the virtue of you being a guy. But, like, if it's the woman and she's typing something like, oh, did your boyfriend type that for you? Or, like, what are you even doing here? Like, shouldn't you be trying to find a husband? Or, like, oh, you're like a stupid cunt, like, go start an OnlyFans.
No, but the stupidity, the intelligence aspect is what's attacked.
Yeah, but it's so much different. Like, you call a guy stupid, but that's because he's a guy that's being stupid. But when you call a woman stupid, she's stupid because she's a woman.
Yeah, but I honestly think that women are called stupid more than men.
Mm-hmm. But
It's nothing to do, like, the attack is not gender. It's the gender inspires an increased level of attack.
I feel like it is gendered.
Which way do you know?
Have you ever heard of the XKCD comics? A really good comic where, and this is something that I've dealt with a lot in my community, okay? There's a guy at a board, and he fucks up a math equation. And it's like, wow, you suck at math. And then the next panel is there's a girl that does it, and she fucks it up. And it's like, wow, women suck at math. And there's, like, that feeling that happens where when I bring on, I won't use names, but they're like YouTube people that I brought on that have crazy opinions. And when they're men, that person is crazy. Oh my God, he said the craziest stuff. He's so dumb. He's so crazy. So stupid. When it's a woman, it's like, oh my God, why do you always bring dumb women here? Why do so many women on the internet have crazy opinions? There's a different, like, minority character that has to, like, stand and, like, represent, like, their whole group, where, like, white men don't typically have to.
Speaking of groups versus individuals, yes. Then what I feel happens is then another person from that group comes, another woman comes, and people, before she says anything, will already feel like they're ready with that attack.
For sure. They're ready for the attack because she's a woman. They're going to call her she's stupid because she's a woman, not because she says something, but just because she's a woman.
So, like, the group in their brain accumulates all the negative characteristics of the individuals they've met. Not the positive, the negative. And it becomes like this ball of stickiness. And then that becomes the bias for their judgment of a new person that comes. With white men, there's more of a blank slate in terms of bias of how they analyze the person. With any of the minority group, they basically make a judgment based on the negative characteristics of the individuals they've had in the past. It's just that leads to a system where you're just harsher towards minority groups and towards women. How do you solve that?
The most important thing for any problem ever is step one is to be aware of it. If you're not aware of it, then you're hopelessly lost at sea. So yeah, the first thing I like to say is just be aware of it. Like, there's a girl that I've had with recently. She says a lot of, in my opinion, kind of crazy things, but people will use her as like, this is why women shouldn't be here. This is like, she's crazy and she's a woman, blah, blah, blah. But I can bring in a guy who's similarly dumb, he's evaluated on his own merits because it's a guy. You know, there's never, ever, ever been a case where I brought a stupid guy on stream and everybody's like, this guy makes me hate men. This guy makes me hate white women. It's never happened. But then there's like other women that come on and it's like, now I know why it does exist. Where I totally understand where red ideology comes from. And even if the statements are kind of true, when you're making these observations over and over and over and over again, it damages your ability to individually perceive somebody. And then two people that make the same statements, one can be perceived more harshly just because of that like group bias you got built up.
I think there's something about streaming that just brings that out of people, because you have to talk for like 7 hours, So you're like, all right, well, whatever psychological issues and complexities I have, I'm going to explore them.
It's magnified.
And then it's or easy talk about the mimetic theories of duality and like whatever the things that are very similar, and you're going to magnify the conflicts that you have, and you're going to explore all the different perspectives on the different conflicts. And I mean, I don't know if it's just anecdotal, but it's nice to have women on stream. I think the dynamic that you guys have is wonderful. It's really interesting. So it's just the female voice in general. I love having women on the podcast. The female voice, I feel like, is underheard on the internet. And I love the internet to be a place where women feel safe to speak. All right, given that like we talked about, a progressive with non-standard progressive views, so you're very pro-free speech, pro-capitalism. So given that, it's very interesting that you're also pro-establishment and pro-institutions. So right now, if you look at the world, there's a significant distrust of institutions, at least in sort of public intellectual discourse. What is the nature of your support for government and institutions? Can you make the case for and against that?
Broadly speaking, there is a synergistic effect when two humans come together. If I can speak very broadly in terms of, let's say, utility, okay? My happiness with one person might be 10. The happiness with another person might be 10. When they come together, it's like 50 between the two of them. There's like this synergistic effect when humans work together that the sum is greater than all the individual parts of it. There's like an emergent thing that happens there.
There's a capacity, there's a possibility of that.
Yeah, a possibility, sure. Things could go really wrong. There could be a cannibalistic tribe that all eats each other, sure. For the purpose of this,
There's other feelings.
okay, fair, yeah. Well, I think broadly speaking, are you going to be the well actually guy? Okay, what a well, okay.
Well, actually,
Sometimes
cannibalism
yeah,
is
there
actually
is
good
more
for
and
both.
more true. Yeah, sometimes things do. But I think broadly speaking, the fact that you're sitting here in clothing that you didn't make, and I'm sitting here on an airplane that I don't know how to fly, Bill, like, right, there's a lot of cool stuff that happens when people come together and they make civilizations. And part of that civilization building is the fact that we can specialize, and it's the fact that we can offload a bunch of trust on third parties, that we delegate power to make important decisions about our lives, right? I don't know anything about how to build like a combustion engine, but I know that when I push the button in my car, it's going to drive around. Humans aren't going to kill me, and I can park it in garages, and the building's not going to collapse. And the only reason all of this works is because I've offloaded a lot of trust onto these third-party things. And I would say that the pillars of these third-party things that society is built on are, roughly speaking, institutions. So that might be the institution of peer review for scientific articles. It might be the institution of voting or government, right? Or the ability for us to vote in that whole process. It might, all the FDA, like all of these institutions are things that they need to exist because we don't have the time or the capability to individually sort through all of these things individually. We have to rely on some third party to do it.
Okay, so you believe at scale, we're together, we're greater than the sum of our parts. That's the case for institutions. What about the inefficiencies of bureaucracy? Is there some aspect when at scale, different dynamics come into play than they do when there's two people together? Two people that love each other, the birds and the bees. Is there some aspect that needs more to cannibalism at scale? So like corruption, inefficiencies that due to bureaucracy and so on.
Bureaucracy, which is not, I hate it when people try to say bureaucracy is government, because bureaucracy exists a ton in private environments as well, right? In business and everything. Bureaucracy introduces its own set of problems, but I mean, a bureaucracy is necessary because it's coordinating all of the underlying things in order to create something that's greater than the sum of its parts, right? Like all of the software developers in the world are useless without being paired with good designers in order to make their products usable by a person. The coordination of those people, the coordination of increasing more and more things necessitates some level of bureaucracy. I think we always say bureaucracy, but it's like it's like a slur almost, like you're a bureaucrat, you're bureaucratic. The bureaucracy is slowing down. Sure, the bureaucracy slows things down, but bureaucracy also gives us things like, safe medicine and safe water to drink for most of the U.S., or safe buildings to live in, or safe cars to drive. So
the managers in institutions versus like the software developers and the designers. The managers is the bureaucracy. The reason bureaucracy is used as a slur is that something about human nature leads to bureaucracy often growing indefinitely. Becoming less and less efficient. This is where capitalism can come in. That capitalism puts a pressure on the bureaucracy not to grow too much because you want the bureaucracy to be useful, but not large.
Yeah,
and
to be a certain size, yeah, of course.
To be the minimum size to get the job done. And so capitalism provides that mechanism. Government does not always. So that's the criticism of government and institutions, where you can grow without a significant mechanism that says there's a cost to bureaucracy that's not being accounted for. We're just paying for the increasing size of government without the benefits.
Yeah, government is a special institution because it doesn't have to show itself to be financially viable. And we kind of live in a capitalist economy where that's generally the case. So government gets its powers from votes from the people, which introduces a whole new set of possible positives and possible negatives, right? Having something, for instance, that gives food or shelter to homeless people, maybe you don't want that to have to run at a profit. But giving, an organization that can self-justify its budgets perpetually and indefinitely growing, maybe that's not the best thing. Yeah, we always have to figure out how to do the constraints there.
What about the corrupting nature of power? That comes with institutions as well.
Absolutely. So then you better pick your style of institution very carefully. I think that the democratic institution we have in the United States today, I think it works very well. But I mean, there are other styles of government that have been tried in the past that I think lend themselves more to corruption. Not to say that, by the way, there's not corruption in the United States. Of course, there's going to be varying levels of corruption and at all levels. But you run into this interesting problem where authoritarian regimes can act with ruthless precision and swiftness because they don't have to ask any questions. They just do, and that's it. But the problem is it's an authoritarian regime. They're prone to missteps. They're slow to respond to changing or evolving needs. There was an interesting study that was put out a while ago that showed that like every single famine that happened around the world, almost all, like 98% of them, happened under authoritarian regimes where like freedom of speech is very limited. It's very rare for a famine to happen under democracy because press and everything makes the government more responsive to the needs of the people. Power can corrupt. There are levels of corruption, but you have to have like a system of checks and balances on all of those different levels to make sure it doesn't run off the rails, I guess, and do a sick loop-de-loop and half the population gets.
Nice callback. There's a lot of people that will listen to you say that the democracy in the United States is working very damn well, and they will spit out the drink if they're drinking a drink and be very upset. Can you make the case that they're right and you're wrong?
Can I make the case
that steel man?
They're right? Yeah. Well, the steel man for them is that people have a lot of problems on the day-to-day, and when they look and they see what government is doing, they might see potholes outside their house, homeless people all over their downtown, and the United States just approved another X billion amount of dollars for Ukraine. Or they might be living in a city where half the factories are shut down, a lot of their people are out of work, but the president's on the TV talking about how to fund jobs for immigrants coming in from Mexico. And for these people, they have problems that exist in their lives. Some of them are paying taxes to alleviate these problems, and then when they listen to the government talk, it feels like the government is not responding to the needs that they have. And then that's one problem. And then on top of that, you've got all of these people working in alternative media that can show you, well, look at this politician wasting this much money, or look at him double speaking here or there. Look at Hillary Clinton saying she's got a private position and a public position. Look at how all of these politicians have family members that are getting rich because of their relationships with people in Congress. Look at the revolving door between capitalist companies and the government. How can you look at all of that, take into account that the government's not responding to your needs, and then really feel like it's a government by the people for the people?
Yeah, this was very good steel man and good question. How can you tell that they're not just politicians that care more about continuously winning the elections versus being running government effectively?
They should care about winning the elections. That's the first misconception. A lot of people say this guy only cares about getting voted in. This guy, he doesn't even believe about in fracking or abortion. He just changes his opinion to get voted in. Anytime somebody says that, you should say that's really good. You want them to change their opinion so they get voted in. That's the whole point of the democracy. You don't want them to remain obstinate. You don't want them to say, I'm not changing my opinion, but what the people want. You want them to evolve and adopt new opinions based on what the population and constituents are voting for.
Yeah, but the cynical take is that they're on the surface they're changing their opinion, but that there's a boys' club or boys' means the elite that under in the smoke-filled rooms, in secret, they actually have their own agenda. And they're following that agenda, and they're just saying anything publicly to placate the public based on whatever the new trends are.
Yeah. So
The
here's,
cynical take.
yeah, I understand. Somebody asked me this question, and it looked, I 180 completely. I was a Bernie Sanders supporter in 2016. My single issue voting thing was lobbying. I thought that lobbying, the government was corrupt, they weren't responding to these people. It was completely, it destroyed my faith in government and everything. And I had one question posed to me by a conservative that used to come on my stream show, and he said, I think he asked me, can you think of any popular opinion that the American public has that the government is unresponsive to? Is there some big piece of legislation or policy or whatever that people want that the government isn't doing? They asked me that. I couldn't think of a single good answer. I'm like, oh, geez.
It's drugs, legalization of drug products.
Yeah.
All right, we'll
Oh,
go
shoot. You're doing the Joe Rogan thing. You push back because I wrote a tweet. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have become meme. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Because there's memes upon memes upon memes I can go with here. But no, because people bring up, okay, there's no issues that the government is not representing of the public.
So here's the issue. So somebody will bring up, like, well, what about the legalization of drugs? Okay. The first issue people have is, one, they look at national polling. Very few things are decided on a national level. So that's the first huge mistake. Arguably, a lot of BLM made mistakes in this arena where they're saying, like, why isn't the government doing anything about policing? Federal government can't do anything about policing. That's going to be sometimes going to be your state government, it's going to be your local city government. But people that like elect like your chief of police, your police commissioner, that's coming from your mayor, right? So you've got people looking, one, at the wrong parts of the government to even figure out the solution to the problem. Two, oftentimes for polling, questions are vague enough that you can pull very high. When you get into the weeds on things, no pun intended, you start to realize, like, oh shoot, this is more complicated than I thought. I don't know the numbers in particular for legalization of marijuana, but this is what I'm going to guess is the case. If you poll and you say, should we legalize marijuana? That number might fall at like 65, 70%. But that's including people that are in favor of medical marijuana. If you were to poll, like, should we decriminalize recreational use of marijuana? That number might drop to like 52%. And then if you poll, like, should we completely legalize, not just decriminalize, completely legalize recreational use of marijuana? That number might drop to like 40%. There's like all these different ways you can poll around issues. Like, oh no, we broadly agree on this topic. When you really think, okay, well, do you really agree, or is it just a broad consensus around the thing that's never going to show up in a piece of legislation? A really good example, one example I do know was socialized healthcare. I think if you poll, there was a time a few years ago where if you poll America, do you think every American citizen should have access to like free healthcare? I think that answer, that polled like 74% yes. But when you asked, should the government be the sole provider of healthcare, it dropped to like 26%, it dropped 50 points. And you can see it was both asking questions about single payer, but the way that it was asked was so different. And even if it looks like there's a consensus, there's not nearly as much consensus as people think around something like this. Yeah, so we are.
You're right. That polls, the way you ask the polls really matters. When you ask, should the government be in charge of the thing, that also biases the answer, right? Because there's such a negative experience with government creating a .gov site that runs the thing. But sometimes, I think if you dig it and you have a 1 hour conversation with each individual citizen, I think you will understand that yes, there is support for socialized medicine. Like, it's not
the argument has to be made though.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean?
Like, if you just ask a conservative, like, what about single payer? They're going to tell you no. You might be able to build up to an argument for it, but you're going to have to make the case for it.
No, but I thought we were talking about the feeling deep inside your mind and heart.
Mm-hmm.
Does the government represent that?
Oh,
so it's not like some shallow surface layer public opinion. Does the government effectively represent what the people want? Not a shallow survey, but deeply what they want. I'm not actually that familiar with the debates over healthcare, let's maybe look at an easier one. Maybe you can say it's harder. War.
war is a really good example where the government was very responsive, I think, to the people.
You think so? So Iraq, Afghanistan, the government didn't manipulate public opinion.
There's an argument to be made that they did in terms of like WMD and everything, but after 9/11, were you in the United States after 9/11? After 9/11, I legit
It seems like, where were you in that?
check.
All right, cool. Evidence and
Oh, sure.
witnesses.
No,
Okay. I'm very defensive right now. It's very strange. They
No,
didn't
but,
look into it. Alex
yeah, but
Jones.
like, I think after 9/11, we could have gone to country. We could have gone to war with any country. We were ready because all of America was like, oh my god, and they pointed to Iraq, and the reasons for the WMDs was kind of dumb, but I don't think we even needed WMDs to go to Iraq. We would have just said, Saddam Hussein was giving medical aid to Taliban, Al Qaeda, Iraq, let's go, and we would have gone for it. But post Iraq, Iraq was for a while popular, and then became obviously deeply unpopular. Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think you can see that influence other foreign policy that the United States had. For instance, we opted more towards like drone warfare than troops on the ground for places like Yemen. We opted more towards kind of sending money and help instead of boots on the ground for places like Syria. And I think that a lot of that was kind of in response to how unpopular the Iraq stuff became. When you looked at a lot of elections afterwards, even for Obama, like one of the defining characteristics of a lot of campaigns were like, I'm going to close Guantanamo Bay. I'm going to get us out of foreign wars. Even up to Trump, I'm not going to stop doing all this weird stuff in the Middle East.
But they didn't still withdraw from Afghanistan.
They didn't withdraw, but they definitely tapered off and weren't as aggressively pushing those types of conflicts because they knew it was unpopular.
But I think if you also consider perfect information or good information, if you ask a lot of people, are you okay spending this amount of money for this purpose? So military conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan. I think almost from the very beginning, they would say no.
After 9/11,
I feel like maybe a few days after 9/11.
I remember reading
what was
so
the
mad
nature?
at
Well, there's some memes and so on, yes, but the nature of the public support for the war. Was there public support in 2003, which is when the invasion happened?
I feel like initially there was a lot. I remember seeing it on, but then I also lived in a Republican household, and I was not very media savvy at that time.
And I don't know if the nature of that public support had to do with WMDs or the 9/11. The weird
It came about WMDs.
But I wonder what is the if you were poll people and let's say hypothetically there was above 50% support for the war, what would be the nature of that support? And to what degree is the government actually representing the will of the people versus some complex mechanism like the military industrial complex is manipulating the narrative that's controlling public opinion. And then there's the media that gets a lot of potential by being divided, how they're shaping the narrative through the mechanism of division. So
there's a lot of complicated things out there.
Yes.
It's not just the people and then the government. And that's, yeah, for sure. I agree that there are going to be different elements at play. But
and how much of those elements that lead us astray can be attributed to the largeness of the different systems, so and the different institutions, like the media institutions and government, the institutions that have a monopoly on violence.
It's complicated. There's definitely going to be different institutions at play. But I think that all I would say is in reference to my original point, when there becomes broad consensus around a thing, I think the government will usually follow. It's not going to fight. It's going to follow more often than not. But I think that a lot of times Americans think that there's more consensus around certain issues than there actually are. So a really good example around that war point too. What caused the lowest dip in Biden's approval rating? I'm pretty sure it was right after we pulled out of Afghanistan, which I think if I would have asked people a year before, let's assume that we could pull out of Afghanistan, the government's probably going to collapse after we leave because they just don't have the will to fight. They don't have to support them, whatever. It's just not going to work. But no Americans are going to die. Maybe a couple other people, but no Americans are going to die. We're going to get this. Would you support that? I think broadly speaking, I think more than 60 or 70% of Americans are yeah, that would be fine. And when it actually plays on TV, when you see the people getting on the planes, when you see helicopter embassies and the voice of politicians, well, now it's oh my God, this was horrible. It was so botched. It was so it could have gone so much better. Could it have gone better? Maybe, maybe not. But I mean, it seems you can have consensus around a certain opinion. But the way that things play out and the way that people actually feel, it's actually way, way, way more complicated. And there's not usually this broad consensus. Or, yeah.
I'd like to believe that. I mean, just to lay my cards out on the table, I have faith in the power of effective government. I just have a lot of concern about what happens as institutions grow in size,
For sure.
and I just have a lot of worry about the natural corrupting influence on the individuals and on the system as a whole. Like the boys club nature of it. I don't know. There must be a better term, but basically they agree to the game and they play the game, and there's a generational aspect momentum to the game, and they more and more stop being responsive to the people that they represent. I just feel like there is that mechanism, and I think the nice thing, democracy, elections are a resistance to that natural human mechanism. Also, the balances of power is a resistance to that mechanism. In some ways, the media that reveals the bullshit of politicians is also a resistance to that mechanism. It's hard to be full of shit as a politician because people will try to catch you on it. So there's a honesty method there that keeps you honest to some degree, but it still feels like politicians are going to politician.
Yeah, they definitely play their games. That is true. There's probably always going to be that meta narrative for like governance that just develops as like you have to form relationships and play games to like get legislation passed and everything. The only reason why I don't like it when people attack institutions is because one, institutions are incredibly important, arguably paramount, no, they are, to keeping society running. And two, I think sometimes when we shift the blame onto institutions too much, I think that we lose sight of what the real problems are. So, for instance, in the United States today, people might be very critical of the government not getting much done, and everybody turns their eyes to the government for being ineffective. But what I would argue is I would say the government is actually incredibly effective in showcasing the will of the American people really well right now, which is we are historically more divided than we have ever been. If I were to just look at the people and I were to say we have a historic divide that is getting like rapidly blown apart by things like the internet media, right? If that exists, well, what would I expect that government to look like? I wouldn't expect the government to be governing very effective. I would expect the government to show that legitimate divide in people.
Do you think that divide, you have a perception of a large divide between left and right? Do you think that's a real divide just in this country?
Narrow the language. What do you mean by real divide?
Do you think there is that divide in ideology, that there's a large number of people that believe a certain set of policies and another different set of policies?
I think
it's
that
just the perception of the Twitter.
no, I think there is a large divide in terms of belief. I don't think there's very much divided in any people in terms of like what they like on the most fundamental levels want in terms of like human beings. But in terms of like Democrat versus Republican right now, I think there's a huge divide in terms of the direction they want to see the country go and what they believe really and what they even believe is reality, right? Unfortunately, that's what we've gotten to.
Can I just speak about the mechanism of the left and right here, maybe on the mimetic rivalry aspect? Is there some aspect to the left which you're a part of that attacks their own or ideological impurity more than the right does?
Is it the bigotry of small differences? There's a concept where when you're near somebody who's very slightly different than you want to destroy it, but when you're with somebody who's way different than you don't. I think the left does it, but I think the right does it too. I didn't realize it until I started dipping more into conservative communities, but oh my god, people from the Daily Wire and the people from Turning Point and the America First, but all these different groups of people hate, they fight each other so much. They hire and fire sometimes employees, they talk smack about each other. I think there's a lot of political division between both sides. I think that the left just kind of gets highlighted more because it's like the internet. A lot of the internet space is a lot of left-leaning people. So you see like the crazy communists and the crazy progressives and the crazy center-left liberals and the crazy blah blah blah. Whereas like a lot of the right-leaning people have kind of been pushed off of the main areas of the internet.
My sense was that it's hard to exist on the center left, and maybe because I just don't have the full spectrum view of the political divide. It felt like center left is a difficult position to occupy.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
I don't know if it's that difficult to be center right.
It's very difficult to be center right. I think actually maybe even more difficult because a center right person might be somebody who's like conservative but not a fan of Trump, and you're like over. Like look like Liz Cheney, right? You've had politicians that are just like they didn't back the Trump stuff and now they're going. Or you might be like center right, like you don't think the election was stolen, and now you're like half the Republican Party is looking. You're like you're crazy, you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I think there's a Ben Shapiro I'm talking with. I think he publicly spoke against Trump, right?
Did initially, but I felt like he softened his language around pretty significantly. But
So there's a significant pressure to kind of bounce out to certain message.
which the whole Republican Party is feeling right now. Geez, that 2 years from now, that election is going to be insane
It's just hard. Okay, so to generalize, it's hard to be in the center. It's like
for sure.
just center and then like do like a random walk among the policies around that. I don't know what that mechanism is. I mean, it makes people like me not feel good being in the center. It seems like people are just not nice to people in the center. Like the public the Twitter machine is not nice to people who are open-minded in the center. There's some truth to that?
2 reasons for that. One is because I think a lot of people that market themselves as center are legitimately spineless cowards and deserve to be called out.
I've never killed a man, but today might be my first.
There,
And I'll take over, like I told you, I'll take over your stream.
with the AI, you know, we'll see
With AI.
It's like, is that guy going to be streaming the
Hey,
background?
fellas.
Okay, gotcha. Lots of gotchas. Okay, okay.
And decrease the amount, which already is a pretty low level of emotion. Just decrease it completely. When people are screaming at you and accusing stuff, just remain calm, emotionless.
The gaslighting strategy.
Okay, so what we're talking about. So I don't.
I don't ever identify as center for anything because it's got such a bad reputation.
Fuck that. I stand center with a spine. It's called being open-minded. And it's not center, left, and right. Those are just labels.
Here's a really good quote my mom said to me when I was young. She said, Stevie, you'll never let your mind be so open that your brain falls out. And that's what I find that a lot of center people do.
It's not what you're doing. It's not.
Why are you like this? Sorry. Okay, I'm glad I can bring that. I'm glad you feel like this is serious. Like I said, people are not judgmental. If you want to talk about fucking my mom, you know, you're totally within your rights.
I didn't say
okay?
that. You said that.
That's cool. I support that. She's a beautiful woman. Her husband probably would be too happy about it, but you know.
I didn't say there was any sexual relations. It was just having a conversation with her. You projected that. That says more about you than me. Anyway, go ahead about spineless center. There is some aspect to that, just like amorphous. To me, center means you think freely about each individual policy without being stuck to
Some idea, yeah, but a lot of people don't do that. They call themselves centrist, but then they're anti-establishment essentially on everything. I don't know your position on like the vaccines or anything, but like I met a lot of like free and open thinkers who are like, you know what, I'm open to everything, and it's an experimental vaccine. I'm going to eat hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin because that's what the institutions are telling me not to take. And I think Fauci got too much money from that company, and but I'm an open thinker. And they when open thinker
I'm
becomes,
at MIT. What do you think my position on vaccines is exactly?
I hear a lot of crazy things from a lot of people. You might be from MIT, but I know you're from the internet. And people from the internet are weird and crazy. So
Well,
who knows?
I don't like arrogance, and I have criticized scientists during COVID. A lot of people, but scientists included, having arrogance,
Which is fair.
but
And I think there's a lot of good criticism to be made of different scientific and medical establishments over a lot of stuff. But nobody can make those good criticisms because they're too like obsessed over like just trying to have the anti-establishment answer. And that is what is upsetting me the most. Like I think there are good conversations to be had about a lot of stuff related to how we handled the coronavirus. You know, were lockdowns effective? Was there enough data to support the huge measures we took? You know, why didn't we have the option to show I was infected a month ago? Why do I need to be vaccinated? Why wasn't that option ever a thing in the United States? I don't think it was. There are really good questions to be asked there. But all the people asking the questions are also trying to tell you that ivermectin and monoclonal antibodies are the way to go for everything, and the vaccine is evil, and it's going to turn you gay like the frogs. And it's like, Jesus, like there's like no place to reasonably criticize from, because all of the people that are criticizing aren't doing it with an open mind, or you know, they're not reading studies or doing anything. It's like I do my own research, which means they listen to whatever the last guy Joe Rogan said, and now they're parroting that opinion.
easy now, bro.
The last guy on Joe Rogan, not Joe Rogan. That Robert Malone guy on Joe Rogan got me real quick
That's
about.
one guess.
People see him as like the father of mRNA technology. Like, who think okay.
What do you mean, people? Which people think that?
Joe Rogan fans. I run into these people. I start arguing with them, and they start saying, "What about?"
I'm a Joe Rogan fan, and I appreciate the See,
That's good. But there's definitely
but you said there's a type. What's the type? What's the type of Joe Rogan?
anti-establishment.
I think that's not Joe Rogan. That's a general public discourse. It's a default anti-establishment. On the right and the left, that's the default easy thing to go to.
I think Joe Rogan fans are definitely a certain type of anti-establishment. Like I could guess that Joe Rogan fan, like if I were to do general population versus Joe Rogan fan, who is more likely to be
You have data on this? Or you just guessing?
me?
Yeah,
Just guessing.
I think you are actually judging.
I
I
am.
think you're judging. Because I think you're also, the beautiful thing about podcasting, it could be similar to streaming, is there's a large number of people that just listen. Like, what does it mean to be a Joe Rogan?
I don't think you just listen. I think people listen to it.
I would say that the Joe Rogan fan base is as divided as the general.
I don't know what for Paul there. I'm sure somebody's got to have done it out there, but
No, but you're basically revealing the fact that you have no data. You use your own judgment
for sure.
which
Based
is-
on how he's had conversations about how his experience with the coronavirus, and then based on the guests that have come on that have talked and echoed a lot of like anti-vax talking points that have been completely unchallenged, and then based on statements he's made about like myocarditis and the vaccine.
So that it's the level of challenge or not that he's doing it.
Well, yeah, and then what his true positions are, and then the types of guests he typically chooses to bring on to talk about the vaccines.
Okay, but that represents somehow a deep anti-establishment feeling versus just the vaccine. I mean, I've seen the vaccine and other things being a thing that broke people. It seemed
All
to,
the coronavirus, that whole 1 or 2 years broke a lot of people.
there's a lot of emotion, and emotion quickly solidified into an opinion that almost had nothing to do with like thinking through and updating your knowledge. It's all you just made up your mind.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it comes from that anti-establishment place. Like the vaccine represents the ultimate of establishment. It was a huge private company backed by a huge public government, and there's Fauci, and there's Biden, and there's Pfizer, and there's all these countries locking us up in our homes, telling us to do things. Like the vaccine was like the ultimate like submission tool to like show you that the government owns you. Not only you have to get injected once, it's a series, and then you got to get boosters, and it's like they're trying to keep you under their thumb, and that's the control. I feel like that vaccine became like the ultimate rallying cry. Like, do you support? Are you a sellout that is going to believe whatever the government tells the sheep to take, or are you going to be like the guy that stands against the crowd and gets fired from his job, pulls his kids from school because they're not going to let the evil Fauci medicine, jab them in the eye?
And the funny thing is, the crowd that stands against the institution is not larger than the crowd of sheep. There's like one sheep standing there.
Sure, yeah, or it feels that way sometimes.
One
Yeah.
that's sheep. Well, okay. What's the defense of institutions? How do you regain the trust of institutions? Like, well, first of all, do you think that there's ways in which a WHO, CDC failed? And do you think there's criticism from Pfizer and the big pharma companies that's deserving?
The pharma companies, I'm not sure. For CDC and WHO, so here's a criticism that I have of all of academia, and I feel it's stronger and stronger every day. I don't think it's enough to be a researcher or to be correct about issues. Academia needs to increase its ability to communicate. It is just an unbelievable, unmitigated failure that academics are unwilling to wade into the complicated topics that exist today because other people are.
First you call me spineless, and then you call me a bad communicator.
But no, look, you're here, you're doing it, so you get props. But there are like so many. But I'm sure that you must have heard of another fellow academic, fellow colleague express some amount of frustration about, like, in their specific discipline, they know something to be true, and they know that like a lot of the messaging is like wrong or bad in the public about it, but they're never going to step out and say anything because either one, they're very measured and careful with their take, which they feel is incompatible with what people want to hear, or two, they're really worried that they might be incorrect, so they're going to be cautious while everybody else is going out and like hardcore.
And they also don't have the support of institutions for them to go out and learn.
Yeah.
So like to take risks. For example, I've heard that with lab leak theory. I've had a lot of biologist friends that are like, yeah, it's obviously early on.
Oh, maybe, okay. Sorry, go.
Let's
No, keep going.
we can fight over this. Well, like I should sort of backstep and say, like, that's like you talk about shooting shit. You haven't really investigated this, your gut. Like, this doesn't make any sense. they would never say that publicly, of course. Mostly because you're saying like what they would all say is like we want to see data.
Yeah, which would be good, which is fine.
So they're going with like it's too many coincidences in the same place. That's the logic. But they don't want to say anything because there's no data. You need to have evidence. You need to have actual evidence to say one way or the other. There's that, but there's also just like you said. I mean, effective communication. You're a fan of Sean Carroll. He's one of the
He's like one of the only people in this whole planet that I like besides you.
I love Sean Carroll. Anytime Sean Carroll's brought up as evidence, there's a smile that comes over your face, of like joy, of like a little kid thinking about Santa Claus. Okay, I love Sean Carroll too.
I love Sean Carroll because and I hate this divide between like you're either STEM or you're like philosophy, arts, and all that other stuff. And the two worlds never cross. I love he was so good at physics, but like explores and pays attention to all the like sociological stuff too. It's so rare to find that quality in a person.
He's legit one of the really special minds. But you don't have to be a Sean Carroll. You can be just better educated. Another person in the medical and the health space is somebody named Andrew Huberman, a friend of mine from Stanford. He's an incredible educator. There's the kind of process in science that they usually call like review or survey papers, where you basically summarize all that's going on, integrate it, and like draw wisdom from it, and also project like where's the discipline heading. And Andrew does that basically on all these subcomponents of different stuff going on in neuroscience and biology, neurobiology, all that. He's able to. He does a podcast called Human Lab, where he just summarizes them and is able to explain what does that actually mean for your life in terms of protocols of how to make your life better. I feel like people should be able to do that more and more. But with virology, boy, that's a tricky one. That's a really tricky one.
I wish that people could have honest conversations. Like I attack a lot of people that do the level 3 stuff. But truly, we should be able to have that conversation publicly. It just always feels like the people that are having the conversation don't ever really want to have the conversation. I'm not being honest. Like I'm a guy that like does his own research. It's so boring. Reading studies, a lot of it I can only do abstracts and it's so much. But I'll never ever say that about myself. I'm a guy that does his own research because every time I hear somebody say that, they don't do any research. When they say they do their own research, what that means they've seen one podcast and their opinion on this podcast is that definitely not mine because if it was mine, I would be criticizing anything I say. But yeah, also like lab leak is another one. It's like, well, how do you know it's lab leak? How do I know it's lab leak? Because Fauci lied and Hunter Biden lab evidence. It's really interesting research that shows it's a really strong study that shows that there's like a high degree of certainty that it came from the wet markets. Very, very high degree of certainty. And there was an article that came out recently where it's like Senate concludes that virus actually came from the Wuhan virology lab or whatever. And that whole article, if you actually read it, it never says that in the article. I don't know why they tweeted it that. But yeah, it's to back up on something. I think we should have good. Yeah. I'm not sorry, actually. I get to rant here, okay? I'm here for a long time. I rescind my apology. Okay? I actually rescind my apology. We should be able to have conversations with things. We gotta, man, be well read on both sides. Not just like, I do my own research, so I don't believe anything that Fauci says. Like, come on, dude. You can do better. Not you personally.
So for you who don't know, that's the catchphrase. Gotcha. Through all tragedy and triumph, through all the roller coaster of life, your response to it is gotcha. It's election. Let me jump to that before I continue with political discourse. Psychologically, you are in a lot of heated debates, and you're usually super calm under fire until you're not. Sometimes you lose control completely. Very rarely. That's like your opinion, man. Let me ask you about your psychology. What are psychologically your strengths and weaknesses?
I think I'm very non-judgmental, so I can entertain a lot of different thoughts without agreeing with them or condoning them. I think that's a really big benefit to me. For whatever reason, I seem to be like pretty calm in dealing with annoying people. That's why I got promoted at the casino so fast. I could deal with like drunks or whatever. Like it just didn't affect me that much.
What percent of the population is
how you're engaging with it? Well, most people aren't really annoying ever.
That's
if you're
what I
doing
mean.
Like political debate, what percentage is annoying? I guess it depends on who I'm debating and what the topic is.
But I guess I'm trying to point out the fact that sometimes you can say that reveals something about you if you think a large percent of people are employed?
Well, I would say working graveyard shift when alcohol goes involved, that percentage of people goes very, very, very quickly. Or to be more fair, actually, it's not a high percentage, truly. But if you're a server, one bad customer can ruin the rest of your shift. So you only need like one or two people acting in that manner to just like totally throw you off.
And you're able to, at least these days, not allow that one customer to throw you off.
Yeah, very much like I noticed, especially after having a son, there's something about like 6-year-old kids or whatever, where it's like, if they get mad, they're never gonna be mad for that long. Like, they'll move on. Like that's my mentality. I'm like a 6-year-old kid. Like I might be mad about something, but I'll get over it in like 30 minutes or an hour. Like, I'm pretty good about not caring. It's very rare that I'll like hold a grudge against anybody or like be angry about something or really disaffected by something over the long term. That almost never happens to me.
What are your weaknesses?
I still have a problem with projecting. I think we all probably do, but like my mind onto others. It's like, if I understand this and I've said this, you should understand it. If you're not, you're done. That's like an issue that I still have that where I project too much.
What about like holding grudges?
I never hold grudges. I'm like the least grudgy person ever. It's kind of a meme of my community because anybody can always like come back as long as they're acting differently.
What about that?
As long as they're acting. You see, I mean, all right. The reason why I say that is because, so for instance, nobody likes to. I have a strong stance on apologies, and I hate them. I don't ever want to hear an apology. I don't care about them ever. They don't mean anything to me. If you did something bad, as long as you've like fixed behavior and you're not doing anything, then we're generally chill. Like there's been a lot of people that have been involved in weird stuff with me, but then like they go off to do their thing and they come back and it's like, okay, cool. As long as you don't do it again.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I like your flawless team. You said plenty of negative stuff, positive stuff, negative stuff about Hassan.
Yeah.
This is my podcast. So I get to get you, force you to say positive things. What do you love? I'm all about love.
Go back to grilling me on the R word stuff. You're going to make me compliment Hassan. This is going to be a harder conversation.
All right. We're going to get you to feel emotions. So he's another, for people who don't know, he's another popular on the street. I think you had, as the kids called it, a bridge burning over Bernie Sanders. I don't know. My research is very limited on this. But what do you respect and love most about him?
He puts in a lot of work. When he was like growing his stream from 2,000 cricket viewers to 15,000, he was streaming it was like 12 hours a day, like every single day. So that was he did a lot of work. He does seem to be pretty good at networking and like socializing and making the correct friends and connections.
What about him as a political thinker? I know you don't think highly of him on that regard.
I really think
that's up there. I honestly want to push back on him because
I have zero respect for him. There's not going to be almost anything. So I will say I admire the fact that through no actual capability or ability of his own, he manages to wind up at some of the correct answers just because he's telling you. So it's good job for him on that. He's got a lot of correct opinions, just he has no idea why. So
I think that's undeserved. I think it's too harsh. Okay. The reason I bring that up is I feel like there is a deep grudge in there somehow. So you're the father now, so since you're so old, the grandfather of the political debate on this stream, on my stream, so there could be some grudge with that split that happened and not enough credit given or all that kind of stuff. I just think he's somebody that has a left-leaning ideology that's different than yours. Who's a Bernie supporter, right? And I guess you're not. Can you explain to me what the division is?
He exemplifies everything that I absolutely hate about which is shallow engagement, heavily ideologically driven.
And you're not ideologically driven.
Absolutely.
That's what we're talking about, like free thinker, and meaning that word.
Yeah. So wait, let me qualify. Let me qualify what I think. I spent a lot of time, unfortunate time, delving into the boring world of philosophy. I spent a lot of time thinking about like what are my ethical positions? How do I feel about myself, the people around me, and how that relates to the world around me? And then from all of these positions, I think you might have used the phrase first principles earlier. From these kind of like first principles, out of that is where all of my political positions are built out of. Like full stops. So if you ask me a question like, how do you feel about like the right to own a firearm, or how do you feel about social health care? Like we can walk through, well, this is how I feel about it as like a thing from the government, this is where the government gets its power, This is ethically how groups of people are supposed to function. This is morally how we relate to each other. Personally, this is how I feel. Like I'll be able to do every single political belief back there. It's not like I'm telling you. Like if I were to ask Hassan, what do you feel about this political topic? He's going to tell me what progressives are supposed to say. I don't know what he thinks about it. I don't know if
Don't you think that's a cynical thing? Why is he, just because his views coincide with the mainstream narrative, mainstream viewpoints of progressive thinking? I mean, why does that mean he's not thinking?
because his engagement with every subject is incredibly shallow, 100% predictable. Like I could probably program a script to like give you every single potential answer you could have to any single question you could give.
I think that's a pretty cynical take.
Okay, it could be the case that his brain perfectly aligns with every single.
No, but I don't know if you know this perfectly aligns. Because I think you're just taking a very select, just like streamers do with each other, a very select slice that represents the perfect alignment, as opposed to looking at a person struggling with ideas and thinking through ideas, and then giving them a pass, like a lot of people, like I give you a pass on just the fact that you say a lot of crazy shit on stream for drama, like which is
I don't say things for drama. It might be dramatic, but
I mean, you've evolved as a fish evolves legs. You evolved a mechanism which creates controversy.
sure.
That you could say it's not intention, but it happens. I think
Okay, sure.
the extremists kind of learn that kind of thing. So I'm sure Hassan does the same kind of stuff. And so, like underneath it, there's still a thinking being that's contending with political ideas. You don't think so?
Does a really good job at that. There are other political figures that I really don't like that I wouldn't say the same thing about. So, like, I don't know if you have watched him. Like, okay, that's a person that he also split out of my community group because somebody that hates me and he's an anti-fan community and they all hate me.
Tell me something you love about
I can tell you a lot of things about Vosh. I think Vosh legitimately thinks through a lot of his political positions. I admire or did admire that he has like his own like positions. He would take someone's contrary to people further left than him. He's got some positions that don't fit his ideology kind of at all. Like he's his own internet thinker. Rhetorically, he's very effective. He was willing to sit down and do research for like his debates and everything. He would spend a lot of time practicing like his rhetorical effectiveness and navigating conversations. He intentionally, purposefully built like a community that exemplified his values. Yeah, I got a lot. We are completely split and hate each other now. But like, I have
why? First of all, hate. Why the hate?
Okay, I don't hate him, but he hates me because we had a couple of really big debates. Well, one had to do with whether or not you should live your values.
And can you give me the story that's charitable interpretation?
I always give charitable.
You don't. You
I
don't.
absolutely do.
You don't.
Wait, name one.
5 minutes ago, you said about this.
Everything else about that. There is no stealing. Okay.
Not charitable.
I'm sorry. If you can prove it wrong, I would love for you to do it. Okay.
I'm using my gut instinct. Usually, when somebody feels strongly about another person in that way, it's not coming from a place of data and reason. It's coming from a place of emotion, coming from a place of resentment and grudge and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I can
There's
understand.
deep. There's emotions deep in there. So the gotcha is hiding. The gotcha is the surface of an iceberg, and there's a deep ocean underneath that you yourself have not explored.
I disagree, but I understand.
A lab is actually a doorway. The young lab is a doorway for you to explore the depths of it. Yeah.
I understand why you think the way you do, and you should. You shouldn't believe it, and I understand that. Because if somebody told me the same thing, I think you probably just really don't like this person for a reason. I understand why you think that way. The reality is, though, for any political person that I disagree with, like I can give them a fiction. It's one of the few things I think I do exceedingly well in my stream. Even with his son, there's been drama that he's been involved in, and I've like when I'm involved in drama, he'll always think of us. But when he's involved in stuff, always like, oh, like I think his son was right here, or I think that he meant this. There was a thing that came up once for on live stream failed. He was getting roasted because he referred to somebody. He used the expression "shit skin" to refer to somebody's like the way they looked, and I have only ever heard that in the context of 4chan people talking about like Indian, like black people, like it's a racial thing. But I could tell the context and everything that he was saying. He was insulting some guy. I think he was calling incel virgin. He was going for like skin. I think that's what he meant when he said it. And there were a whole bunch of people that were insulting, like, "Oh my God, did he just say racist?" I was like, "No, I don't think he's racist. I think it's like he was just reaching for words, and that's what came out." So like that's an example of me being sure.
But didn't you criticize him for something? I was trying to like Google why the hell you guys split up because I thought your friends you should be like.
Split up for a Kamala Harris video, but go ahead.
Is that why? Is that the case? So I feel like you criticized them for something, and I don't. Okay, this is a very vague memory, but you criticized them over something, and I felt that criticism wasn't true.
Was it Pete Buttigieg stuff?
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg. Yes.
Yeah, so I've said this a million times, but there's no amount of context or no amount of nuance is ever acceptable. I don't think Hassan is homophobic, but I think the comments made about Pete Buttigieg were really,
That's what he said.
yeah. And there were a lot of people making a lot of comments that made me really uncomfortable about Pete Buttigieg. That was insane to me.
Spurred by comments.
No, but it was an environment of progressives. All the progressives were attacking Pete, and I felt like his gayness became like the subject.
Yeah, but why throw Hassan under the bus?
He was jumping along with all of those types of like insults.
You don't think you've done the same kind of stuff?
If I did, call me out on it.
That's what the R word is about.
No, that's a good call out.
No, but like your friend, like you should privately tell him, right? Like, hey,
Well, no, by then we were sworn in.
that wasn't the.
No,